The wait is almost over. NFL free agency unofficially but officially gets started with legal tampering beginning in 58 minutes. Welcome on into our live coverage of 2025 free agency. Matthew Peterson here from Chat Sports doing, I don't think a simulcast is the correct word. We're actually streaming right now on 3 different channels. If you don't know by now, I host a couple of channels here at Chat Sports as we continue to grow as a company and just don't have enough hosts for all 32 teams. So we are live on our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons channel. I know it's a little unorthodox, it's a little quirky, but I really appreciate everyone's patience and understanding. We're going to cover all the news for those 3 teams, but of course for the NFL in general. So a lot to get to on today's live show. Appreciate everyone for hanging out with us here for free agency, but I do want to get the party started by getting you all involved in the chat. So shout out your city for me down below in the comment section. We've already had a lot of moves made, a lot of re-signings, of course, and then some roster construction, some moves, some cuts, some releases, all that good stuff. So we're going to start by recapping everything that's gone down from a week ago, we'll say, till present day, including Khalil Mack being re-signed by the Chargers. So wink, wink, Falcons fans. Anyone hoping to sign a pass rusher just lost a good one from hitting the open market. But let's see where everyone is tuning in from. I've got Saskatchewan from Shine Chris. We've got Somerville, Georgia from April. I've got Tracy in Indiana, Edmundo in El Paso, Texas, Ben Broski with a $2 super chat. We'll have some fun super chat battles across our 3 channels doing this stream with us right now. So, Ben, we'll get that on screen for you in just a little bit. Atlanta's in the house, Archangels in College Park, Brian's in Maryland, Noah's in Highland, Ohio. Where's everyone tuning in from as Michael is watching from Pueblo, Colorado? Always fun to see where everyone is watching from. I used to be the weird guy who would play Call of Duty on my PC, and I would just hop in the chat going, so where's everyone playing from? And looking back, I kind of came across as a pedophile, but I just had good intentions. Ben Broski with a $2 super. Appreciate you. What's up, Petey from Berlin Heights, Ohio? Ben, doing well. Was up late last night as we got ready for today and had a near heart attack. I woke up this morning. My phone did not charge overnight. Don't know why. Was down to like 8%. So I nearly had that almost heart attack of like when you wake up and almost miss your flight. I almost missed free agency. That would have sucked, but the alarm did go off, thankfully. So let's talk about some of the news that went down, though. Ben, appreciate your super chat as always. Khalil Mack re-signing with the Chargers, 1 year, $18 million contract. So unfortunately for teams like Atlanta that were looking for a pass rusher, he is not going to be an option. And with all these re-signings, I just want to harp on what that means for the guys that do hit the open market. It's terrific news for them because it's slim pickings. You might be a B- player, but amongst everyone in free agency, you look like an A- player. You're the best of the bunch, right? You're the hottest, ugliest girl at the ball. So you're going to get paid like that because any team that's desperate for a pass rusher goes, well, we don't have a better option. Even though you're not that great, we have to sign someone. Now, I think this is a product of the salary cap ballooning and just really going on a rocket ship because teams now have no reason not to re-sign all their good players. Remember, and this was like a core 2010s memory kind of for me, which was after every single championship across all 4 major leagues, it was just this expected and understanding of, well, you won, but a lot of your guys are going to go because they're free agents and they're going to want to get paid, and you can't afford to bring everyone back. That's not the case anymore. Like the Eagles, they brought everyone back. Well, they are in the process of bringing almost everyone back. The Chiefs won, 2 years ago and 3 years ago, and they re-signed Nick Bolton to a nice linebacker contract. So I don't expect free agency to be filled with a ton of like firepower names. But what I do believe could be a result of this is more trades. As teams go, hey, we want an edge rusher. Dang it, Khalil Mack's gone. This guy's gone. All the good guys are gone. Well, we can give Reed Bartkus $45 million, which Reed would like, but we wouldn't. Or we can just trade for Matthew Peterson and give him, a 5th-round draft pick to that team and get a better player. And sure, it does cost us a draft pick, but we accomplish our goal, which was improving our pass rush at a more effective rate. So a couple of moves have already gone down. All of these are mostly all re-signings. If you don't know, the way NFL free agency works is your contract is up right now. Whereas I say that because if you were released, like Devontae Adams was released by the Jets, you're a free agent immediately. But if you're a free agent going into 2025, you're not actually a free agent until the new league year starts, which is Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. But your agent is allowed to talk to teams starting today at 11 a.m. Central Time. So that's why a couple of guys have actually already signed with new teams, but some players actually cannot sign until really Wednesday, technically Wednesday, but really today. DK Metcalf, let's talk about that for a moment. He was traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers for a second-round draft pick. I love how DK had two requests, a warm weather team and a contender. Didn't get the warm weather part, and I'm not convinced he got the contender part as well. I mean, the Steelers have always been in the mix under Mike Tomlin. We know that, right? How many times have we heard above 500? What do you think we've heard more on a broadcast? Mike Tomlin has never gone below 500, or Matthew Stafford and Clayton Kershaw went to the same high school. Those are 2 1 seeds for repeated lines on a Sunday Night Football broadcast. But DK going to Pittsburgh, I would say kind of like this for Seattle because they don't have to give him a 5-year, $150 million contract, and they get a second-round draft pick out of it, a quality one, too, number 52 overall. So you could do a lot worse if you're the Seahawks. And for the Steelers, they have been searching for a wide receiver for so long. This might be a little bit of an overpay, but you kind of had to make this move. It's not a good draft class at the receiver position. It's a worse free agency class at the receiver position. So that meant giving up a second-round draft pick, which I think it's fair because the Steelers got a second-rounder for Chase Claypool. So the football gods kind of balanced this one out. We got a super chat coming in from Sav Dog. Appreciate you, Sav Dog. Speaking of our Falcon stream, I do want to recap the Grady Jarrett news. If you haven't seen yet, the Falcons' 10-year defensive tackle and team captain was released today. The move generates $16 million in cap space. My analysis on it is, from a mental perspective, it makes sense. He's 31, turning 32 years old soon. He tore his ACL 2 years ago. He's starting to decline a little bit. There's $16 million in savings. Hard to argue against any of that. From like a heart perspective, though, this is a player who's been here for 10 years. He's a team captain. He's a huge part of the middle of this defense. It stinks to see. I think Falcons fans could hold on to a sliver of hope that maybe there was a discussion with Jarrett of, hey, Grady, we want to bring you down to this number. And he goes like, no, I don't want to play at that number. And they go, all right, we're going to release you. If someone else wants to pay you more, best of luck, shake hands, happy trails. If no one else wants to pay you more and you keep coming back to the same number from every other team, we will re-sign you at that number. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I would not rule that out entirely. Sav Dog, thank you for your super chat. Appreciate you supporting us here as we've got some news coming in right before 11 a.m. The Buccaneers are re-signing one of their key interior offensive linemen to a 3-year, $22 million contract. Speaking of 3-year deals, DJ Jones, the defensive tackle for the Denver Broncos, he re-signed late last night with Denver on a 3-year, $39 million contract. There's a full breakdown of this video on the Broncos Breakdown channel here at Chat Sports. You can see that as it was filmed from my bathroom. But DJ Jones returning, I think, is a good re-signing for the Broncos. He was a big part, and this might sound kind of backwards, despite having very few sacks last year, he was a big part of the Broncos pass rush. Because if I learned anything from Raheem Morris last year, it is if you want to fix the pass rush, more often than not, you got to start by fixing the run defense. Because if teams are running it successfully and effectively on first and second down, they're getting themselves into 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. You know what quarterbacks don't do on 3rd and 3 and 3rd and 4? Hold on to the ball for an eternity or even pass it. But if you get them to 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10 because you stuff the run, which Jones did, well, now the quarterback's got to stay in that pocket for a fraction of a second longer because his guy has to run 4 or 5 more yards. And a fraction of a second might not seem like a whole lot. But to me, that just tells me you haven't watched the movie Any Given Sunday, right? It's a game of inches. You add up all those inches, and it's a big difference. How often do you see a highlight of a defensive end barely missing a quarterback as the pass is released. So Jones clogging the run really allowed Denver's pass rush to pin their ears back on 3rd and long and lead the NFL in sacks. They also re-signed their long snapper. I always like long snapper signings, by the way. They just get a little over $1 million, which in my dumb, simple mind, I always think no one's richer than athletes. But, like, there are people in the business world who are richer. Like, I would think no one could be richer than a Denver Broncos player in Denver. But, like, Mitch is walking around going, like, I got a nice condo. Like, I'm making $1.1 million. Tax a lot of that away. And I am not like everyone else on this team. I'm kind of an average Joe, which I like those guys.
You remember Brock Purdy?
Yep.
Brock Purdy all of a sudden was like, and he was with roommates.
Uh-huh. We got Reed on the 1s and 2s. We got 119 people watching on our Broncos channel, just 28 likes over there. So reminder for everyone watching, hit that thumbs up button down below. Falcons Today leading the charge with 282 viewers and 29 likes. Meanwhile, our Browns channel, 150 viewers and 17 likes. So everyone watching, scroll on down, hit that thumbs up button, tell the algorithm to show this to more fans so we can get a larger watch party. So let's talk a little bit about some of the big news that came from Cleveland yesterday as Myles Garrett signed a 4-year, $160 million contract extension, which caught me by surprise. I did not foresee this coming right before the start of free agency. I think all Browns fans were crossing their fingers and somewhat hopeful that, hey, maybe something could get done. I thought this could be an ugly type of ending where both sides are dug in and no one moves until the start of the season, and then we find out if Garrett truly is going to hold out. After the news came out and I slept on it and read on it and listened to people about it, my overarching takeaway from it all is Garrett had a come to Jesus moment of they're not going to trade me, right? They're not even interested. They're not even picking up the phone for me. I think a team could call, leave a voicemail, and say, like, you can have 5 first-round draft picks and go full Braveheart prima nocta mode on my fan base. And the Browns still wouldn't even call back. So once he got to that point, he realized, well, if I'm going to be here, I might as well have an extra $123 million in my bank account. So that, I think, is a big piece of this. Also, the no-trade clause that allows Garrett to not force a trade in the future. It allows Garrett to make sure that in the future, if he does want to get traded, he can't just be traded anywhere. Because the Browns could have just done him dirty a little bit and go, all right, you want to go to contender? We're shipping you off to the Chicago Bears. Enjoy. Now, with the no-trade clause, he can prevent that from happening. So he's got a little bit more skin in the game, a little bit more protection as to where he could end up in 2 years or so if things don't improve. And he's like, yeah, I gave this a shot and it didn't work. I tried to believe in what you guys were building here, in the direction we were headed. I want to be traded, and now I've got a no-trade clause, so I can have a little bit of a say in where I end up. So that's the latest on the Brown side of things going into free agency. We've got a Super Chat coming in. We'll get on screen for you all in just a moment. If you don't know, a Super Chat is kind of like the YouTube version of like a tip jar. So if you have a question, a take, or an idea you want to get on screen, Super Chat, and Reed will throw it on for all of our viewers to see. Bulwark, watching all the way from Australia. I can't even imagine what time it is in the land down under. I think Australia we're in Central Time here in Dallas. I think Australia is probably like 16 hours ahead. So that would be 3 a.m. That's tough. 2 a.m., 3 a.m.-ish.
Shout out to Bulwark.
Yeah. Good day, all. How is everyone doing? I'm excited to see who the Broncos are going to get. I'm excited to see, kind of a little bit, not to sound like Switzerland here, who anyone gets, because there's just not a lot of great free agents remaining. Do we have an updated list of the top free agents out there? I thought Sam might have built that. Maybe
I can check.
Okay.
Also, we have no idea who's going to get signed because Twitter is down again.
No way.
Yep.
You're shitting me. Well, I guess I'm using Instagram Adam Schefter for updates. That's annoying. This is a bad day for Twitter to crap out. This is what I get for never creating a Blue Sky account or Threads. I was just like, I cannot add another. I also just went on Twitter to search, on Instagram to search Twitter. They have counts on each other. I didn't know that. They crossed, platform. All right, Adam Schefter. You're about to get a follow for me. J.C. Horn, by the way, signed speaking of the Broncos, a mega contract extension that makes him now the highest paid cornerback. I saw Sauce Gardner tweet this out yesterday. It was after DK Metcalf signed his extension, which pays him $33 million a season. Corners are so far behind. Like Myles Garrett, $40 million. Myles Garrett makes sense, right? DK Metcalf, $30 to $33 million. That's a big number for a receiver. I don't think anyone agrees is like top 5, right? Which what you're paid and where you rank in the league are not always going to align, but they are usually pretty close. Meanwhile, corners are barely sniffing now $25 million thanks to J.C. Horn, 4-year, $100 million extension. I believe the Panthers did this solely because they want to prove it was a good draft pick. I don't think anyone thought like, hey, J.C. Horn, that's a top 3 corner right there. When he's on the field and healthy, he is a very good corner. But I think he's missed too much time to be viewed as someone willing to invest $70 million guaranteed into. The best ability is availability. And J.C. Horn, just doing a quick injury check here, not to make it a full Panther show, but he has missed a ton of time. Speaking of the Panthers, I expect Carolina and New England to be one of the first 2 teams to make a signing at 11 a.m. Yeah. 11 a.m. Central, 11 a.m. Central, 12 Eastern. J.C. Horn, first year, played 3 games. Second year, 13 games. Third year, 6 games. Last year, 15 games. He's never played a full season. His best year, he missed 2 games, which that's all right. That's kind of the price of doing business in the NFL. But that is a lot of missed time for a big contract. I think we have a super chat or 2 or 3 coming in right now, so we'll get those on screen for you. Danny's in the chat. Danny, it's great to see you. Thank you for watching. Oh, we got it on screen already. Reed is faster than I gave him credit for, but not too fast. Not wham, bam, thank you, man fast. Shout out Michael Scott. Grady and Matthew should clear cap space for Dahlman or defensive line. What do you think is more likely? I would think defensive line. I just think the Falcons have somewhat braced themselves for a team like the Bears or the Vikings walking in and going up to Drew Dahlman and saying, we're prepared to give you an average of $16 to $20 million a season to be our starting center. And Atlanta's going to look at that and go, man, we could match 17 or 18 million, or we could take that and apply it to a defensive end and re-sign Ryan Newsel for $2 million. And sure, it's not an improvement, but from a roster construction standpoint, we might have a better team with this. So I'm going to say a defensive line is more likely. Grady Jarrett's release clears up $16 million. Jake Matthews' extension last night cleared up about $7 to $10 million. Those numbers always take a little bit of time to come in and be finalized and accurate. But let's just, for the sake of easy math, call it $25 million in new cap space between the 2 moves by Atlanta over the last 24 hours. And that gets them around $20 million over the salary cap. Now, the important thing for the salary cap here for everyone watching, you have to be cap compliant by when? The start of the new league year, which is Wednesday, 4 p.m. Eastern time. So you can be in the green, you can be in the red right now, but by 4 p.m. Eastern, everyone has to be in the green. Now, as soon as 4 p.m. passes, you can then go right back in the red. You can be uncap compliant, and you have to be cap compliant again some point later on. I'm pretty sure on the last part, but don't put that on a billboard. VNum, thank you for your super chat. Steven, we'll get your super on screen for you in just a moment. We got a lot of questions coming in here. Let's get some updates, Shefty. Steven Vasquez, what are your thoughts that the Browns signed Gardner Minshew? Listen, it's not a good time to be looking for a quarterback. There's not a lot of good options in free agency. I think whether or not you like or dislike Cam Ward, we can all agree it's not a great time to go to the draft looking for a quarterback. 2024.
To be fair, if it was between Gardner Minshew and Cam Ward, give me Cam Ward.
So pros and cons to that. I would not disagree with that when it comes to if I had to pick one quarterback. But who just got hurt? Oh, yeah. I would agree that if I had to pick one quarterback for a team, I'd pick Cam Ward. But if I knew that that pick would also be tied to the second overall draft pick, meanwhile, Minshew signs a 1-year, $5 million contract, now I'm not so sure if I want to use the second overall pick on Ward, because if both flop, I lost $5 million with Minshew. I lost the second overall pick with Ward.
Well, are we talking about just getting them or starting?
Like in a fantasy football world, or if you're like building a team in Madden, I would take Cam Ward right now over Gardner Minshew.
To start. Yes.
But
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But I'm saying like
I wouldn't take both.
No, but
it's
I'm
one
saying
or the other.
No, what I'm saying is yes, Cam Ward would be a more fun selection, but you also have to remember it comes with the second overall draft pick. And that has to be a major, ginormous weight in that decision. So, Steven, to really answer your question, what are your thoughts on the Browns sign Minshew? I'd be fine with it. Sure, you could maybe do a little bit better, but there's no great options in free agency. I believe the Browns are going to sign 2 free agent quarterbacks. So if you don't like the first one they sign, hopefully you like the next one. And if you don't like either one, hopefully you like the rookie. Because I expect the Browns quarterback room to look like this. One, Deshaun Watson is not going to touch the football field for all of 2025. So at least for OTAs and minicamp, they're going to want 3 healthy quarterbacks. So Dorian Thompson-Robinson is under contract. There will be a free agent signing, I believe 2, and then you're going to have a rookie, possibly a second rookie, which 5 quarterbacks is a lot. And if they get to 5, they might release one of their 2 veteran signings, probably the lesser of the 2. And then they go into training camp with 4 guys. They're going to trade or release Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and they're going to go into the season with either 1 veteran and 2 rookies, or 2 veterans and 1 rookie. It's going to be that third QB spot that's up for grabs. But I'll guarantee a veteran and a rookie are locked into this upcoming roster. Make sure to subscribe, by the way, if you have not already. We're going to have completely free coverage for all of NFL free agency. So if you cut the cord or you're tired of the talking heads on ESPN and all the other major networks that really don't talk about sports, they just talk about... I saw Stephen A. was doing a Jordan versus LeBron debate. Like, really? That's what we're doing right now. For the millionth time, let's reopen that can of worms. So if you're looking for a free NFL free agency coverage channel, scroll on down and click that sub button if you haven't already. We got 78 likes over on our Falcons channel, 51 on our Browns channel, 59 on our Broncos channel. I said this from the start, but I'll repeat it in case anyone did not join in right from the get-go. We are live right now on 3 different channels here at Chat Sports, our Browns channel, our Broncos channel, and our Falcons channel. I host all 3, which I know is a little quirky and unorthodox, but Chat Sports, still a growing company, and by growing, I mean that literally and figuratively. Today is the very first day of the second wing, which has been under construction for the last, really since December 1, so 3 months we'll call it, just opened up this week, like starting today. So it's been incredible to see the growth that these channels have undergone, but make sure you are subscribed so we can continue to grow. And like I said, I host all 3, so I know it's a little unusual, but we don't have enough hosts for all 3 channels, so bear with me here as we cover all 3 at once. Steven and everyone else that has super chatted, thank you very much. Chosen wants the Boston College defensive end in Atlanta. Bowers trade to Denver. I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe Michael Mayer trade. There are some really good deals, by the way, on Fanatics. So if you want to get a Brown shirt or maybe a Bo Nix jersey or a Falcons pullover, all of these are on sale right now, 25% off or more in some cases. But you got to use our link, chatsports.com/fanatics. That link is in the description of today's live show. So if you want to get some gear in your life as the sales are going on right now, I recommend you do it now because this Bo Nix jersey is not going to be on sale forever. Same for this awesome polo or a Browns t-shirt, whatever, tickles your fancy, whatever your heart desires. But this is a great time to get some more gear because once the season gets closer, those sales are going to go away and you're going to be paying a whole lot more. So go to chatsports.com/fanatics. Got to use that link to support the channel. William says we need Flacco as a bridge quarterback in Cleveland. I don't see the Browns bringing back Flacco because if they didn't bring it back last offseason, why this offseason? You're 1 year removed from the 2023 Magic. I wouldn't say it's an elephant in the room, but I think it's an acknowledgement of a mistake by Andrew Berry in the front office to go, yeah, we opted for Jameis Winston, and we don't want to bring him back. We'd rather go with you. To me, that's almost like if you went from dating Jim, then dating Roy, and going back to Roy. It's like you should have dated Jim the whole time, right? You screw this up, Pam. So I don't see Flacco returning to Cleveland, but it would be a lot of fun to see Joe slinging it yet again. At least 40 years old, he might not get a call. Now, let me know which player you want your team to sign. I'll start giving shout-outs in the chat. We are 30 minutes away from the start of free agency. Legal tampering, that is. Legal tampering is when the agent can talk to the team. The player cannot talk to the team. So when Wednesday gets here and 4 p.m. strikes and teams can actually start putting, pen to paper with these players, that is when you can start to see a couple of players potentially slip up, like Kirk Cousins did last year and Saquon Barkley, and say something they shouldn't have said about talking to the team before Wednesday. But right now, it's just legal tampering. Speaking of, the NFL, some leagues care about this more than others. I believe the NFL does want to protect the integrity of free agency. And some teams really adhere to, you are not allowed to talk to agents before 30 minutes from now. Despite that, you're going to see some teams have contracts already figured out and worked out with players, 10 to 15 minutes into free agency. So NBA is much more guilty of this, but how teams and agents are able to work out full 3-4 year contracts within 10 to 15 minutes of technically being allowed to begin is crazy to me, which means it's not legal tampering then, it's illegal tampering right now. So just watch for that. The Bears have signed 2 players last 2 years within the first 15 minutes of legal tampering. I'm guessing they were calling agents a lot earlier than noon on Monday. All right. Cody, is Onyemata gone back? Is Onyemata gone yet? I'd love to know. Let's see if Twitter is back yet. I don't think it is. I have to resort to refreshing Adam Schefter's Instagram. That's the best I can do here. Twitter is down right now, which is where I get my information from, like signings and things like that. So while I try to figure this out for you all here, make sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. Let's have a little friendly competition between the 3 channels live at the moment. 62 likes on our Browns channel, 98 for Atlanta, 65 for Denver. So if you have not already, scroll on down, hit that thumbs up button. Let's see which channel can get to 200 likes first. Damn it. Twitter is picking a real shitty day to do this. You know that? Bulwark, I like this. It actually reminds me of another piece of news I want to talk about. So we'll throw a super chat on from Bulwark from our Broncos stream right now. Oh. Now I'm starting to get some notifications. Arizona has re-signed Evan Brown, 2-year deal worth $11 million. I like when you see the words worth. It basically means mostly incentives. Dallas Goedert to Denver. How about Evan Ingram first? He is meeting with the Broncos today, so I don't believe he is a joker. I've never viewed him as now that's a guy that can really do a lot of damage with the ball in his hands and yards after the catch. Has anyone ever had that analysis of Ingram? I always thought more of him being a red zone target, and I don't think that fits the joker role. I don't think everyone that just plays tight end can be a joker. So Goddard available for a trade reportedly from the Eagles. I don't really get this part. Why would Philly? Do you know why Philly would want to trade Goddard? You can always come up with reasons for, save money, get draft picks, but he's still a good player, and the Eagles like keeping good players. So this one's a little strange to me.
Was there a report that he wants out? Or is this just an idea by Bulwark?
No, this has been loosely reported that the Eagles could be,
So
interested in
the
trading
only thing I
Goddard.
would think of is
They don't have like a young tight end breaking through, do they?
no, Grant Calcaterra. He's all right.
Cool last name.
Yeah, really
Great
cool
name guy.
They also have oh my god, C.J. Uzama
Yeah.
from the Jets.
Maybe they really want someone in the draft.
That's what the only thing.
But you should wait till the draft
get
then.
Get somebody in the draft, because Goddard is getting older. He is like on the other half of his career. He already has just a little bit though. But so he is a little bit older. But I don't see a trade happening before the draft.
Yeah, very peculiar.
If they draft, like, if Colson Loveland falls to them at 32.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
No, you're good. Then yes, they'll probably. It might be a draft day trade.
I would just say that if you want to draft a tight end, and now we're really making this an Eagles channel, then trade Goddard during the draft after you draft a tight end. It'd be very ballsy to trade him and go, now we're going to draft Colston Loveland and hope he falls all the way to 32. So, Bulwark, I just don't feel like it passes the smell test, so to speak, for him getting dealt. But Evan Ingram, Jacksonville Jags, former tight end, who was released last week, he's in Denver. Not going to guarantee a signing. A lot of players come visit. Maybe it's just a formality, or maybe they are going to put pen to paper, as soon as they can on Wednesday, but announce a signing now or in. They could sign him right now because he's already been released. So he's eligible to sign anywhere at any time. And if it is Goddard for a trade, wouldn't hate it. I think he's a good tight end for the Eagles. Obviously, I got to know what you're giving up in a trade, but just surface level, if I were to be told, hey, the Broncos just traded for Dallas Goedert, I'd say, oh, pretty good trade for Denver right there.
I think he would warrant probably third round pick.
No, I don't think tight ends carry that much value. I know he's good. I know there's a little. You've got some Eagles blinders on, but I just don't see tight ends getting dealt for that high of a pick.
Yeah, I don't know.
I like Goddard. I don't think he is. Maybe third. I think fourth, which now are somewhat close to splitting hairs.
Harry.
Yeah.
Howie would make it.
Howie would make it a third. All right, under 30 minutes to go. Let me know if you are ready for the start of NFL free agency. Let's get the good vibes going here. Hit that like button down below. Spam me in the chat right now if you cannot wait for the bullets to start flying, for acquisitions and trades to start going down. Spam me in the comment section. I'll give a couple of shout outs real quick here. Archangel, Cool Whip, Cody Massey, getting the me's in. I've got Browns fans, William Dunford here, Luft Schutz, Eli spamming me. Edmundo is saying Wood. Michael is spamming me. Looking over at the Browns chat right now, Thomas Shaw is dropping a me. Bulwark's typing me. The Falcons Today channel is kicking ass when it comes to spamming me right now. Trey Mendez typing me. Jacob, Brandon, me. Or Brendan, Brendan. Like the scene from Night in the Museum 2. Brundon. It's Brundon. It's the 14th most popular boy name in 1999. That was a great scene. Okay, I did see a message in the Browns channel that I did want to discuss, and it came up later yesterday. Where is it? There it is. From Jake Heat. Newsome and a day 3 pick swap for Alec Pierce. What say you, Petey? How about that, Reed? What say you? Me and Reed got into a debate once. I don't think anyone walks around. Oh, it was Moose. You're right. You and I were on the same side. It was me and Reed versus Moose. Moose is like, I made a joke about, like, who actually says in real conversation, what say you? And Moose is like, I do it all the time. I'm like, that's insane to me. I do not walk around going, what say you? Okay, as for Newsome in a third or a day 3 pick for Pierce, that's an overpay. I like Alec Pierce, but I don't think he's worth a player and a pick swap. The Newsome and a day 3 pick I saw tossed out there was for Brandon Ayuk. I think that's probably not enough. Also, I think the Niners would probably prefer to get picks because I think San Francisco wants to scale back on some of their spending. And adding Newsome in a contract year with a fully guaranteed contract does not accomplish that much. So we've seen Newsome get dangled out before as trade bait. I would think the Niners would be more interested in a draft pick, like an extra pick, rather than taking on an expiring player's contract. But if they lose Charvarius Ward in free agency, which they have not re-signed him yet, then maybe Newsome could be a needle mover for them. But for Pierce, I'd say no, Alex. Or Jake. I'm sorry, Jake. Sports, do you think we make a splash today? No, I don't think the Browns are going to make a splash. Splash is a fun word. Why? I don't believe it because they've never really made splashes in free agency. The Browns' biggest signing under Andrew Berry is Dalvin Tomlinson at a 4-year, $55-ish million contract. 55, I think, would qualify as a splash, right? Over 50, and that's a splash signing. But there's just one. So there's no one in this free agency class that looks like $50+ million guaranteed. Really? I mean, like, okay. I thought Sam usually did like top free agents remaining, like player fire. I could be totally wrong. That's fine. That's fine. As for, like, say, the Falcons, I think they might make a splash because they don't have a ton to work with in trades. So they might be reliant on free agency. Having said that, though, once again, not to beat a dead horse here, there is not a great free agent market out there at the moment. So if they do make a splash, I will predict right now it'll be an overpay, which I said Darnell Mooney was an overpay last year. Mooney played exceptionally well. So worth the contract, absolutely. And as for the Broncos, no. If I'm ranking splash order between the 3 channels we're live on right now, Browns, Broncos, Falcons, I would say Falcons, then Browns, then Broncos. I think if Denver was going to make a splash, it was going to be for Nick Bolton or Zach Bond. And those guys were off the table before dinner last night, before lunch yesterday. And then by dinner, the 2 backup linebacker options, Sherwood from the Jets, and who was the other linebacker? Oh, Ernest Jones from the Seahawks. So now you're down to like plan E. You don't make a splash for plan E.
Something that I was thinking.
What's that?
Got to start from the top. We ran out of our L3s at the bottom.
Oh.
I have it on a little behind the scenes. I have, if you guys can see at the bottom.
Where it says T. Higgins.
Where it says T. Higgins, yes. That is on an auto loop, so I don't have to touch anything, and it'll go. But if it gets all the way down to the list, it's empty because we have open stuff for stuff that's going to happen today.
Twitter being down right now
I was just about to say
is the biggest boner jam in the world.
Yeah.
This is infuriating.
What I was going to say before, though, is so obviously we're not at the office every hour of every day.
Yeah.
So when we go home, we still do stuff from home. Everyone has seen PD's at-home videos.
Everyone has learned my kitchen backdrop by now.
Yes. And so last night, everything was happening. Mm-hmm. And I was like, guys, can we wait until tomorrow?
I know.
Can we like save some for tomorrow so that we have stuff to talk about today?
This is the effect of the salary cap going up.
Yeah.
Is teams now go, well, we can bring back a lot of our great players. Yeah. Whereas in previous years, there probably was an intent to bring them back, but they had to, gamble with free agency and go, we're going to let you hit the open market. We'll see if you can find more money elsewhere. And I don't know what percentage of the time, but let's say 50% of the time, that player would find more money elsewhere, and off they went. Nowadays, a team can just give them a above fair offer to avoid them even hitting the market to begin with. So, sports, football, they always evolve, they always change, but this is going to be a side effect of an increased salary cap and a dramatic increase in the salary cap. You're going to have less firepower on the open market. There's no reason, Trey Smith getting tagged would not have happened 5 years ago. But the Chiefs are like, well, we can afford you. The salary cap is $280 million now.
So something I do want to look at is we have actually, I'll just show you.
Oh, this is very cool. This was put together by the Chat Sports behind-the-scenes crew. So we'll go, I guess, in alphabetical order of the city. Atlanta, starting with the Falcons first. Well, we're going to update the cap space for you guys here. The cap number is always fluid, and it takes a little bit of time for it to get finalized, but it's no longer negative $5.7 million. I would estimate it's around $20 million in the green. Okay? Drew Dahlman, right now, if I had to make predictions, Dahlman does not return. Judon, 50-50, but I'm leaning towards no. Simmons, 50-50, I'm leaning towards yes. Mike Hughes, we'll say 50-50 again, but I'm leaning towards yes. Those are the big four free agents for the Dirty Birds. There's just been very little leakage from Flowery Branch in terms of what they are going to do with some of their bigger name free agents. As for the Cleveland Browns, they are right now at $12 million. No, I think it's a typo. I let Sam know. It should be 2025. So it is day one of free agency for everyone. And then I'd also say check over the cap and update these because this number is not accurate anymore. With the Myles Garrett contract extension, it's estimated that it frees up around $9-ish million in cap space. So I'd say it's maybe closer to $20-ish million. Jameis is not returning. Chubb, I do not believe, is going to return. Jed Wills is not returning. Elijah Moore, 50-50, but probably not. I just think the lack of touchdowns is going to be a bit of a hurdle for the Browns to start getting into a little bit of a bidding war because with all these wide receivers being re-signed or signed before free agency like Devontae Adams, Elijah Moore might be a one-year, $5 million guy in most free agency pools. This year, with a weak wide receiver class, if Tutu Atwell got a one-year, $10 million contract, why can't Elijah Moore get a two-year, $20 million contract? And if it gets to that number, I do not expect the Browns to be in heavy pursuit. And then the Denver Broncos, $40-ish million in cap space. Cody Barton, I don't think is going to return. Javonte Williams, I do not believe is going to be returning as well. So I think Denver's going to go fresh slate at linebacker and at running back as well. One Shot Gaming asking if the Falcons have a chance with Trey Hendrickson. Yeah, I think Atlanta and Washington are the two teams at the top of the list of heavy pursuit for the NFL reigning sack leader. The tough thing is the Bengals want a second-round pick. Atlanta has a first, a second, a fourth, and 2 sevenths. Are they really about to part ways with one of their 5 picks, 20% of their draft capital, when 40% of their draft capital is round 7? So I look at it as they have 3 picks because 7th-round picks are useless. They are. I know there's 1 or 2 examples in history, but 99% are out of the league after 2 or 3 years. So if you only have a first, a second, and a fourth, are you really about to part ways with 33% of your valuable draft capital right in the middle for a great player, but that's a lot to lose. If you had a third and a fifth, you could probably be more comfortable with it. I just feel like having such little draft capital might be too tough for Atlanta to move on from. All right, we'll ask this one more time. Who do you want your team to sign? We are just over 10 minutes away from the commencement of NFL free agency, the legal tampering. I'll be giving some shout-outs in the chat here. Michael saying Cooper Kupp could be the Broncos' Wes Welker. Is it because he's white? I feel like you're saying that because he's a white slot receiver. I would not be disappointed with Cooper Kupp for any team. I still think he can play good ball. Now, I understand the Rams' motivation to get a trade done. He's got a huge contract and cap hit coming up, and you can get a nice draft capital pick out of him. But for another team, if he ends up getting released, I struggle to see the downside of signing him. I doubt it's going to be a monster contract, so I'd be on board with the Kupp signing. Evan Cook says, I want to see Darius Slay in Atlanta. Evan, Darius Slay as a backup? Sure. I think Darius Slay could still start. I don't know. You think Darius Slay could still start, Reed? Reed says yes. Okay, I'm in, Evan. I'm in. You sold me. Andrew for the Browns says Kirk Cousins. How about this, by the way? Elko says Justin Fields. Speaking of the former Buckeye, Fields is in Dubai right now. I got to envision he went to Dubai to celebrate where he's about to sign with. So I think Justin Fields might be one of the first announcements of a contract signing. I'd be shocked if you went to Dubai without knowing where you're about to sign. That just to me seems like not inappropriate, but odd for sure. Like going to Dubai and you don't know where you're going to play, that just seems a little childish. Children don't go to Dubai, but I'm blanking on the Mad Lib term I'm looking for here right now. But I feel like Fields and his agent have already worked out where he is going to sign, and he's like, all right, well, I know where I'm going to go, and I know what I'm about to get, so I'm going to go spend some money in Dubai.
Unprofessional?
I like unprofessional. Yeah.
It's unprofessional.
Right, because this is your job fair kind of right now. And to be halfway across the world, if you were still actively looking for a new team, that could be a bit of a problem. If your agent's like, we need to talk, I have 3 offers, and it's 2 a.m. and Fields is asleep. So I feel like him going to Dubai is a sign of he already knows where he's about to play. And the Jets have been rumored to be in big pursuit of the former 11th overall pick. 11th overall pick. Rose, I hope to God for big moves. Rose super chatting from our Brown stream. Rose, bad news for you. I don't think any God's going to give you big moves. Sorry. You got to find a new God. This one ain't going to get it done. I just don't see the Browns. In terms of at least pure free agent signings. Trades, potentially. They always make a deal or two. But free agent signings, not so much.
For some reason, I just have a feeling Trey Hendrickson is going to Atlanta.
You think so?
I think
they're going to get it done?
I think they're going to get it done.
If it gets done,
for
it's
sure because of Grady Jarrett this morning.
I think if it gets done, it's a 2026 draft pick. Just, I am willing to be wrong, but man, moving on from your second round pick this year and going with 1st, 4th, and 2 7ths, the only way I could see that happening is if Atlanta has already predetermined we are going to trade back from 15. No matter what. Even if we don't get a great offer, we have to take it. We have to get back into day 2 of the draft. So even if we don't get what a blueprint offer is for a trade to move up to 15 based on previous trades around that area of the draft, no matter what, we got to trade back because we have to get another 2nd or 3rd round pick. All right. Kyler Murray is not coming to the Browns, by the way. The Cardinals, this would be not quite Luka-sized trade, but it'd be not too far off from it if the Arizona Cardinals traded Kyler Murray away. I don't see that happening. So it would be very cool for the Browns. I think Kyler is a very good quarterback still. I don't know how well he'd fit in Northeast Ohio. Don't get the vibes of a guy from Allen, Texas, who went to Oklahoma, or started at A&M and then transferred to Oklahoma and then has played in the desert, would fare in Northeast Ohio. That might be a tough adjustment. It'll be cool if NFL teams could schedule their own schedule, and then the Browns could be like, hey, we're going to go after a quarterback like Kyler Murray, and we're going to play our last 3 games on the road in southern climates. So we never have to deal with, our quarterback never has to deal with cold temperatures. We got a super chat rolling in from Taylor. We'll get that on screen for you in just a little bit. Mr. Vaughn, appreciate your support. Bronco Stampede is talking about Nick Chubb maybe coming to Denver. I could see Denver kicking the tires on Chubb. I just think they could look at him as a good value type signing where we all know how great Chubb was pre-injury. And if he's going to sign for a super cheap deal and there's not a lot of good running back options out there after Aaron Jones re-signed with the Vikings and you don't want to overpay for Najee Harris, taking a flyer on Chubb is not the worst thing in the world. I think any team that signs Chubb is going to be not necessarily happy with it when it's all said and done, but I'll be happy with the move for them because I think the potential is worth a very cheap contract. Taylor, appreciate your super chat and all of your super thanks. Saul, is Twitter still down? This is so frustrating. Come on. We are in the clouds. This is an episode of Air Disasters in the making. If anyone's ever fallen asleep watching the Smithsonian Channel, you know what I'm talking about. Taylor with a $5 super. We've got Alex Smith talking about, I don't know who. So we'll go to another chat. Little Twin, what about Javon Holland? Tell me about Javon Holland because I am flying blind right now with Twitter down. Taylor, Pete, I bet you dinner in Atlanta that Cooper Kupp goes to the Seahawks. All right, you're on. I don't, hate this idea in terms of him going to Seattle, but I also don't hate the idea of taking the field and getting a free dinner out of it. So I'll take 31 teams, and I look forward to my Texas Roadhouse ribeye. I'm going to take the field here. Taylor, YouTube handshake. Dealio. What if this whole time Taylor's just been an insider with a burner? Speaking of linebackers, by the way, so many linebackers have been re-signed by teams. Bobby Wagner came back. Ernest Jones, Nick Bolton, Zach Bond, and there's one more. The Lions re-signed one of their linebackers too. Unfortunately for Denver, it's a bad time. Derek Barnes, thank you. Look at you, right on cue. It's a bad time to be looking for a linebacker in free agency. They're all the good ones are taken. If there is one or two exceptions, I do like Dre Greenlaw. I know he'd missed all of last year essentially, or close to it with the Achilles injury.
Back to the Niners,
you think so?
Yeah.
I like Greenlaw a lot. I've always thought Greenlaw was a good player. I also like EJ Speed from the Colts. Indianapolis is just a linebacker factory. You would think and the Bears are, more famous for all the great linebackers they've had. But as of late, the Colts, they find guys, they find Shaquille Leonard or Darius Leonard out of South Carolina State in the second round. In his first year, he's the best linebacker in football. And then they let him go after injuries unfortunately ended his career. And what do? They find a new linebacker, Zaire Franklin, who's a top 5 linebacker in football, and EJ Speed. So I could see the Colts parting ways with Speed, and that could be a good target for the Broncos. Baron Browning, by the way, Denver's old outside linebacker who got traded to Arizona. He's re-signing on a 2-year, $15 million deal. For a team looking for a pass rusher like Atlanta, I've talked about Browning as a bargain free agent option. I'd say signing for $7.5 million is, bargain-ish territory and not an option anymore. He goes back to the team that traded for him, which makes some sense because you gave up a draft pick for him. You kind of want to see that thing through a little bit more than just half a season. AFX, why the F is Twitter down? I don't know. This is infuriating. I'm getting some notifications from people, so I'm curious how they're able to tweet because I can't do anything. I am locked out right now. Quick reminder, over at Fanatics, they're having a 25% off sale when you use code or link chatsports.com/fanatics. So they got a Bo Nix jersey, this Falcons hoodie, they've got a Browns t-shirt, they got a lot of stuff. This is just an example of a couple of things they have on sale. But if you want to support the channel and get some more gear in your life, chatsports.com/fanatics. That link is down in the description of today's video, so check it out if you have not already. We've got a $5 super chat coming in from our Bronco stream. By the way, some updated analytics across the 3 channels. We're streaming on 3 different channels right now. Our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons channel. I host all 3 channels, which I know is very unusual for someone to be a host of 3 different NFL channels. And listen, I don't expect everyone to understand, like it, or get it, but if it means I get paid to talk about the NFL, I'm not going to complain about it. So hopefully you guys can at least understand and agree with that part right there. But we've got Fluffy Man saying, should the Broncos get Dre Greenlaw or bring Justin Simmons back? Good question. I would say Dre Greenlaw. And this is really putting heart aside and thinking with your head. Linebacker, I think, is a bigger need for Denver. And I say that from what Sean Payton would tell me if I asked him. Because I think the run defense down the stretch last year was very frustrating. And a safety is not going to fix that problem. But a linebacker is going to help that problem more. Now, safety's also in need. And, of course, Simmons, Broncos legend, would be a fun reunion for Denver. But I think Greenlaw, with the bigger need at run-stopping support, is going to check in a little bit higher. So, Fluffy man, I'm going to say Greenlaw. I appreciate the super chat, though, and your support. So, like I was saying, on our Broncos stream, we have 252 people watching, 109 likes. On our Falcons stream, 474 people tuned in, 156 likes, troop 156, Eagle Scout, baby. 240 people watching on our Browns channel, 98 likes. Can we get to 100 likes on our Browns stream to join the other two streams? 1 minute to go. If you are really ready for free agency to get underway, spam me in the comment section below. I guess I'll use ESPN's updated tracker website. Okay, that's what I'm going to roll with here. Some news that has come across over the last 20 minutes. Jonathan Allen, remember, he was released by the Commanders. He's visiting with the Vikings. So just a visit, but feels like a good chance something could happen there. Also, Reed will like this, or maybe not like this. Eagles offensive lineman Mekhi Becton, a big piece of that offensive line, played right guard, first year in Philly. He is going to hit free agency. Now, just means that the Eagles want to see what other teams are willing to offer, and maybe they can match another team's offer, but it definitely opens the door for him leaving Philly after an awesome year. If I was Becton, I think I'd want to stay because you had four bad years in New York with the Jets and then a breakout year of Philly. Maybe continue with what's working right now. And if that means taking $1 or $2 million less, I would do that.
I would take, honestly, a 1-year deal. Just to run it back again.
Run it back again, and if you are great 2 straight years, you feel like, okay, now I can go cash in if I can get more money elsewhere. Okay, here we go. Any predictions on who's going to sign first? I like this game here. I just heard Rolly on our Dolphins channel ask this. I'm going to go with Justin Fields. It's actually going to be a no-namer. First notable name. How about that? Yeah. I'm going to say one of 2 names. Ready? Justin Fields to the Jets. Zach Wilson to the Titans. I think the Titans could go with the approach of 2 veterans and a rookie. And they might be willing to buy in on some Zach Wilson stock. Logan Smith with a $5 super. In just a little bit, by the way, Reed will throw up the updated Super Chat battle. It's 11:02 Central. Elon, you better figure this shit out, dude. There could be signings happening right now, and we have no idea. This is nauseating. Is it even working on my phone? What's the first one? Oh, predictions. Okay. I got no Twitter. I keep refreshing everything. Right now I can go off of ESPN as a live tracker on the website, but that's not going to be super instant. Logan, I've said it once and I'll say it again. I believe that Cooper Kupp will be traded to Denver today. Logan, if Cooper Kupp is dealt to the Broncos, your super chat is going to lead our video for it. If you're that confident in it, we're going to have you on the show for it. So I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think the Broncos are going to make a wide receiver acquisition to the likes and the heights of Cooper Kupp. I think Sean Payton is very comfortable with Cortland Sutton, an incoming extension for him. But Marvin Mims, Devon Vele, Troy Franklin, and maybe another one in the draft. And that's a receiver room he feels like he can do some damage with without shelling out draft picks or money in free agency. Who to the Bucks? We have a Buccaneer signing. Hassan Reddick to the Buccaneers. 1 year, $14 million contract. So Hassan, after taking more or less the year off with a holdout with the Jets, is going to go down to Tampa. This is the most Bucs signing ever. They love loading up on pass rushers. They do it in the draft. They do it in free agency. That is, every team's got their pillars. Defensive line pass rush for the Buccaneers is at the absolute top for them. So not a shocking move for the Bucs knowing their MO. I like this for Reddick. $14 million, though. Man, just 12 months ago, he was looking for a mega extension. Instead, he goes to the Jets. He loses probably about $14 million in holding out. He's kind of broken even over the last 2 years. That was a poor decision by Reddick. On ESPN's tracker, let me see if they've got Reddick there. Nope, they do not. Yep. I guess I think I have a thread. I might have deleted. Did I delete threads? Yeah, I deleted threads. Do I have to re-download threads to get this info? This is so frustrating. What a bad day for Twitter not to work. Come on. I think I got to go to threads. All right. I'm doing it. I'm downloading threads. I made a threads account. Oh, now I got Rap Sheets Twitter notification. We're off to threads. If I have to relog in, it's over. I don't remember anything about the threads account I made. Oh, first thing it's over. Oh, I can log with my Instagram maybe. I'm in. Let's go. Okay. This is the best thing to ever happen to threads. I'm on Adam Schefter's threads now. Okay. We're rolling with Schefter on threads. That's the move. So, first signing. Hassan Reddick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 1 year, $14 million deal. What will be next? Riley Lacey. I'm also getting Twitter noties, but then when I go on the app, nothing. I also feel like I'm getting some Twitter notifications. But I would like to just have the feed to scroll through. Really quickly, Reed, do we want to show the Super Chat battle? Robbie, Twitter thought it was X now. I will never call it X. That's just not going to be something that gets done. All right, so we're doing a Super Chat battle right now, and it is, neck and neck. It is a close three-way tie between our Browns channel, our Falcons channel, and our Broncos channel. So let's see who can win the Super Chat battle, the like battle. I'm just all for some competitiveness here as we have a fun three-way stream between the three channels I cover for Chat Sports, which if you're just tuning in, I don't want to keep repeating it for those who have already heard it, but I cover three teams here as the company continues to grow. We do not have enough hosts for all 32 teams, and the volunteer spirit in me from 4 years in Knoxville said, I don't mind helping out with another channel or two when I first started, and fast forward 3.5 years later, and here we are, baby. So, get with the program. Come on, threads. Oh, 49ers. Okay, here we go. 49ers offensive tackle Jalen Moore is signing a 2-year contract with the Chiefs. So the Kansas City Chiefs, you beat me to it, damn it. 2-year, $30 million contract, $21 million guaranteed. So we've got our second signing. This is tackle guard. We'll see where the Chiefs place him because Andy Reid, an offensive line coach back in the day, he does like to meddle a little bit with offensive lineman positions. He is not afraid to shuffle things around and move players. So guard with the Niners, tackle, swing guy, flexibility there but he is likely going to be the new left tackle for Kansas City, which the Chiefs, I didn't realize this. They have borderline, failed is a strong word because they've won 2 Super Bowls, but they have not done a good enough job of replacing Eric Fisher. Eric Fisher, remember, the left tackle, went down in the AFC Championship game or the Super Bowl against the Bucs, the 2020 Super Bowl, when Fisher and Schwartz both went down. Since then, it's been a revolving door at left tackle. They have not had any type of continuity. So the hope here with Moore is they can get that back on track.
Which is so weird because...
Oh, got another signing. Chris Godwin back to the Bucs. 3-year, $66 million contract. Not a big surprise. Everything pointed to the Buccaneers wanting to bring Godwin back. He was having a tremendous season before his injury. He was on pace to be the best receiver in football. Like, he was putting up historic numbers for himself to open up the year. That injury was awful, and it sucked coming off an ACL recovery the previous year, but the Buccaneers very motivated to bring him back. So we've got Chris Godwin coming back to the Buccaneers. 3 signings so far since the beginning of legal tampering.
2 being the Bucs.
2 being the Bucs. 1 re-signing, 2 external signings. The Buccaneers, busy. The Bucs can't get in trouble for tampering with Chris Godwin, but they could get in trouble for tampering with Hassan Reddick, given how quickly that deal came to light. But it's very difficult to prove those things. The only way you can is if Hassan Reddick speaks to the media and says, "It was awesome talking to the team on Monday." Wait a minute. Your agent could talk to the team, but you couldn't talk to the team. That's what Saquon Barkley did. That's what Kirk Cousins did. And that's what got those teams in trouble. Did the Eagles get in trouble or just the Falcons? I think just Atlanta. Somehow Howie does it again. He got Philly out of it.
Well, because it wasn't Saquon that said it.
It was James Franklin?
It was James Franklin that said it.
Yeah.
And that you can't prove that. Because it's like...
That makes sense.
Saquon said he didn't talk to anybody.
Yeah.
So it was like... Why would James Franklin say that? Mm-hmm. So it was like a, well, it wasn't Saquon, so kind of
you can't quite prove it.
Can't prove anything.
It's kind of like when they get Al Capone for tax evasion. It's like, we can't get you for the big one, but we can get you for this. I got no slack. I got slack? Oh. Yep. Let's go Twitter. All right. I'm done crying about that because it's not going to change anything. Let me know which player you want your team to sign. Oh, is Twitter back? That's going to raise the morale here because I hate... Oh, I think it is back.
It's back!
Twitter appears to be back. Breaking news.
Breaking news. Twitter is back.
Twitter is back. Goodbye, Threads. Is it back? I don't know if I really have it. It's a bad day for Twitter to not work. I'm not getting it. Are you getting it?
Oh no!
I do not. Breaking news, Twitter might not be back. Yeah.
Not back.
It is not. I'm with Lav S here. It is not back for me. I'm going to blow my brains out. Oh, okay. Amari Strong wants the Browns to sign Justin Fields. Twitter's not back. Twitter is not back. Damn it. By the way, I had to bring out the draft shirt for today. I just kind of wanted to be Rob Lowe and just go clean NFL. I need an NFL free agency polo.
So, one thing, where's this guy?
Yeah, let's talk about that. I mean, just general NFL chatter here. Yeah. Aaron Rodgers. I laughed out loud when I saw the Vikings could sign Rodgers if they lose Darnold and Daniel Jones. That is full circle. Truly is. Because the best part about it is when Rodgers completed 2/3 of the Brett Favre career path, it seemed like there was no chance he'd go to Minnesota with J.J. McCarthy being drafted. And you're like, damn, he's not going to quite pull off the trifecta. He might. I think Rodgers could end up with the Giants. I think Rodgers wants to start. And I think
that's the biggest, like, if it's a betting, like, screen, that's at the top.
Twitter might be back for me now. I think it's back for me. Back on my phone. Is it back on my computer? I think Rodgers, though, wants to go somewhere he can start. And I think if you're the Giants, pressure is on Joe Shane and Brian Dable to win right now. So you can sign Rodgers and you can draft whoever you want. You do not let signing Rodgers influence your draft. But Rodgers does provide some level of insurance that if... Oh, wow, some feedback on my audio. If the draft pick... is blowing up my ear right now.
1 second. See if you can...
Did you hear it too?
Yeah, I heard it too.
I feel like there's gunfire in my ear. 1 second.
1 second, guys. I'll keep talking. So, as you can tell, brand new studio. So Logan Smith, thank you for the $5 super chat. We're gonna see if we can get Petey's headphones back working. But like we said, brand new studio set up. First people to film in here. So, sorry about headphone users. Apologize.
Okay. Am I muted? Am I good?
No, you're good.
I'm good.
I kept you.
I see.
I kept
Okay.
you on.
I think I'm good. Let me know if I sound good to you guys.
Good, right?
We have a few super chats flying in here, so we'll update that in a moment. But I think we're good. Is Twitter good? Like I was saying, though, with Rodgers, I think Rodgers will sign with the Giants. There's motivation on his end to go somewhere he can start, and that's a pretty good opportunity to start. And there's motivation on the Giants' end to win right now because they're going to get fired, Shane and Dable, if they don't have a season that's better than expectations. So you can draft a quarterback, you can take Rodgers, and if the rookie looks great, then you bench Rodgers or you don't start him. And if the rookie looks a little shaky, you roll with Aaron Rodgers. And of all the options out there, that probably gives you one of the better chances to win right now. Obviously not long-term. He's 41 years old, but you are looking for a short-term fix at the moment. Logan Smith, I've heard that Evan Ingram is meeting with the Broncos today. Logan, you heard correct. Ingram is in Denver meeting with the Broncos. Does not guarantee a signing, but it definitely puts you on the radar as a potential target. So watch for that. He was released by the Jags last week when Jacksonville just did this purge. They just did like a command alt delete with a lot of their players. They had one guy, their starting center Mitch Morse retired. They traded Evan Ingram. They traded Christian Kirk. They released Evan Ingram, and they cut one or two more players as well. So mass exodus from Duval. But Logan, watch for Ingram definitely for the Broncos at that tight end spot. Another super chat or two just popped up. We'll look at in a moment. But really quickly, we are streaming on 3 different channels right now, so I wanted to keep the competitive juices going. Like battles being won by Falcons Today. Second place, the Broncos breakdown, and in third right now is the Browns report. So if you got some competitiveness in you, hit that like button down below. Help your favorite team win our day 1 free agency like battle. And if you're able to, super chat. And we're going to update the Super Chat battle in just a moment as well with David and Jeremy sending in a Super Chat along with NC Show. We'll get to both those or all 3 of those in just a second. Twitter is still like in and out for me. I think it's back on my phone, but not on my computer. And I'd rather have it the other way around. But for the time being, it doesn't look like any more signings have gone down so far. So we have Chris Godwin returning to the Buccaneers, Hassan Reddick going to the Buccaneers, and we've got an offensive tackle, Jalen Moore, going to the Chiefs to be Mahomes' new blindside protector. So since 12 Eastern, 11 a.m. Central, those are the 3 signings during the legal tampering period. Jeremy Stallman with a $20 super chat. Appreciate you, Jeremy. Breaking news, Browns just signed Jeremy Stallman to a 3-year deal, $25 million a year. So 3 years, $75 million. Great negotiation by your agent. Optional 4th year. Okay, a little NBA-esque. He'll make a big impact for the Browns. Unheard of, but he's out of Ohio State. I mean, if it's out of Ohio State, I'm pretty sure every Browns fan is going to find a way to come around and like this signing right here. So, Jeremy, congratulations. Look forward to a nice steak dinner on you with this. I'm going to estimate $40 million guaranteed. 3 years, $75 million, $40 million guaranteed. Call it a 2-year, $40 million contract. Jeremy, thank you for your super chat and your support of the channel as always. With James Harper sending in a $50 super chat, the largest super chat of the day. Let's go, Mr. Harper. That's what I'm talking about. I got some Twitter notifications. Face ID work. Oh, there it is. Falcons news. Sorry, James, one moment. Drew Dalman going to the Chicago Bears. Drew Dalman signed by the Bears. Yep. It's a 3... Oh, you got to work now. Oh, Twitter. I just started to read the details. 3-year, $42 million contract. What's the math on that? That's not a whole lot. Drew Dalman, 3-year, $42 million contract. What's the math? That pays him an average of... That pays him an average of $14 million a season. I mean, it's the second highest in the NFL, but you couldn't have done that, Atlanta? Yeah, damn. I mean, we had the highest paid centers in football, if you can get that over there. Let's break down that move along with the Jarrett move earlier. I'll let you run that in production. A couple of super chats here, but yes, Drew Dalman going to Chicago, signing a 3-year, $42 million contract, $28 million guaranteed. I look at it as a 2-year, $28 million contract. A little surprised Atlanta could not have done this. I thought if they lost Dalman, it wouldn't be because he signed a $14 million contract elsewhere. I mean, I thought it could be maybe like $16 million, and that might be too rich. And 14's not nothing, but man, that feels like a little disappointing for Falcons fans. Drew Dalman, one of the best centers in football, and I would love to know really how involved Atlanta was in contract talks with him for a reunion, because it was 0 dark 30 the last 2 weeks or so surrounding Dalman and Atlanta. The good news is you still have really, really good guards in Chris Lindstrom and Matthew Bergeron, who are going to be there to help whoever plays center, because they can kind of cover up that center by sandwiching him in between two, one all-pro guard and one rising young guard in the league. A lot of super chats flying in. I promise to get to all these in just a little bit. Reed is doing a million things at once. If you want to hit the super chats real quick, we can do that, and then we can do the next thing. So there is one of the bigger signings. I mean, $42 million from a total money standpoint is actually the most we've seen so far for a player going from one team to a new team. Chris Godwin with $66 million is the most, but that's a re-signing. So I'll put that in a different bucket. In terms of going from Team A to Team B, $42 million is the most so far. James Harper, a $50 super chat. Everyone, though, show James some love. Spam James in the chat. Thank you so much, Mr. Harper, for always supporting the channel. Love to you. Hope you're having a great first day of free agency and appreciate you watching with us. Go Brownies, James. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got Rose from the Browns Report as well. $10 super chat. Knows that I think about it. Now that I think about it, I don't expect the Browns to make any big move, especially since that big Myles Garrett signing. Yes, I agree. I also say this, independently of the Myles Garrett signing extension. They have not made a lot of big signings in free agency under Andrew Berry. I don't know why this year that would be the case when it's not a very good free agency class and they don't have a plethora of cap space. So I don't believe the Browns are going to be making a big, move in terms of a free agent signing. Maybe a trade, but not a free agent signing. Rose, thank you so much for your super chat. As always, supporting the channel routinely. NC Show from our Falcons channel. Twitter not working is bigger than any NFL news. I agree, and here's the thing. You can't even tweet that Twitter's not working. There's no way. We got smoke signal of this bad boy out there. Twitter is down. NC Show, a damn crime right now. Denver Broncos channel, David Kilgore. Any chances we go after Tyler Lockett now that Godwin is gone? I just don't think Denver's going to make this high-profile wide receiver signing. Now, Lockett's not going to cost you that much, but I don't think Lockett really fits the missing puzzle piece of the Broncos receiving room. They've got guys who can fly down the field. They've got Troy Franklin for that. The first touchdown of the playoff game. I would expect maybe more of a big body red zone type guy or someone you can go to on 3rd and 6, like Tim Patrick. That was probably a spot they were missing last year, was who is someone that can help Bo Nix move the chains on 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7. Maybe not Marvin Mims. He's become more of like a utility kind of gadget guy, but he still does a great job in the receiving department. That, I think, is a better outlook for a receiver, and I don't think Lockett fits that mold well. David, thank you for your super chat. We've got a few more super chats, I believe, coming in here. So we'll get to those super chats. Then I want to talk more about Drew Dahlman going to Chicago, leaving Atlanta, along with Grady Jarrett's release. Fravel edits. Twitter being down, off and on. NFL free agency is driving me nuts. Thoughts on trading for T. Higgins? It's been quiet on that front since he was tagged. He is better than any other wide receiver in the market. You're right about the last part. I don't believe the Bengals allow Trey Hendrickson to go out and get a trade done and then trade T. Higgins. I think the Bengals made a decision. They're going to invest in Higgins, and they're going to let Hendrickson go. Now, the investment in Higgins might just be a franchise tag still. But I think with Hendrickson being given permission to go out and pursue a trade, that signals that Cincinnati's efforts are all on T. Higgins and finding a way to keep him there long term. The tough thing is the Bengals are, I wouldn't say notorious for waiting to play players. That's more of a Cowboys thing. They're notorious for just not paying players. And as everyone's making all this money, that might not seem like an issue for the Bengals because everyone's working under the same salary cap. But here's the issue. All these contracts are going up, as is the guaranteed money. Cincinnati does not have the cash on hand to give guaranteed money out for Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Trey Hendrickson. From a pure cash in the vault standpoint, they can't get it done, / they don't want to get it done. They don't have a family business to lean back on, right? They are not like Haslam with Flying J or Arthur Blank with Home Depot or the Walton Penner Group with Walmart. Their business is the Bengals. And that's not a business that turns out crazy enough cash for the ownership to go like, yeah, we can sign all these players to big guaranteed contracts. It could theoretically, but not to their likings. So they'll just say, we want to keep the money, and here is your budget. Do your best. Fravel Edits, thank you so much for your super chat. Another one from Fravel Edits over on our Broncos stream. Also, I'm pretty disappointed in re-signing DJ Jones. In my opinion, he was the weak link on the interior. Could have got a better, younger DT in the draft or free agency. Fravel Edits, I was on board with the re-signing, and I don't think I'm fully off board, but I was surprised to see it's a bigger contract than he signed 3 years ago. It's a 3-year, $39 million deal. I thought it might be a 1-year contract, and you still go after a defensive tackle in the draft, and that defensive tackle then steps into a much larger role next year. Kind of like Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. They sat behind Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham. 1 year later, 2 years later, they are the focal point of that interior defensive line. Putting 3 years next to DJ Jones's name, it really stunts the growth and development opportunities for a young defensive tackle from the draft. So I am starting to shade a little bit more towards your side of the fence here. That 3-year deal for an older defensive tackle, a pay raise from his first contract, which was kind of up and down at times, but he finished on a high note. It's a little bit surprising. Grand Limousine from Falcons Today with a $25 super chat. Appreciate you, Mr. Grand Limousine. I got to hear from the other limousine company, by the way, so if I have to do something or they have to do something, just let me know. But Grand Limousine, check them out. It's the #1 limousine partner in Atlanta, I think Houston as well. So next time you need a limo or a big bus, check them out. They're great supporters here at Chat Sports. All right, Reed, just let me know as soon as you're ready.
I'll drive the ship for you.
Yep, that's fine.
You want to go Dolmans and Garrett?
Yeah, we can do that.
I have a bio player listicles.
Yeah, whatever you have, it's great.
For, and then highest paid centers. For both of them, and we'll I'll send out production.
Yep. By the way, one more signing that's going to probably come in up here or down here soon. B.J. Hill, the defensive tackle, is going back to the Bengals.
Well, we also have Braxton Berrios.
Oh, Braxton Berrios, football guy. Going to the Texans. Elijah Mitchell. We missed a couple of signings. Shame on me here. A little busy, yeah. Mitchell going to the Chiefs. By the way, I think Jordan Mason from San Francisco is going to get traded.
Yeah.
I'm going to predict that right now. Hill, Bengals 3-year, $33 million. Not a ton of guaranteed money. $16 million, little over half of it. So it's basically a 2-year, $16 million contract in the eyes of Bengals ownership. David with a $50 super chat. Wow, let's go. Let's throw David's super chat on screen, and then I want to do a breakdown of some of the news that has gone on so far. Saw an article that we may sign the safety from Vegas since free agent linebackers now all but gone. So you're talking about Trevor Mooring from Las Vegas. One other safety I'll put on your radar is Cam Bynum from the Minnesota Vikings. Those could be 2 targets for Denver, along with Javon Holland out of Miami. So 3 guys that I'll put on your radar right now for safety targets for Denver. I don't dislike the idea of Trayvon Mooring coming to Denver. I believe he got injured early last year. Just listening to our Raiders Report host, Mitchell Renz, talk about him, some Sundays he loves him. Some Sundays he hates him. But that's the case with a lot of NFL players. David, 50 bones. Thank you so much. Everyone spam David in the chat. Show the guy some love for showing us a big fat kiss on the cheek. Thank you very much, Mr. Kilgore. Let's go. Oh, wow. Look at this one. Mike Oxlong to the Steelers.
Wow.
Yeah. I think he's also signing with Amanda Hugginkiss. And who's the other guy they signed? Jack Sherwood Lovehead.
Yes.
Yes, that's the other one, too.
Benjamin Dover.
Benjamin Dover's another one. Yeah, Benny. Bend over. So, okay. David Snyder. Petey, you got to say last name. I damn near had a heart attack. All the Davids watching right now are like, let's go. This is a win for the David community. Yeah. Okay. Appreciate it once again, David. Thank you very much. Oh, my God. Dalton Sipes with a $50 super chat as well, putting the Broncos breakdown in first place in our 3-way super chat battle across the Browns Report and Falcons Today. Let's go, Dalton. That's what I'm talking about. Not to sound weird. Actually, I can't say this because it's not official yet, but I was talking to someone about baby names, and I suggested the name Dalton for a boy because it's kind of a cool name. Mm-hmm. So, Dalton, I think it's a good, strong name, I feel like. Dalton's cool, too. Dalton sits I'll say Dalton sits in the back of the bus in middle school. Dalton is not a front row bus guy. Yeah, absolutely. And then when they get to 8th grade, Dalton has courage to go sit with the girls on the bus during a field trip. Dalton, we'll get your super on screen in just a moment here. Any more news? Javon Kinlaw to the Commanders. Former 49ers first-round pick out of South Carolina is going to D.C., reuniting with Deebo Samuel on a 3-year, $45 million contract. So a couple of defensive tackle signings. Kinlaw to the Commies, and we've got B.J. Hill staying put in Cincinnati. Yeah, we got a lot of supers coming in. After Dalton's, unless we get a $100 super chat, we're going to jump into a little bit of a news breakdown here. Oh, no, I didn't even notice the difference between Dalton and David have the same everything except for the name, but the D threw me off. Top 3 running backs you would like the Broncos to draft. Okay, I'll go right in order for you, Dalton. Number 1, Ashton Genty. Number 2, Caleb Johnson. Number 3, this is a little chalky, but I'll go with Omarion Hampton out of North Carolina. But if you want someone that's not just the top 3 running backs or 3 of the top 4, top 5 running backs, one other name I toss in there isn't quite a joker, so it's not a good fit for Denver. But by joker, I mean great receiving ability as well. Dylan Sampson out of Tennessee. Man had 21 touchdowns, I think it was last year, which, hey, Monty Ball scored a lot of touchdowns in Wisconsin, and we know that's not always going to be a translating thing to the NFL, but it wasn't like Sampson was running behind an incredible Wisconsin offensive line. So Sampson's a name to keep an eye on as well if you wait until like rounds 3 or 4 to target a running back. But by far and away for me, it goes Genty, 10 feet, Caleb Johnson out of Iowa, and then 30 feet. Those 2 guys are in different tiers, but they, for me, are way ahead of everyone else. I am very high on those 2 running backs. Dalton, thank you for your super chat. Everyone spam Dalton in the chat. Let's get some good vibes going here. Show some support as Chase Sr. has just super chatted me along with Joseph Brown. We're going to get to those super chats in just a little bit. But I do want to... Okay, really quickly, my coworker Chase, who is also live on his channels at the moment. Why is Twitter still down? Browns do something. Remember the last couple of years, the Browns' first free agent signings were somewhat unexpected. Jameis Winston, Okoronkwo. They like to work in dark, in silence. So the Browns are going to sign, someone, some people, but I don't expect them to be big names. Javon Kinlaw, by the way, did I say it correctly? 3-year, $45 million contract. That's a lot of money for someone who is not that great. And I think this is a tone setter for how free agency is going to go. If you want to sign someone, you're going to have to overpay because there are not many good options. So the guys who are like B-level players now move up a letter grade because all the A-level guys are gone. So anyone looking for a really good or a good defensive tackle has to settle for a B level. And those agents know it's either us or Joe Schmo, who's an electrician or a plumber on the weekends. So pay us $45 or go with this random 7th round draft pick you had never heard of before. We got Joseph Brown, Trey with some super chats. Okay. Do I have these supers or want to start the show? If the super chats are right here, let's hit them. If not, okay. Super quick. Yeah, good point. Trey 1222, and then we'll get to Joseph Brown super chat from the Browns. I'll make the thumbnail. Yeah, just need a highlight cut. And to fill out the copy. Yep. It's in the thing. Trey 1222, sorry Trey. I'm content with Dahlman going to the Bears if it means we re-sign Ryan Newsel on a cheap 2-year deal. I don't feel Dahlman was worth second best center money. Newsel was very solid when Dahlman was out. Yeah, I don't disagree with a lot of the thoughts here you have, Trey. I just expected the Falcons to be a little bit more in the mix for a player like Dahlman if it cost $14 million. It likely seems like Atlanta was never really in negotiations or serious negotiations, given that Dahlman signed with the Bears 30 minutes into legal tampering. And that part to me is a little disappointing that they kind of just let him walk out the front door. I wish there was a bit of a bigger effort to get him to come back, because that $14 million, I feel like that could have been done. If it was 16 or 17 million, I'm there with you. And maybe 14 should be in that 16 or 17 category, but it's right on the line for me of like, wow, that's it, and ooh, that's still a lot of money. You know what I mean? It's an awkward middle ground for me. Okay, we have a lot of supers here, so let's just jump into the cut. Okay, sweet. So we're going to break down these two pieces of news for Atlanta. Drew Dahlman going to the Bears, and then Grady Jarrett getting released. As more signings come in, we'll be sure to update you as well. But I do want to break down a pair of, very big news items for our Falcons viewers here on the channel. Corey Walker getting a super chat in. All Day Anthony, Joseph Brown. Appreciate everyone for super chatting and supporting the channel. We'll update the super chat numbers in a little bit, but right now the Broncos break down with 144 to the Cleveland Browns, 115 to the Falcons, 60. But the Falcons are leading in likes right now at 260. That's over, it's 95 more than the second best, which is the Broncos at 165. Whew. And exhale. I'm ready whenever you are. All right, we'll start with that. Yep. That's fine. I'll just kind of verbalize it with the full screen. Yep. All right. Any other? Just do the tracker. Yeah. Love the tracker. All right. I'm ready. I'd start with the big L3 of the Dahlman. Okay, perfect. Great minds think alike. Works for me. All right, everyone. We're going to jump into a little bit of a traditional cut that you see on our channels here. Breaking down, like I said, Dahlman going to Chicago, leaving Atlanta. Grady Jarrett being released earlier this morning by the Falcons to save $16 million in cap space. And then we'll kind of jump right back into the general NFL news and free agency world. Are we ready to rumble? Welcome on in to an edition of Falcons Today by Chat Sports. Matthew Peterson here recapping two big pieces of news for Atlanta. Both are not good. Drew Dahlman leaving the Falcons, signing with the Chicago Bears on a 3-year, $42 million contract with $28 million guaranteed. That pays him an average of $14 million a season, second most amongst all centers in football. And I don't quite know how to feel other than slightly peeved that it seems like Atlanta never really made a big effort to bring Dahlman back. 30 minutes into legal tampering, and he already signs with the Bears. That signals a lot to me. That signals the Falcons were comfortable with letting Dahlman go almost no matter what. And for $14 million, this is the definition of like half glass full, half glass empty. It's not a ton of money, $14 million a season. You're paying Darnell Mooney $13 million a season. I think Dahlman is a pretty equal caliber player in terms of importance to this team. So from a financial standpoint, it doesn't seem like, hey, the Bears just made an offer that Atlanta could not match whatsoever. It seems like the Falcons were content with saving some money, going with a cheaper option. I fully expect them to re-sign Ryan Neuzil, who replaced Dahlman for much of 2024 when he went down with an ankle injury. But still, I think we can all agree, like, it's not, so much money that you can understand how this happened, but it's also a lot of money. $14 million isn't nothing to the stage of, hey, maybe he wasn't quite worth all that money. He was a very good run blocker. He was average in pass protection. Let's go with a cheaper option with Neuzil. And then I'd say you take the savings and apply it to like a defensive lineman, right? Here's the issue. There's not a lot of great defensive linemen in free agency. Khalil Mack re-signed with the Chargers before free agency began. There's Joey Bosa out there Hassan Reddick signed with the Buccaneers. You could go after Josh Sweat from the Eagles. Now, this is not the only piece of tough news for Falcons fans today. Grady Jarrett was also released, which we'll talk about in a moment. But when it comes to Drew Dalman, let me know what kind of your reaction is. Are you upset or understanding with Atlanta letting Dalman walk in free agency? He was a 4th-round pick out of Stanford, so hopefully Terry Fontenot can find another good quality starting center in round 4 this year. That's one of their 5 picks they currently have in the draft. But Dalman leaving in free agency, if you are looking for thinking 2 steps ahead, maybe that's because the Falcons are currently laying down the foundation for a Trey Hendrickson trade, and they need to have some cap space to give him an extension, and they figure Hendrickson is a bigger piece of value to us than Dalman. And that part I can agree with. But if the Falcons let Dalman walk and they don't make any type of signings whatsoever of note, this is going to look like Arthur Blank being a cheapo. So I'm going to be somewhat optimistic of they made this move because they are currently in the works of something bigger and better. But until that bigger and better thing comes along, it looks a little bad for Atlanta to move on from a quality starting center for $14 million. I projected him getting $16 million. So a little bit less than what I thought he could get. Creed Humphrey makes the most in the NFL at $18 million a season. So it's not like this was unreachable money in contract value for Atlanta to get to. I'm curious to see what the Falcons have working right now, because I feel like if it was just $14 million, that could have been accomplished, especially because you cut Grady Jarrett this morning, which we'll talk about next in more detail. But make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're looking for a Falcons YouTube channel that's going to keep you up to speed during all of NFL free agency. Scroll on down and click that sub button today. Lock yourself in for the best free Falcons content available. Now, Jarrett was released by Atlanta right before the start of NFL free agency. It always felt like it'd come down to Jarrett or David Onyemata. I thought there could be an opportunity of a pay cut. Did not happen. $16 million in cap savings. If you're trying to hold on to a sliver of hope that he might return, there's a possibility that the Falcons went to Jarrett's camp and said, hey, we can't pay you X, but we can pay you Y. And if you don't like that, we can release you and you can see if someone else would pay you more than Y. And if he goes to free agency and discovers no one's willing to pay me Z in the middle, then he comes back to Atlanta for Y because he's getting the same amount of money anywhere else, and he'd rather stay put with the Falcons. But 31, turning 32 years old, ACL tear in 2023. I don't think he was bad in 2024. I still think he has a spot in the league. I still think he could even be a starter in the NFL. But for the cap savings, the age, I can understand how Atlanta got to this point, but it's still never a good feeling seeing your favorite team, or Falcons fans' favorite team, of course, move on from a captain and a guy who's been here for, what was the second longest of any player on the team. Now it is just Jake Matthews. So Grady Jarrett gone for now. Slight chance of a return, but we shall see. Some other news, by the way, that came out yesterday. Jake Matthews signed a 2-year contract extension with Atlanta. That extension opened up some cap space for the Falcons, and that also locks Matthews in for the next 4 seasons. He already had 2 years remaining on his previous contract. This added 2 more years onto it. Now, it's a contract that pays him $22.5 million a season, so 2 years, $45 million. $22.5 million per year for a left tackle for someone of Matthews' caliber, I think is pretty fair. I've always thought Matthews is one of the better tackles in football that never seems to come up in discussion when talking about some of the most sturdy, reliable left tackles in our game. So I'm a fan of this move right here for Atlanta. I think Matthews is still playing at a high level. He did not look like someone who's about to fall off a cliff. He's always been extremely available for this team. Ran into a little bit of an injury scare at times the past 2 seasons, but nothing too major or too serious. So it frees up some cap space. And with the Grady Jarrett release and the Jake Matthews contract restructure, I'll check out right now what the updated cap space is for Atlanta. Cap space is always a very fluid thing, so don't get too attached to any specific number. But right now, I'd say it's around $22-ish million, $23-ish million, somewhere in that neck of the woods. So that's some of the big news that has gone on so far for the Falcons. Appreciate everyone for tuning in and watching. We've got Dahlman going to Chicago. The Falcons likely going to be targeting Ryan Newsel on a very cheap 2-year contract. He's a restricted free agent, I believe, so should not be very difficult to bring him back at a very cheap value. And they're just going to roll the dice a little bit on a cheaper option that's not going to be as good as Dahlman, but the idea or the thinking would be you take the savings from Dahlman and you put it somewhere else on your roster. If Atlanta comes out of this without putting that money somewhere else on their roster, there's going to be a lot of upset fans in Atlanta. And then Jake Matthews and Grady Jarrett, one getting an extension and the other one, unfortunately, getting released after 10 years with the Dirty Birds. That will do it for us. A quick reminder to subscribe to the channel if you have not already, like I said at the beginning or the middle of the video, and hit that thumbs up button down below as you make your way out of here if you enjoyed our free content. All right. So some of the news so far in the NFL world right there. Did we get any more signings right there? Rams are bringing back Jimmy Garoppolo. So for the Browns fans watching right now, he was, I wouldn't even say on the Browns' radar, but he was a candidate. He was a free agent quarterback, and he is no longer an option. He is going back to LA to back up Stafford. This just screams Garoppolo is lazy. I don't know if he had other offers, but I just think loosely knowing what Jimmy Garoppolo's offseason life is like, go to Cleveland, work, compete for the starting job, or stay in my cushy LA life right now for another year. I bet he just picked the cushy backup life. I think if you had to take all NFL players and like cast them to be Blue Mountain State, Garoppolo would be Alex Moran. Who do you think would be Thad Castle? If you took all the NFL players and had them play someone from Blue Mountain State. Jimmy Garoppolo is definitely Alex Moran. Thad Castle, Ray Lewis would be a good Thad Castle, I think. No? Yeah, but Ray Lewis is kind of eccentric. Jags are signing Jordan Lewis, nickel corner. Patriots signing linebacker Robert Spillane. So Broncos fans, this was someone that could have been a free agent target for Denver. 3-year, $37 million. $10+ million for an average at best linebacker. This is what the market is for free agency. The Patriots have the cap space to do it. The Broncos do as well, but I'm not shocked that at $37 million they went, we're going to put our paddle down and let someone else overpay Robert Spillane. But good for him. Gets a nice payday.
What? So
Leighton Vander Esch? Oh, I like Brian Cushing.
I was just about to say that.
Well, you didn't. Darth Rev beat you.
Oh.
I
was literally just gonna ask, do they have to be playing right now?
Who do you think? What was the running back's name? Didn't he leave halfway through the show as well?
No, it was. Oh my God.
It's been a long time since I've watched that.
I have to rewatch that show. Shiloh.
Good job. Can you give a couple of shout outs in the super chats? I'm just going to put together.
I know. We were in the middle of doing that little cut, so I got to get back to it. All right, we got Joseph Brown from Browns Report. #DollPound. Thank you, Joseph. I feel like I feel like the guy in the chair right now. I have so many, I have 4 different screens that I'm looking at, and some are split, so I have 8 different screens that I'm looking at. But thank you, Joseph. Appreciate that. Let's see what we got all right, so we got Corey Walker. Corey Walker from Falcons Today. Thank you very much. $5 super chat. And then you got, oh no. And then we got Bears looking scary from Corey Walker. I don't know. They got to figure out what they're doing. Are they keeping Are they keeping DeAndre Swift? Are they going to draft Ashton Genty in draft? They got to figure out what to do at the running back position. The Bears have looked good last 2 years. The roster always looks okay, and then for some reason it just doesn't work out. And that's just the Bears for you. But, Corey, thank you for your super chats. What else we got here? That was for the Falcons. Let's go over to Broncos. We got Chris, Broncos Country.
Appreciate it, Chris. Thank you very much. Broncos Country pushing that super chat total up to 146. So, Chris, chipping away. Yeah, are we all caught up on super chats now? Okay, sweet. No, I believe you. So, a big shout out to everyone. Corey Walker, Bears looking scary. The Bears' offensive line is going to be a whole lot better. Yeah. Braxton Jones has been... Project is an undersell, but an under-the-radar starting caliber tackle for them. That's just not a big household name. Played at Southern Utah, 5th-round draft pick. But then you got Joe Tooney at left guard, Drew Dahlman at center, Jonah Jackson at right guard, and then first-round pick Darnell Wright at right tackle. They have completely changed their 2 starting guards and centers. Their tackles were their 2 strong pieces. It was the interior that was awful. And they have, under Ben Johnson now, gone out and completely rebuilt it. Corey, thank you for your super chats. And then, did we do All Day Anthony from Atlanta? Oh, sorry, from Cleveland? I'm sorry, the double A's threw me off. Yeah, bring back Flacco or Brissett because they already know the offense and draft Cam Ward. I do not think Joe Flacco will return from a pure ego standpoint. I don't see Andrew Berry going, after not re-signing him last year, we thought this offseason was the time to bring him back. Why not bring him back last year then? It would make no sense. They could not defend it other than we were afraid that people would start chanting Flacco over Watson. So we couldn't re-sign him because the backup was more popular than the starter. And despite that thinking, they then signed Jameis Winston, the most beloved backup quarterback in NFL history. But Brissett, I could see happening, Anthony. Brissett is a good one to watch for. And then Joseph Brown also with a $5 super chat. The New York Giants are signing Saints corner Paulson Adebo. Oh, Matt Peart is re-signing with the Broncos on a 2-year contract. That's the backup swing tackle for Denver. So we will not do a cut on that one. But like later on, if they make some more moves, we'll make sure to include that. But some Broncos news. Swing tackle Matt Peart is re-signing with Denver on a 2-year contract. This is now the 4th re-signing for the Broncos. Long snapper Mitch Fraboni, backup quarterback Jared Stidham, defensive tackle DJ Jones, and now Matt Peart is going to continue to serve that swing tackle role behind Garrett Bowles and Mike McGlinchey. So a re-signing there for a former New York Giant who just saw his old team go out and sign Paulson Adebo, which I think is a very good signing for the Giants. Paulson Adebo, really good corner for New Orleans, broke his leg halfway through the year, so it probably impacted his contract value a little bit, but when healthy, I think he's going to get right back to where he left off, being a very, very sturdy corner for a team. Riles Games, is it true Jarrett is gone? Yes. Grady Jarrett was released by Atlanta today, and Drew Dahlman signed with the Chicago Bears. So the Falcons lose 2 key starters in the trenches. No, I told Jack to make it. Any more signings? I think not. Now we're kind of getting to a little bit of a rhythm here. Yeah, make sure to subscribe. Reed's going to update some of the battles we have going on right now, but hit that sub button down below. Listen, there's a lot of places covering NFL free agency today. There's a lot of great places covering it too. Lots of good spots to get content. What my pitch to you would be, how many of those places were going live every single week for the past 2 months? how many of those places also gave you daily news and rumors, content regarding free agency for the last 2 months? There is no channel that's going to be more committed to getting you guys news, rumors, trades, all that stuff on your favorite team than we are here at Chat Sports. So please consider subscribing. If you don't like the content, you can always unsubscribe, but at least give yourself the opportunity to watch a few more future videos and decide off a completely free trial. And it's not a free trial where if you don't unsubscribe, we charge your credit card. No, it's always a free trial. If you don't like it, you can always unsubscribe at that point. Because, I mean, I don't expect everyone to like the show. That'd be insane behavior. But we do have a fun Super Chat battle going on right now between the 3 channels we are streaming on at the moment. We've got the Browns Report currently in second with $115. Falcons Today currently in third with $60. And the Broncos Breakdown leading the charge thanks to David and Dalton with $146. So if you want to be a little competitive, want to help your squad win our Super Chat battle, also doing a like battle. So if you're unable to Super Chat, it's completely free to like the video. If you like the video, you can help your team shoot up to number 1 on the leaderboard between the 3 teams here being covered on our live show. Eric, what's the big news so far? Biggest signing from going from one team to another has to be Javon Kinlaw. Or no, Javon Kinlaw, 3-year, $45 million, whereas Drew Dahlman, 3-year, $42 million. So those are the 2 biggest signings of going from one team to another, total contract value. No signings for the Browns, no signings for the Falcons, only re-signings for the Broncos, 4 players coming back to Denver. Titans are signing Steelers left tackle Dan Moore on a 4-year, $82 million contract. Holy shitballs, that's an overpay. Steelers left tackle Dan Moore just got $82 million in free agency. Really $50 million because that's the guaranteed amount, and he is average at best. They are paying him to be a franchise left tackle. And he is not a franchise left tackle. But I continue to harp on the fact that this is a very weak free agency class. So if you are trying to fill any holes in free agency, you are going to have to overpay for some players because if not, the next drop-off are not starting caliber guys. And Dan Moore, I think, is a fringe starter. I do not think he is a good NFL starting left tackle. I don't think he's anything to write home about.
Derek Barnett back to the Texans.
Let's see if I can pull up. My phone's working for Twitter as well, but it's not working for on my laptop. How much? Dan Moore last year, if you just want to go off PFF rankings, you know, at the bottom of the Sunday Night Football intro graphic for all the starters, Dan Moore last year ranked 42nd out of 81. It does not get more mid than that. He is right at the 50-yard line when you rank offensive tackles. And he just got $82 million from the Tennessee Titans. What a great time to be a free agent. Like Dan Moore. Austin with a $5 super chat. Grand Limousine. I have 20. Can someone match or beat us to move up? I love it. We've got like a charity deal-a-thon going on right now in the chat for the Falcons Today stream. Derek Barnett, Reed said this 1-year, $5 million deal coming back to Houston. Former first-round pick out of by the Eagles out of Tennessee. Volunteers all-time sack leader. Forced the fumble or recovered the fumble. Recovered the fumble on Tom Brady. But who tripped him? Oh, who tripped him? Brandon Graham. Should have guessed that. Barnett going back to Houston. First-round pick, 2017. Tennessee football all-time sack leader. He passed Derek White at a bowl game against Nebraska that I went to my freshman year of college. Austin, can the Falcons start doing something? Re-sign Judon or sign a corner? Hell, they can sign Jimmy from a middle school football team. I don't care. Dude, if I got notification the Falcons have signed 12-year-old Jimmy from Gwinnett Middle School, I'd laugh. Austin, yeah, we're seeing a lot of big signings right now that are overpays. And I understand the urge to have your team do something. I wouldn't want my team to give Dan Moore a mid-tackle, $50 million guaranteed, tying you to him for minimum 2 years, but probably 3 years.
Do you think it's because of the salary cap?
I think the salary cap going up has allowed teams to re-sign some of their best players, and thus not as good players hit the open market, but teams still need to fill their roster holes. And those players who are on the open market have smart agents that go, you are looking for the best tackle. The best tackle is going to cost you $82 million. Now, this best tackle is not as good as previous free agency's best tackles. But I'm still looking for the same type of money. And if you're not going to give it to us, another team will, or you're going to settle for someone really crappy. So you have the space, you might as well use it. I think it's kind of like if you got $100 to go to dinner, and you're like, all right, well, all the good restaurants are full. There's no reservations. We have to settle for Wendy's. And you walked into Wendy's, and they're like, by the way, the Baconator's $25. You're like, no, that can't be. Like, well, what are you going to do? Not eat? Like, well, I have 100, so I might as well spend it, but I'm pretty pissed that I'm spending so much of it on a Baconator for $25. Yeah, Colin Coward analogy. NAL, Josh Sweat or Trey Hendrickson to the Atlanta Falcons. Josh Sweat, I think, is going to sign a contract worth over $20 million a season. I don't think he's worth $20 million a season. Reed is a lifelong Eagles fan, and he can chime in here. Josh Sweat is a very inconsistent player year in and year out, and I don't think is to be looked as a team's number one pass rusher.
I can agree with that. He is inconsistent.
Yep. Year to year.
Year to year, yes. But when he is doing well,
that's a good point.
Very well.
Great point. Yep.
So I think how important that position is, if he has production from it, you pay him.
Yeah, you've kind of convinced me. Because you're right that when he does play well, he gets 10 plus X. Yeah. Now, the issue is he seems to play well in a contract year, like this past year. So I'm not over the moon about signing Sweat, but you need to sign someone. And if you're able to get the good years out of him now, or able to, strike some of those good, consistent years, then it'll be worth it. Yeah, Reddick got a $14 million contract. I think Sweat's getting 20 plus. We have a couple of super chats flying in here. As more signings come in, I'll be the first one to tell you. For the time being, no other moves. A little bit of a pause. Falcons Today, by the way, is making a huge push to overtake the Broncos breakdown in super chats and the Browns report. They are only $10 behind the Browns report. NAL, thank you so much for your super chat. Brandon Brinson. Is this from this is from Falcons. Yeah, Brandon, thank you for your super chat. Hope you're enjoying the live show. Rise up, buddy. Next one. We got DCX219 with a $20 super chat. DCX, shout out to you. Thank you for supporting the show. Hope you're having a good time as well. Love to see it. I think Grand Limousine said he will match with someone. So Grand Limousine, ball's in your court now, muchacho. DCX, appreciate it, my guy. Trey, thoughts on Caleb McGarry and Jake Matthews swapping sides? If I had the chance to ask Raheem Morris one more question at the NFL Combine, I would have asked him this. That was literally my second question. And I'm very curious because it's not as easy as you might think for a tackle to switch sides. Tristan Wirfs did it last year for the Bucs and was the first player to be an All-Pro at two different positions. But when you're Jake Matthews and you've played left tackle for your entire life, asking to do everything opposite is a lot. So Carlton Davis is going to leave the Detroit Lions and go to New England. I did say before the start of free agency, watch for the Panthers and the Patriots to be making some moves. And New England has signed linebacker Robert Spillane and cornerback Carlton Davis. But Trey, I'm open to the idea. I think it's worth an experimentation. I think it's worth seeing how it rolls and works out in OTAs and minicamp. I also think if you're going to do this, you should probably have told them already so that they can start working out in different stances. Right? If you're a left tackle, you got to think your entire life, the very first thing you've always done is move your left foot back. Now you got to do everything backwards. Now you're on the right side. First thing you got to do is move your right foot back. It's going to be weird. It's going to be like white people on a dance floor at a wedding. It's not going to be pretty. It's going to be disorganized. And it's going to take a lot of practice. So, Trey, I think that is something that would require a lot of advanced planning. Fluffy Man from the Broncos breakdown. Broncos might sign Talona Hufanga. What's your contract prediction? I think Hufanga, with the injuries he has sustained in his career, but also having an all-pro season under his belt, is going to get a 3-year, $40 million contract. I think he's going to make a little over $10 million a season. No, old.
I think
3-year, 35. I'll change
think,
it 3-year, 35 for Hufanga.
I think Twitter's back, so I'm getting notifications from Dan Moore going to the Titans.
Fluffy Man, thank you for your super chat. We have a few more, I think. Are we all caught up now? We have one more. And Grand Limousine with a $50 super chat. Panthers are signed. There are the two teams I mentioned, Panthers and Patriots, the P's, making a lot of signings already. Carolina extended their corner, J.C. Horn, and they have now signed former Eagles defensive tackle Milton Williams. Raheem, cut everyone at this point, LOL. We need to make moves, man. We have to be patient with these Falcons. It's like they don't care. Sign LeBron at this point. I saw a great lip reading, by the way, of LeBron going up to Stephen A. on the at courtside, and it was kind of like the Will Smith, keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. He went, don't talk about my son. I love when you see there's like a couple of like deaf lip readers who are really good at lip reading. Yeah. They're my favorite people to follow right now. But yeah, Atlanta's going to be themselves. They have never really been huge free agent spenders. Last year they were. The first few years under Fontenot, not so much. They had some major cap to work through, but this year they're kind of in the middle a little bit because they've got some big contracts out there still, but they also have enough room to make a signing or two, or 3 or 4. So it's going to require some patience, but I think every fan base that has not had their team sign someone yet is getting pissed, and they are tweeting at the team, do something. Everyone else is having fun. I want to have fun. Yeah. Raheem, thank you so much for your super chat. Greatly appreciate it. We got some more super chats to catch up on. How about Grand Limousine pushing Falcons Today to first place, going from 3rd to 1st in super chats at 162, edging out the Broncos at 148 and the Browns at 116. We've got over 1,000 people watching right now across our 3 streams at the moment. Hit that thumbs up button if you are just filing on in. So Carlton Davis, 3 years, $60 million contract with New England, $20 million a year. Keep in mind, Pat Surtain's making $24 million a year, I think. $23 million. Carlton Davis, not far behind the best corner in football. He is not close to being the best corner in football. But for the 10th time, and you'll hear it again, this is the result of, with an increase in salary cap, teams are able to retain a lot of their key free agents, and the ones that do hit the open market ones, the average ones, get paid like they're great ones, because if you don't sign them, there's a big drop-off after that. Grand Limousine, ladies and gentlemen, with a $50 super chat. Let's go. That's our third $50 super chat of the day, joining David and Dalton. Grand Limousine, huge supporter of the channel. My wedding is coming up in May, not to make it the Matthew Peterson show, and we had to get some limousine services for it, and I knew just the place to go. So Grand Limousine has been the unofficial limousine sponsor of Chat Sports, I'll say, and it's always great to have you with us during our live shows, Grand Limousine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we still have some more super chats to catch up on, so don't go anywhere. Rob Carbone, unrelated to free agency. We know Reed is an Eagles fan. What is your favorite team, PD? Falcons better start spending some effing money. Rob, first and foremost, thank you for the super chat. And yes, on the Reed part there. For me, I will say that when I started working at Chat Sports, which was July of 2021, I kind of accepted that when you work in the NFL landscape, so to speak, having a fandom doesn't do you a lot of justice because you can't really look at the team too objectively. So it's a very lame response, but I try to put that behind me a little bit and just be more objective, but still finding some middle ground of not just being a boring like AP writer that sounds like they're straight out of the 1950s. So, Rob, thank you for your super chat. Not maybe the answer you were looking for, but that's what I got for you, Rob. Appreciate it, my guy. Dalton with another $50 super chat, and that puts the Broncos breakdown back on top. 198 in super chats for the Broncos channel.
There it is.
Dalton, is it Sipes? Sips? Sipes? I like Sipes. Dalton, thank you so much. I keep saying thank you. I don't know what else to say right now. Just, I want to hug you guys. I want to like reach to the camera and give everyone a big hug.
I think it's just what makes it funny for me is just. Look,
oh, the no comment is the most baller move ever.
It's so awesome.
Because the bigger the super chat, the more characters it lets you to work with. And when you go no characters, it's like, now that's a man of few words. We got no updates for a couple of minutes right now as we cycle through some of the other updates that have happened. The most recent one, Davis, who was traded from the Bucs to the Lions last offseason, goes to New England this offseason. Robert Spillane signing with the Patriots. And we still have a few more super chats from our Falcons one. Weston says the Browns need a new wide receiver. Hopefully Cedric Tillman's okay, because him missing the last third of the season with the concussion, definitely a little bit scary, worrisome for sure. But if he's expected to be healthy and ready to go at training camp, Jerry Jeudy, Cedric Tillman is your wide receivers 1 and 2. Elijah Moore goes in free agency. You could definitely afford to add a third receiver. I don't think there's a lot of faith in David Bell filling that role anymore. So whether it's the draft or free agency, the issue is it's not a good free agency class of receiver, and I don't even want to begin to see what some of these wide receivers get for in free agency. Like, I'm fascinated to see what Elijah Moore signs for. I think most years he signs for a 1 year, $5 to $7, maybe $8 million deal. He might get 2 for $20. If that's what these other players are getting right now, if Robert Spillane, if Dan frickin' Moore is getting $50 million guaranteed to be a mid tackle, Elijah Moore as a mid receiver could get $20 million. And at that point, I think the Browns, Shark Tank mode, they're out. Brandon, Azeez Ojulari will be a Falcon. That's okay. No, Azeez Ojulari will be a Falcon by the end of the day. My computer's kind of freezing up on me a little bit. Yeah, Azeez Ojulari was a trade target for Atlanta at the deadline. New York Giant, Atlanta guy, of course, or Georgia guy, went to UGA. And for the right price, kind of like Josh Sweat, I can sign up for this. I don't expect it for it to be the right price anymore. With the way some of these contracts have gone, I expect a lot of these contracts to be going up and up and up. So Ojulari would be someone that I could warm up to for sure. Kind of like Sweat with the inconsistency, but his highs are not nearly as high as Sweat. But he's younger. He's 24. Pros and cons. I like how the Broncos channel did not like being in second place for long. Put themselves back on top. That's okay. Brandon, thank you for your super chat. We got Chris with the super chat. Twitter's down, and now my YouTube's kind of freezing up a little bit here. No more signings. Rose with a 50 bomb as well. For you.
For me?
Rose, do you want to hear some bad news? Do you want to tell her bad news?
I do not drive to work.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I appreciate it, though.
Can it be beer money for Reed?
The thought is awesome. Thank you, Rose. But I do scooter to work.
He scoots to work.
I have a little electric scooter because I live pretty close to our office. So I just take my little electric scooter and I park it next to my desk. But
it kind of reminds me.
I love it. I love it. Thank you.
It reminds me of like when Andy Bernard and Jim were biking to the Stanford office for a little bit, and then they slept overnight. Rose, thank you very much for the super chat, though, and for showing some love to Reed. All of this would not be possible with all of his hard work all the time, so big ups to producer Reed. Okay, no more moves for the time being, so there are a few super chats I do want to get to here. Let's just go in any order that you like. Oh, I didn't see this. Brandon McManus going back to the Packers, 3-year, $15 million. Our tracker told me about this. He signed halfway through the year, too. $5 million a year for a kicker that was almost out of a job. Not too bad. Reginald Banks. I keep seeing Dre Greenlaw as an option. How do you feel about that? Dre Greenlaw for the Falcons? I don't think so. They did not, what's the word I'm looking for? Tender Nate Landman. They are letting him test the market. They could still re-sign him, but maybe they felt like we're going to let you see what you can get elsewhere, and if someone wants to give you more than we're comfortable giving you, so be it. But I was a little surprised by that. I won't lie to you. Now that leaves you with Caden Ellis and Troy Anderson. Unless they plan to move Ellis to outside linebacker, I don't see a need for Dre Greenlaw. That's just too big of a signing for one of those guys to be a backup. So I would say no to Greenlaw to the Dirty Birds. Reginald, thank you very much for your super chat. What's coming back and then leaving? Oh, Twitter. The Broncos, by the way, have, you're not going to believe this, with Rose's super chat, Falcons and Browns are now tied pretty much for second. Just a few dollars apart. Okay. Any more signings? Dude, I've gotten 5 notifications regarding the stupid Dan Moore signing.
Oh!
What? I don't see anything. Nothing's updated.
It's not a signing.
It's not a signing? I don't have a super chat. What is it? Nothing's updated on my end. Everything on my end is moving at an archaic speed right now.
Click on the screen.
Oh my God! Jeremy Stallman! $100 super chat to put the Browns in first place! Mr. Stallman, ladies and gentlemen! Here is a big move for the Browns. We here have the best fans and the best chat. We also here at Browns Chat Sports have the best reporter, PD and Reed. That's all that needs to be said. Mic drop that. Jeremy, 2 claps for Mr. Stallman. 1, 2. Show Jeremy some love in the chat, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Stallman. Thank you, Jeremy. Man. Always puts a smile on my face to see the generosity and support so many of you guys show every single time here we go live on the channel, like Jeremy Stallman. And with that, the Browns report now sits at the top. I feel like this is a Game of Thrones going on right now. We just keep revolving. It's like medieval times on steroids. No one wants to be the leader for more than like 5 minutes. But now it's first place, second place, third place. Atlanta was in third and went to first, and all of a sudden fell back to third within the span of like 5 minutes. This is insane right now. Let's go. Matt Peart back to the Broncos. That's old, yeah. Woo! Let's go, Jeremy. Let's go. Now back to some free agency news, and we still have some other super chats. Don't worry. We're not going to forget about the other super chats. Lions brought back Marcus Davenport. That happened yesterday, David. Yes, that did. Also worth mentioning, remember, there's like basically there's 3 waves of free agency. The first wave is today through Thursday-ish. We'll say Friday, call it a week. Second wave is the next week, where the value really goes down for players because teams have already spent a lot of their money. The third wave is just after the second wave ends, it's the rest of the offseason, which you usually see like 1 or 2 random signings at different points in like maybe mid-April or after the draft. You see a couple of signings as well. But right now we're entering, obviously, the very beginning of the first wave. Broncos back on tap, Chris. Yeah, that was right before the Jeremy Stallman bomb. Younghoe Koo just got released? That's what the chat's telling me. It'd be terrific if Twitter fucking cooperate. Am I getting got? Or is it my Twitter? Did Younghoe Koo get released by Atlanta after a down year ending the season on injured reserve? I don't see it, and I think they all just are conspiring against me. I think I'm getting got. Am I getting got? I might be getting got. Okay, I gotta wait for the notification. Bulwark in the meantime, because I still have not seen anything that says he's released. But I'm refreshing. Got to go, but Bulwark, you don't have to go. You're going to sleep. It's like 4 a.m. in Australia. Got to go, but let's see these Broncos start to make the moves towards a championship team. Go Broncos. Bulwark, sleep tight and look forward to seeing you. If I ever see an uptick in viewership at like 1 a.m., it's just Bulwark, I think, waking up. So thank you for supporting the channel as always, and we'll see you next time, bud. I think we got got. I think we got got. I got fucking got. I got got by the chat. Younghoe Koo is not released. Who started it? I just want to shake that person's hand. First time super chat. Who started it? I know I got. I want to thank them. I want to give them a shout out. They deserve it.
I want to shake your hand.
I want to shake your hand. If you get the YouTube host in the chat, you deserve a medal of sorts. Not a big one, but some kind of medal. Hey. ZD Productions, dude, shake my hand. I want you to put your hand in front of your phone right now. That was good. You got me. I got.
How about you shake Chill Pop's hands?
Chill Pop, 50 bones, 100 bones.
Super
Oh my God. Chill Bones. Chili Pop, chilling my bones. 260. It puts Falcons Today in the lead by $2 over the Browns report. Falcons fan in Brownsville, Texas. Make it rain at the bachelor party. Let's effing go Falcons. Chill Pop will do. I don't want to be that guy because that guy's very annoying, but I've been on a very hardcore diet for the last 6 weeks or so, and I plan to break all of my strict diet rules when I get to New Orleans. Yeah, I'm gonna have a beer on the plane. I haven't had beer in a while. That's like my favorite drink after water. No fast food, but that's going. You can't diet in New Orleans. That's the worst place to diet. If I was having a bachelor party in LA, they'd force me to diet. They'd probably not let me off the plane. They're like, there's no fatties allowed here. Back you go. Let's go. I can't believe I got by fucking Zach. Dude, the new Dov, and he's not too new now, but he's like maybe under a year new. He sucks so much. He's just pure engagement. Like, I hate him. The former Broncos corner. Black Jedi with a $50 super chat.
He just raises that.
The lead has been extended for Falcons today. But Chill Pop, first time super chat as well. So 2 claps, everyone, for Chill Pop. 1, 2. I think there might have been some super. Oh, my God. Steven Vasquez with a 50. If they're not going to make any signings, we might as well be entertaining ourselves right now. I love it. I think the Broncos now. Broncos has definitely fallen to third. Yeah. Brown sits at 317. Browns and Falcons are separated by $2. We can call it almost a tie, essentially.
So first we have Black Jedi.
Black Jedi. Favorite Jedi? 3, 2, 1. Mace Windu. The purple lightsaber. I think I read a story that he was like, I want purple. And they're like, we don't do purple. And they're like,
So
I want. Do you know the story?
It is. He went to George Lucas and said, I want a purple one. And George was like, I mean,
We don't do that?
We don't really do that. And he was like, why not? He's like, I want it to be purple. And he was like, honestly,
I like it.
I think it can work.
Yeah.
And then he just did it from then. And then all like the stories of where the
Lightsabers?
crystals come from
Oh, okay.
and what the colors mean and everything.
Best
So,
power ranking lightsabers, Mace Windu, Darth Maul.
yeah.
Darth Maul.
Darth
You can't
Maul's-
beat that one.
Darth Maul is number 1 for me.
Black Jedi, I'm lobbying to change our slogan from Rise Up to Stay Dirty. You know? Change is always tough for me. I'm not good at change. I don't dislike it. I need to let it really marinate. The chat can decide.
Oh my God.
Dalton with a $100 super chat on our Broncos channel. And now we've got basically a 3-way race between all 3 channels over $300 in supers. TKU Wills can't top Stallman. Do you think the Browns sign Fields? No. I think they don't sign Fields for 2 reasons. The 2 biggest issues for Browns quarterbacks the past 2 years. Turnovers, or just the Browns in general, the offense. Turnovers, which they have led the NFL in back-to-back seasons, and sacks. Justin Fields takes a lot of sacks, and he turns the ball over at too high of a rate. So if you want to improve your 2 biggest issues with the offense, Justin Fields is not that guy for you. But I still think Fields can be a good quarterback. I don't think Stefanski goes, yeah, I just dated a blonde and a brunette, and they both broke my heart. Can I find a mix of a blonde and a brunette now on Hinge? Probably not going to go that route. Maybe find a ginger? Try something else a little bit, Kevin. I said the Patriots and the Panthers. Morgan Moses, the former tackle for the Ravens and the Jets, is he going to New England? He sure is. 3-year, $24 million. Steven Vasquez from our Browns channel. Got to help the Browns get the first dub of the year. Hey, the new league year, at least at Chat Sports, will say starts right now. Technically starts on Wednesday, but let's just roll it all into 1 week right now. So, Steven, thank you. That right now, the Browns have a slight lead. First place is at 329 with the Browns. Third place is Broncos at 305, and the Falcons are in the middle. So $25 separating first and third right now, with second stab in the middle. So I don't know. I went on a weird tangent. Let's check out Dalton's super chat.
I was gonna say, Dalton.
Ryan Chowdhury's in the chat. Ryan, you have not missed anything. The Browns have not made any signings.
So we got Dalton. We won't forget about Sauce.
Yep.
Sauce sent one in as well, but
Dalton, a $100 super chat. Let's go.
Sauce.
Dalton, one more time. Thank you again.
2 claps.
2 claps for Dalton, absolutely. 1, 2. By the way, Dalton, I had never come across your game. I don't think you've ever been super chatted before on a watch party, and all of a sudden you put yourself on the Mount Rushmore of Broncos breakdown super chatters.
Hey, so we usually update the tracker. Our executive producer, Sam Brown, has just mentioned that it is not updated for Milton Williams because it is not official yet.
Yeah, That's actually a great
Williams
point.
Is not official yet.
This is legal tampering. No contracts will be signed or could be signed until, Jeremy, no contracts can be signed until Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern. So you will see every year there is one case of a player agrees to a team and then backs out of it before he actually puts pen to paper. Milton Williams could be that guy this year where he loosely agreed with Carolina, but he actually has not signed anything and changes his mind. It happens every year. There's always one case of it. That could be Milton Williams this year. Sauced, chances we pick up another cornerback in the draft. This one coming in on our Broncos channel. Sauced, I would say, I don't want to say too high because they've got 3 starting corners, McMillan, Moss, Surtain, but corner's a very good position to have depth in. And if they like a corner when they're on the clock, I wouldn't rule out them going, hey, even though it's not our most pressing need, but here we are in the middle of day 3, and we think this guy is too good to still be here. So we'll take him anyway. There are some positions where you do that for, where you're like, do we need an edge rusher? No. Or a corner? No. But he has no business being here right now. And he's very high on our board, so we're going to take him. I would say it's like 40% sauced. Ryan Chowdhury over on our Browns channel. Did I miss anything? Not a damn thing, Ryan.
You know what he did miss?
What? What?
He didn't miss it, but
Yeah. You missed Jeremy Stallman, $50 super chat. Let's go Browns. And earlier, Stallman with a $10 super. Stop it, my Browns fans. I know we have it in us. Don't let these other schmuck teams outdo us in super chats. I know we can do better. Let's hear. I got to go. I got to be at 38,000 feet. Jeremy Stallman, it would be my dream to be on a Southwest flight, which I am flying Southwest in, when am I doing it? In a few weeks. And I hope I walk on the plane, port side, and Stallman's awaiting me. Jeremy, thank you for all of your support. Hopefully the dog pound does not let you down here, as you have definitely carried the workload to help get the Browns channel to first place right now in Super Chats at 379. Let's go, Jeremy. Are we all caught up in Supers across the board here? Yeah. Make sure we didn't miss anything from like 20 minutes ago, I feel like. Like the sauce one, things like that.
no, we're all caught up.
Penix Pumpers highlights. How would you feel if Falcons signed Ojulari, Malcolm Kuntz, and Dre Greenlaw, then draft corner, edge, and defensive tackle? They sign Ojulari and Malcolm Kuntz, and they get Will Johnson in the first round of the draft. I don't care what the other things you said. Like, that would be a very, very good offseason for Atlanta. Any more signings? Yeah. So no signings as of late. The last one was like 5 minutes ago, as Morgan Moses going from the Jets to the Patriots. Really quickly, though, Fanatics is having a nice 25% off sale. Use our link, though, to support our channels, chatsports.com/fanatics. If you want to get some Falcons gear, some Broncos gear, some Browns gear, whatever your team is, use our link. It's in the description, by the way, but you got to use the link to support the channel. These 25% off sales, they are going to end, my guess is, just a guess, right as we get close to the NFL draft, because there's a big uptick in interest in everyone's favorite team. So don't wait too long, because you could be getting this stuff for way more than you could if you just buy it right now using chatsports.com/fanatics. DJ Reed, I'm not getting God again. Not the Younghoe Koo 2.0. Or I'm seeing DJ Reed at the Lions. Is DJ Reed a Lion? That would be their Carlton Davis replacement. I have not seen it. It is true? Okay. Usually you get got by NBA Centel. Zach Productions basically D's nuts me. That's what just happened. So a little bit of, I'm having a lockdown drill. Well, that's kind of scary. DJ Reed, 3-year, $48 million. This was a target for Atlanta because of the Jeff Ulbrich connection. Mike Hughes, D. Alford, both free agents. You need a corner. Hey, there's a guy that has a lot of familiarity with the new DC in Atlanta. Plus, he's a very good corner, so it makes a lot of sense.
Isaiah Rodgers to the Minnesota Vikings.
Okay. DJ Reed, though, not going to be a Falcon. He's up to the Motor City to replace Carlton Davis on a slightly cheaper contract, 3 years, $48 million, whereas Carlton got 3 years, $60 million. So $4 million less a year, but a little disappointing, I guess, for Atlanta, right? Because, again, I go back to you let Drew Dahlman walk. It cost you $14 million a season. You could have paid him $15 million to say this is for you to stay in Atlanta, right? You take those savings and you better spend it somewhere else. And with every player that gets signed, you start to whittle down the guys at the top of the pecking order, the best available players. Is the temperature dropping in this room, or is it just me? You've got the nice hoodie on. I'm starting to get goosebumps. The hair is standing up in my arms right now. All right, you go use the little boy's room. DJ Ray, I'm at work working on a presentation. I have to be in 20 minutes, but this is the place to be. DJ, tell your boss that Matthew Peterson from Falcons Today says he can go suck a nut. You do not have to do any work. Just the one. Well, I think he might be a nice boss. Just in time with a $10 super. And yeah, Eagles corner Isaiah Rodgers going to Minnesota. The Vikings had all their starting corners hit free agency. So they had to either bring guys in or re-sign everyone. But there was going to be some traction or some movements at the corner position. Just in time. That's kind of weird. 1 second, just in time. But Michael, I didn't even see that one. I'm sorry, Michael. $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Michael. Love seeing support come in from some new faces. If you're a first-timer here on the channel, appreciate it more than you know. All right, that will work. Yep. Just in time tuning in and super chatting from our Broncos stream. Just go ahead and sign my boy back, Justin Simmons, instead of looking elsewhere. Also, we might as well pick up Evan Ingram. We believe. I think Simmons can still play at a very high level. So I think any team that signs him is going to be happy with that signing. I still think he is a very good quality starting safety. Takeaways weren't quite there last year in Atlanta, just 2 interceptions. But hey, if the floor is 2 picks, wow, what a bad safety, huh? And as for Evan Ingram, am I crazy? I don't think Evan Ingram fits the Joker mold. Evan Ingram is a red zone target. He's a big body dude. I don't think that's. I think we're expanding the Joker definition too much. I'm also going to throw up if I hear the Joker one more time, but no, not every tight end can just be a Joker because they're a tight end. Like, I think Brock Bowers. Now, of course, there's not many Brock Bowers in the world, but he's more of that yards after catch, right? He's like almost a hybrid. Ingram is not that. So I wouldn't be upset with an Evan Ingram signing, but I'm not going to sell it as like Denver wanted a Joker and they just got their guy. So far, no external signings for the Browns, the Broncos, or the Falcons. All of us are sitting here with our dicks in our hand waiting for something to happen. Nothing's happening. A lot of moves, just not for your favorite team. Let's get some shout outs right now. I do want to get everyone in the chat involved. AFX Twitter is working. Roseanne, the Browns have not re-signed Nick Chubb. Dennis Green, Falcons are a joke. And E-Dog agrees that Ingram is not a joker. I'm joking. Xavier rather draft a tight end. I don't think signing Ingram would be a prohibitor to drafting a tight end. It would be in addition to drafting a tight end. He's getting up there in the age. We got Grand Limousine. We need a big one like Cousins to Minnesota. Kirk Cousins back to Minnesota would be bonkers. Gregory, can we bring back Joe Flacco? I don't believe it's happening. Played out. Adrian Peterson had injuries and was still a machine late in his career. Yes. He's also one of a kind. He tore his ACL in December and led the NFL in rushing the next year, 2,000 yards. That's a different breed. That's a different species. That's not what you and I are. And while Chubb is also a different species from you and me, he's not Adrian Peterson species. And I don't want to say bad things about Chubb, but I don't think we can compare Chubb and Peterson. Gladiator fan. By the way, I watched Gladiator 2. I thought it was like an okay movie. I didn't like how much they messed with the storyline from Gladiator 1, though. They really made the Maximus a bad guy, kind of, I thought, in Gladiator 2. I feel like dropping Grady means we're going for a defensive end edge over outside linebacker edge. I think this means Mike Green. So you're saying with Grady Jarrett out, they're going to sign a new defensive lineman and then in the draft go with a true traditional outside linebacker. Am I following? Because if so, I don't think Mike Green would be an outside line. Like, I don't think he's a tweener, but he did not play outside linebacker or Marshall. Now, he can make the change in the NFL, but that comes with some coverage responsibilities too. What's going on in our Broncos chat right now? By the way, from a like perspective, Falcons Today is blowing out everyone else. So, Falcons Today going to win the gold medal in likes. Right now, the bronze is going to Broncos. Sorry, the silver is going to Broncos, and the bronze is going to Browns. I did. You don't want my lunch, though. Unless you like cucumber salad. It was a Japanese place. Sushi, kind of. Yeah. Sorry. Joel wants Cam Ward. I am so excited for this draft from a surprise element. It's so unpredictable. Last year, we knew. They tried to tell us we didn't know. We knew it would go Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, for sure, top 3. They try to keep the intrigue up a little bit and keep people guessing, but no. Year before that, we knew it would go Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, and then we didn't know what would happen after that. This year, I still don't even know who's picking first overall. And then I don't even know which player they're going to go with. If the Titans stay put, it could be honestly one of 3 guys. I've seen Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and Cam Ward all mentioned as legit options for Tennessee at number 1. You want a hot draft take? I have 2 hot draft takes. Ready? I think Travis Hunter could fall out of the top 5. I think if teams plan to use him only as a receiver or a corner, they're not going to factor in how awesome it was he played both ways in college. If he's not playing both ways in the NFL, then what good is the other side? Right? It would be like if you signed Shohei Ohtani, we're going to give you the same contract as the Dodgers, but we're just going to use you as a pitcher. It's like, no, but that's kind of the cool part about Shohei, is he plays both ways. He's a pitcher and a hitter. So if you're going to draft Travis Hunter and you only plan to use him as a receiver, ask yourself, are there better receivers in this draft? Maybe, maybe not, but is he such a good receiver that he's the 5th or 6th overall pick? I struggle with that. I think Travis Hunter could be a surprise faller in the draft. So here's the like battle, by the way. First place for Atlanta, second place for Denver, third place for Cleveland right now. Make sure to like the video if you have not already. So far, no moves for the Browns, the Broncos, or the Falcons. Been a little bit of time since our last signing, which was DJ Reed going to Detroit. Deuce to Dawn, we ain't signing shit, bro. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, Isaiah Rodgers, the last one. That was a solid Feels like an eternity ago. It's probably like 5 minutes ago. ZD Productions is hopping into the Broncos chat to stir the pot. He's getting me, and then he's going over to other places to create chaos. Should we play a quick game here? I don't see any more re-signings. Okay. We're in a little bit of a pause right now at the signings, but I don't want to keep everyone, asleep. Let's play one of my favorite live games. Drop your zip code in the chat, and I'm going to try and guess what state you're from. Drop a zip code in the chat, and let's see if I can guess what state you are from. I bat about 350 with this. Rogers? Which Isaiah? Oh, not Aaron. A lot of zip codes coming in. Okay. Do you want to pick? You want to pick a zip code for me? That way there's no kind of bias of picking one I already know. All right. Pick one from any of the 3 chats. Give me the name and then give me the zip code.
All right. We're going to go with 80030.
Okay. From, what's the name?
What? Oh, like which channel?
No, like what's the person's name?
Shaman Dolly.
Shaman Dolly. All right, don't tell me the channel because that could be, a little bit of a head start knowing where they're likely geographically based. 80 is the Rocky Mountain region. I'm going to say I'm going to go Colorado.
It was from the Broncos breakdown.
And what was the name again?
It was Shaman Dolly.
Shaman Dolly, let me know.
Dolly.
Come on, Shaman Dolly. After the Younghoe Koo incident, everyone's just trying to get me. And I'm not going to let it happen.
Shaman Dolly? Paging?
Come on.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Want to do one more?
Sure.
One more.
All right.
Eyes are closed.
Codes in there.
I don't even know why my eyes are closed for this.
Keep spamming them. Let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny. Jams. 75165.
75165. That's got to be Texas. Texas.
Where in Texas?
I'm gonna go play the numbers game a little bit. Give me
Saying
Houston.
Just Texas is pretty.
Well, the whole point is, I guess, the state.
Yeah.
I'll go Texas.
Jam XZ.
Everyone's obsessed with the zip codes. I've never seen.
The entire chat is just.
Yeah, it's just zip codes right now.
It's just zip codes.
All right, let's play a new game. Give me your social. No, just don't do that.
It is in Texas, but it's.
Waxahachie. Okay. Twitter is not cooperating again for me. I tweeted this morning my free agency predictions, and it was Drew Dahlman to the Bears. I was like, I'd like to kind of boost that right now. Can't give myself any love. I think it's back. It's back down for me. Is it? Oh crap! It's down. That's why we're not back to threads. Back to threads. Twitter is back down. Going over to the other billionaire's social media. Schefter. What do you got for me, Adam? Nothing. Nothing. Come on. Someone make a move here. Twitter is down again for me. I wonder how much this is impacting the teams. Because, like, they don't know what other teams are doing, right? I don't know how free agency works. Like, the draft, they're in a war room. They have a ticker that tells you everyone's picks. Free agency, I don't know how they notify other teams of the signings or the agreed upon contracts. Nothing can be signed until Wednesday. But now we wait. Someone do something fun. Oh. So annoying to have Twitter go down today. Not a good time for it. Let's see what the chat is saying here. Yeah, Michael, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but per Jeremy Fowler, Broncos close to signing Hufanga. Now, that'd be a development. Does Jeremy Fowler use Threads? I sure hope so. Jeremy Fowler, what do you got for me? I don't think Jeremy downloaded Threads. And my Twitter's not working. So I have to take the word of a YouTube chat. Oh, maybe he does use Threads? He does! He did not thread anything for an hour. I got nothing. Let's see the ESPN tracker site. Is Hufanga about to be a Bronco? I like that signing for Denver. I got nothing. Where? So, some buzz around Evan Ingram and Talanoa Hufanga going to Denver. Toasted, any chances the Browns get Cousins? Sent this super chat yesterday, but I don't think you responded. Toasted yesterday, like a super thanks or a super chat? If you sent a super thanks, then I might not have responded. Let me check that right now. But any chance? Yeah. Obviously, you need to have some assistance from the Falcons, whether that's a release or a trade. The info on that scenario is in 6-7 days, on March 17th, Kirk Cousins is due to get $10 million in a roster bonus if he's still on the roster. I don't think Atlanta wants to pay him $10 million extra to be the backup. So my guess is they are working very hard between now and then to try and trade him. However, Cousins has a no trade clause. So Kirk could screw over the Falcons and say, nope, I do not approve of any trade. I want that $10 million from you. But here's what the Falcons could say back to Kirk. All right, you don't want to get traded? Game on. We'll give you that $10 million, but we'll never release you. And you will be a backup here. So pick. Being a backup here or getting traded to Cleveland or Seattle and being a potential starter there but missing out on $10 million from us. Choice is yours. Now, Kirk could call their bluff and say, no, you're not going to keep me as a backup. You're going to release me because I'm going to make sure you release me because I'm going to make sure everyone knows I don't want to be here. And you can't put up with that toxic energy in your locker room. And that's where I think we will find out who's going to blink first. Okay. We got some super chats coming in here. Sanchez Low Nelson on our Falcons channel. The Colts are talking to Javon Holland, deal imminent. I can't say you're right or wrong because I've got no Twitter and I have to rely on Threads. But the Colts have Julian Blackmon, their safety hitting free agency. I'd think they'd rather bring back Blackmon than sign Holland. Maybe they're getting priced out for Blackmon, so Holland's going to be a cheaper replacement. So not, I guess, too out of left field, but a little surprising, I think. And then we have another one from Rusty Moore. We are so cooked from our Falcons channel. Too many holes on defense and not enough assists to fill them with. Michael Penix is going to put up 40 and the defense is going to give up 50. Mark my words. Yeah, I don't even know if Penix could put up 40 in his first real year as a starter. Like, Penix could have put up 25, and that'd be pretty good for him, right? I think we could all be confident with a career path for him if he gets 25 points a game, like an NBA-style player. But, yeah, unless the Falcons start making some moves on defense, I don't see how this defense improves from last year other than a new DC, which that could be a big difference maker. Jimmy Lake was in over his head running an NFL defense. It was Raheem Morris hiring his buddy instead of hiring the best candidate. I know Raheem Morris has been a head coach before, but that was so long ago. I felt like as almost a first-time head coach, he should have brought someone on his staff that was a former NFL head coach. And he didn't. He went with young co-workers from LA with the Rams. Anthony White. I'm very sad to see Grady go. It's hard to replace leaders like that. You can replace the talent. If Grady didn't take a pay cut, then I understand. Anthony, I completely hear you and agree with you on everything you just said. I'm hopeful that Atlanta first approached him with the pay cut, and Jarrett, and I wouldn't blame him for this, said, no, I've been here for 10 years. I'm offended that you asked me for a pay cut. I deserve this money. And the Falcons said, okay, then we're going to release you. But this offer is still going to be here for you. If you can find more elsewhere, best of luck to you. But if you're unable to get more money elsewhere, please consider coming back because we can still re-sign you at this number. Do not rule that out. Anthony, thank you for your super chat, dude. Is Hufanga coming? Hufanga to Denver? The chat's telling me that. Twitter, they're not telling me anything. How does the chat know more? That's what. Let's see. Does Rappaport have anything? No. The super chat battle, by the way, is still very close. The Browns do have a lead right now. We can update the numbers for you in just a moment. Falcons have put themselves in a comfortable-ish second, although Broncos not far behind. So, updated super chat totals right now. First place for Cleveland, second place Atlanta, third place Denver, but it's anyone's game at the moment. It is wide open. Liam, what do you think about the Ayuk trade to the Browns rumors? Greetings from Germany. Liam, thank you for tuning in. Guten Tag. It'd be a major admission of guilt for the Niners to trade Ayuk. Not even before 1 year of Ayuk's extension has been paid. When Ayuk signed that 4-year extension with San Francisco, there was $76 million in guaranteed money included. Now, at the time of the signing, $45 million of that $76 million guaranteed was paid. Signing bonus, 2024 roster bonus, 2025 roster bonus. So if a team trades for Ayuk, they only need to pay the cash that has not been paid out yet, which $76 million divided by $45 million, and that gets us to $31 million. That was not too tough of math. So you'd be taking on $31 million of money that needs to be paid out still. Now, there's still the rest of the contract. And if he plays well, then you keep him on for the rest of the contract. But in terms of what new money the team is on the hook for, it's only $31 million, which isn't a ton for a guy who just signed a mega extension just 9 months ago. I don't think Ayuk is going to get dealt, but the Browns were interested before, so I don't see why they would have lost interest other than without the quarterback position being solidified, they feel like it's not a good time to give up a ton of assets for a wide receiver. Make sure to subscribe, by the way. If you have not subscribed yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. Join your favorite team's channel here at Chat Sports for free agency news and rumors coverage. We have a few more supers coming in here. Still waiting on some updates. Toasted. Jack gets uncomfortable. This is from the Browns channel. When I point out dual loyalty. Who's Jack? I think I'm missing part of the story here, Toasted. But listen, I'm hosting 3 different channels right now. I know that's super strange, and some of you might not like that. And listen, if you don't, I don't, hate you for that, because I can understand where you're coming from. That's not very traditional. That's not super orthodox. But I'll just say that I have the opportunity to cover the NFL for a living. That was my dream in high school and going into college. And when I started working here at Chat Sports, there were some opportunities for hosts to help cover other teams. And they asked me, and I mean, when you're a few months into your new job and your boss says, hey, can you please do this? You don't really say no. So I said yes, and fast forward 3 years later, plus and change, we're still here. So I know it's not everyone's thing, and listen, I get it. I can understand where you're coming from, but I can't change anything about it. It's just the way it works here at Chat Sports. As we continue to grow as a company until we have 32 hosts for all 32 teams, some people have to double up a little bit. Oh, Jack Sperry from the Steelers channel. I see. Sperry had a busy night last night with DK Metcalf going to Pittsburgh. I'm not doing this. No, you guys are not getting me again. There is no way Kyle Pitts has signed a 2-year extension. I refuse to believe that. Rolly keeps saying this Younghoe Koo thing has opened Pandora's box for let's get Petey. Twitter is back, Brian says. Let me see. It is back? Dude, whatever the fix is, fix it once, and that should be the end of it. Wow. OBR chat rumor on Browns trade with Jets for Olave. Dan Osborne says, do you mean trade with your Saints for Olave or Jets for Garrett Wilson? A couple of different Buckeyes and teams. I have no Twitter still. I've got no Twitter. I'm flying blind here. I just finished Masters of the Air on Apple TV. Great World War II show. But I feel like I'm in the clouds right now, and I'm just waiting for enemy fighters to pull up next to me. See, Levi, that's not nice. Jets, Sam Darnold just signed with the Jets, 4-year, $250 million, 62. Levi, if you're going to try and get me, you can't go with $62.5 million a year. If Levi had said 4-year, $200 million, I'd be like, that could get done. $50 million seems a little high, but sure, that's been the whole theme of free agency for so far. Okay, Dan, so you're saying Browns trading for Chris Olave from New Orleans. See, that I could see the Browns wanting to do. Olave's had some, concerning injuries early in his career, especially concussions. So with Denzel Ward being a little bit of a blueprint for how, difficult that can be to manage, I don't know if Olave would be top of the list for Cleveland, but when he's on the field, he's a great receiver. And the Browns have built their wide receiver room via trades almost exclusively. Amari Cooper, Jerry Jeudy, Elijah Moore. Would not put it past them to try. ZD, you can't do this. Stop it, ZD. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Kirk to the Browns for a 6. Is this real? You guys are fucking with me. I don't appreciate it. I can't not look. Now I'm invested. I like to think everyone in the Falcons chat is all in they're all in Bangladesh in one of those big tech rooms, you know what I mean, where all the scammers live, and they're just laughing like a hyena over there. Hyena. Javier Lopez. What if we sign Asante Samuel and then draft Kenneth Grant and then draft Trey Amos second round? Asante Samuel, I think, would be a great signing for the Falcons. From a scheme perspective, the Chargers played the most zone defense of anyone last year. The Falcons were the second most. So that's going to be a nice plug-and-play guy who can step right into that system. As for Kenneth Grant, really wish he ran at the combine. Not that a 40-yard dash should be the best way to evaluate the big guys in the middle, but he's 530 pounds, and people think he can run a sub-540. So there are always great athletes that come out of the combine. I'm looking for football players, but Grant has had some inconsistency in his tape. Some games are great. Some games are like, this guy's supposed to be round 1. It's all over the place, and I don't know if Atlanta is the best place to develop someone. I think we have a move. I told you. This is the Patriots are signing Joe Milton, Milton Williams, and taking him away from Carolina. I said 30 minutes ago, remember, it's just legal tampering right now. Nothing is set in stone, and there will be a player or two who flip-flops. We have our first flip-flop. Milton Williams, after initially putting together some level of an agreement with Carolina, is instead going to go to New England. So the two teams that I said before we went live would be the biggest spenders so far, the Patriots and Panthers, are literally in a bidding war with one another for Milton Williams, the Eagles' defensive tackle. So he appears to be going to the Patriots instead.
That's a great picture of him.
And I just got my first Twitter push notification in the first for 30 minutes. So maybe Twitter is coming back for me. Yeah. Nope, I was getting that too, and then they went away from me. Oh, I think we have another one. I think Trevor Mooring from the Raiders is going to go to Carolina. So the Panthers are going to bring over the Raiders safety. Trayvon Mooring, not Trevor. Trayvon Mooring going from Las Vegas to Carolina. That appears to be in the works right now. Milton Williams, though, flipping. The Cowboys signed a long snapper. That's going to be the Cowboys' biggest move of the day. I'm calling it right now. They lost Jordan Lewis. They tendered him, but I think that's a $5 million contract. So that might be. Long snapper Trent Sig reached agreement on a 3-year, $4.5 million deal with the Cowboys. That's going to be the biggest signing for Dallas, I think. Ryan, Brady officially signed vet minimum with the Browns. Kind of on the Brady thread here, I was listening to PMT on my drive in this morning, and I agree with what Big Cal was talking about a few days ago on the channel, on the podcast, which was it's getting annoying how often Tom Brady potentially violating tampering rules is coming up. It's been 1 year of him working with Fox while also being a minority owner. And I don't think there's actually anything being done that's with malice. But it's just annoying that every single stop along the road, there's something that pops up of, here's a potential for a rule breaking. It happened during the playoffs when it's Brady gets to interview some of these coaches with the teams he's broadcasting the playoff game for. That's before they're allowed to speak to teams. The Raiders have an early advantage now on Ben Johnson. The Raiders did not get Ben Johnson, but same thing goes here's Tom Brady, minority owner of the Raiders, and he's skiing with Matthew Stafford. That's tampering. Well, not really, because the Rams gave Stafford permission to seek a trade, but I don't know what has to be done, but I'm just getting tired of always hearing about potential tampering, potential unfairness right now with Tom Brady, who wears 2 different hats, NFL owner and working for Fox. Looks like Milton is getting a 3-year, $51 million contract from New England. Patriots had the most cap space, so kudos to them for using it.
Jeremy Fowler saying, watch for the Chargers and Najee Harris.
That would signal J.K. Dobbins leaving.
Yeah.
Which I think would be a bad mistake. It would be a mistake for L.A. to let Dobbins leave. They bring him in. All he's done has been injured his whole career, and they finally get a really good season out of him, which did include an injury. I think Najee Harris sucks. I think he is the most mid running back of all time. Actually, that contract, 3-year, $51 million, that is not for Milton Williams. That is for the safety, Trayvon Moehrig for Carolina. That is a massive overpay. That's a guy who's getting almost $16 million a year. What's the math on that? 51 divided by 3 is 17. Just for reference, Jesse Bates is making $16 million a season. He's not even a Pro Bowl safety. And I'm not saying Pro Bowl safety is like he's made a Pro Bowl. I mean, when you think of Pro Bowl, you think of kind of the upper echelon of guys. He's not in that echelon. He's not even a top 5 safety. I could almost come up with 10 safeties I like more than him.
17 games?
Yeah.
So going back to Najee Harris.
Uh-huh.
You know how that's, he's a 1,000-yard rusher.
Every year, somehow.
Somehow he's a 1,000-yard rusher. That comes out to, average 58 yards a game, which, not terrible.
What's the most amount of rushing yards he's had in a season? I don't think he's over 1,200 yards in a season. I think he is the ultimate 1,000-yard merchant, where you see that comma, and you're like, dude's good. You're like, with 17 games, I'll give him this. He's always healthy, right? He's always available.
That's true.
That's a very good pro.
Let me see. This year, 1,043.
1,043 this year, so cleared by 44 yards.
Last year,
1,035.
Even
less clearance. This is like a 747 landing on a very short runway.
The year before that, 1,034.
1,034. We're going the wrong way.
Yard, and then his
rookie year,
1,200.
So 1,200 year one, and he barely clears 1,000 the next 3 years. But he's gotten 1,000 yards for the first 4 years of his career. Whichever team gives Najee Harris $10+ million, my prediction is he is off that team after 2 seasons. No signing so far for the Browns, the Falcons, or the Broncos.
According to Mr. Livingston Road, breaking news, the Saints are still ass.
Got some news here from our Falcons chat. Wow, Patriots signing Milton Williams to a deal that pays him $26 million a year. Guys, not even 24 hours ago, Myles Garrett was making $25 million a year. Let that sink in. Myles Garrett was making $25 million a year yesterday, before his extension. Milton Williams just signed a deal with $26 million a season. Wow. Listen,
Poona Ford to the Rams.
Poona Ford to the Rams. I saw that Poona Ford was kind of a plan B for Denver if they could not bring back DJ Jones. I can't wait to see what the guarantees are for Trayvon Moehrig. He's just not a very... What am I missing here? I'm very happy Denver did not make that signing. I know they wanted a safety. That would not have been a good one. Moehrig last year. Trayvon Moehrig. I think it's Moehrig. I think I've been saying it wrong this whole time. Trayvon Moehrig. Last year, I mean, he's played a lot of football. That's really good. I mean, not in a sarcastic sense. 2 picks last year. 10 bats. Okay, maybe a little bit better than I gave him credit for, but still not better than Jesse Bates, and he's making more than him now. Jesse Bates makes $16 million a year, right? $16 million times 4, that's his contract. $64 million, I think. No word on Talanoa Hufanga from the 49ers. Has been injured a lot in his career, but he's also an all-pro. I would think that'd be a fantastic signing for honestly anyone, but Denver especially. They need some help at safety. So a couple of updates here. We've got still the same pecking order of podium showings right now. First, second, third. It'd be interesting if Denver, who was in the lead for a while too, by the way, could climb out of the cellar and get to second. And then as for likes, it's not even a ball game right now. It's a blowout. The Falcons Today is going to run rule the Browns report. Yeah, anything right now, because I feel like we had that initial rush of a bunch of signings, and now it's cooled off a little bit. Okay, yeah, sure. Are there like available players? Do we have that kind of? Okay, cool. Yeah, love it. So Chase Young, I had read on Twitter, so do with that what you will, that the Saints, according to Slick Rick, Pretty Ricky, what's his name? You know what I'm talking about? Slick Rick, yeah. That the Saints were working to re-signing Chase Young. The OBR, Orange and Brown Report, putting out a rumor that, or at least a rumor in their kind of family tree, that Chris Olave could be dealt to Cleveland. So a couple of Saints things going on right there. New Orleans, though, is going to have a very tough time signing anyone. They are truly in the depths of cap hell. They had to restructure Derek Carr's contract, which I don't believe they wanted to do, but they had no other option to do to get cap compliant than that. Joey Bosa, with the Chargers bringing back Khalil Mack, I don't think Bosa's coming back to LA. I also kind of just felt that from the moment they released him. I'd watch for the Niners. The Niners like to add edge rushers in free agency. Last year they signed Leonard Floyd. They've gone out in the trade deadline and added players like Chase Young. I think both Bosas could end up in San Francisco. Trey Hendrickson is not a free agent. He could be traded. He put out a trade request with Cincinnati, which they have granted. So this is a name to watch for the Falcons especially. It looks like Cincinnati is looking for a second-round pick, which I don't think is, out of the question for a guy who just came off a 17.5 sack season in back-to-back years too, by the way, and led the NFL in sacks in 2024. So Hendrickson, a Falcons trade target to watch for, absolutely. Any more updates? No. And then we got Josh Sweat, who is probably the best edge rusher on the market right now. 8 sacks last year, 9 tackles for loss. He's always been a bit of an up-and-down roller coaster guy with Philly, but when he's up, it's awesome. When he's down, you're just happy that you have a bunch of other edge rushers. But for a team to sign him and make him the center of their pass rushing unit, I've got concerns about. Not going to lie to you. Jonathan Allen is meeting with the Minnesota Vikings. Feels like something is going to get done there, so keep an eye on that. But for now, I'm going to say, Allen, you're a Viking. I have not done that yet this offseason. Well, there really has not been anyone to do that for that's like so clear-cut to me. Jeremy Stallman is back in the chat. Appreciate you for rejoining us, Jeremy, all the way from 38,000 feet. Yeah, anyone else? Jeebus H. Christ with a $5 super. Falcons Today making a little bit of a push to catch up to the Browns report in super chats. Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold to the Seattle Seahawks. There it is. Darnold to the Pacific Northwest. 3-year, $110 million contract for Darnold. That is an average of $36 million and change. Not a bad deal for Seattle for what quarterbacks cost you. You get him at under $40 million. Plus, he only got $55 million guaranteed. This is a 2-year, $55 million contract. Do not get blown away by the sticker price. After 2 years, I bet all that guaranteed money will be close to being paid out, and all it's going to cost you is $55 million. So, any Seahawks fans watching right now, you just signed Darnold to what I would say is a 2-year, $55 million contract. That's a pretty good deal right there. You get a third-round pick for Geno Smith, and you get Darnold on 2-year, $55 million. I know it says 3-year, $110, but I always look at the guaranteed money because that's what the team looks at because they are able to move on from a player without much difficulty once all that guaranteed money is paid out. So Darnold to Seattle, not a huge shocker. It felt like that was trending once they traded Geno Smith that they were going to go full court press for Darnold. So we got some musical chairs going on. Geno goes down to Las Vegas. The Raiders no longer have a quarterback vacancy, but the Seahawks do. And Darnold, after a breakout season with the Vikings, throwing 35 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, but a rough ending to the year, losing in Week 18 to the Lions for the 1 seed, having Minnesota fall to the 5 seed, play the Rams in Arizona due to wildfires in Southern California for the NFC wildcard round, and lost that game as well and did not look good in either loss. So that was the lasting image that people had on Darnold. He ends up with the Seahawks. So as for the Browns, by the way, who are looking for a quarterback, Darnold never really seemed very high up on their list of potential targets. What I do think could have a domino effect here is with Darnold gone, watch for Minnesota to try and bring back DJ Jones. Bring back DJ Jones. Bring back Daniel Jones. I combined everything. Watch for Minnesota to try and bring back Daniel Jones, not the Broncos defensive tackle, DJ Jones. And thus, Daniel Jones is off the table for Cleveland. That's where this story starts to kind of spin itself out to a different direction onto the Brown side of things here. But good for Darnold. Gets $55 million guaranteed. Cashed in-ish. I thought it'd be a bigger deal. I'm not going to lie to you. You look at what some other quarterbacks, like, what did Geno get and what did Baker get after their breakout years? I think from a pure guaranteed money standpoint, Baker, I think, got more. Now, that's a re-signing. That's usually the case because you already have some familiarity with them. Actually, I lied. Baker, he signed a 3-year, $100 million contract with only $50 million guaranteed.
So Tom Pelissero says Geno Smith turned down a similar deal in Seattle. The Seahawks ended up trading him to Las Vegas, picked up a third-round draft pick, and now land the top QB in free agency, a new number 14 in Seattle.
That was a big mistake by Geno.
Yep.
Because I don't know why you think you'd have more luck with the Raiders offense. Maybe it's all about Pete Carroll. Maybe he feels like Pete Carroll could be the guy that gets me a payday. But at Geno's age, what's Geno? 34? 35? I think he's 34. Is he 36? He was 20, second round pick by the Jets in the 13 draft? 34. He's 34? At 34 years old, turning down $55 million-ish guaranteed, that's a bold choice. If things don't go well in Las Vegas this year and you're just average at best, you're all of a sudden looking for maybe a $10 to $15 million contract with half of that guaranteed. Man, if it's true that Geno really turned this down, that's a huge gamble on himself. One I would not have made because I felt like you had a good thing going in Seattle. You got Jackson Smith and Jigba on the rise. Sure, Lockett and Metcalf are gone, but Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet. What's better about the Raiders offense? Brock Bowers, the offensive line's worse. There's no run game.
What was the
and no receivers.
order of moves? Was he before DK and Lockett, or was it Lockett, DK, Geno?
Lockett, Geno, DK. So he definitely knew DK was going. Sam Darnold to the Seattle Seahawks, though. Hot take, I don't think it works. And it's not because of Darnold specific. I have always had this belief that when it comes to the quarterback position, if you pay a veteran quarterback big money for what they did on a previous team, and that team is not bringing them back, it's not going to work on your team. Peyton Manning and Tom Brady are the outliers. But Kirk Cousins did not work out. Nick Foles did not work out. Case Keenum did not work out. Brock Osweiler did not work out. This is more of just a PD gut feel. But if there's a veteran quarterback that is leaving their team for some reason, but they're good enough to go get a big contract elsewhere, I don't think it works out with that new team. Sam Darnold worked with Clint Kubiak in San Francisco. Oh, 2 years ago. Yes. Okay, I see. Yep. Good for the Seahawks, though, in terms of, getting some good value. Oh, someone lied on a tweet earlier. It is not I don't think it's 110. I think it's 100.5. At least that's what Rappaport has it as. So someone had a typo, and we'll figure it out if it's 110 or 100.5. 100.5, it's even better. It comes in at about $33-ish million a season. Javier, what if the Falcons sign Bosa? I think that'd be a good signing. He probably costs around $15-ish million. Is it 100.5 for sure? Oh, okay. Someone lied in the first tweet. So even better for Seattle. $100.5 million, 3 years. That's barely over $33 million a season. Very good value for a starting quarterback that had a really good year last year. You're just banking on him continuing that success. And if he does, Darnold's going to be one of the greatest value quarterbacks out there. He's also very young, too. He came out of college pretty young. I don't think Darnold is even 28 years old. I think Darnold might be 20. I think he's definitely not 29. I'm going to say he's either 27 or 28. Darnold is sneaky young. Think about how late it was that, Geno kind of broke out in his 30s. I'm going to say he's 28. 27. He is very young still. So this could be the Seahawks quarterback of the future.
So
10 years and he's 37 years old. That'd be a historic free agent signing for just $33 million a year if it works out. Jeebus H. Christ, is keeping Kirk for one season really that bad? If we're going to sign another QB anyways, if we let him go, he may be worth more in a trade. He may be worth more in a trade in the year. So, listen, when it comes to Kirk in Atlanta, there are not a lot of reasons that make sense to move on from him from a financial standpoint. If you want to keep Kirk to be the backup because he can be a good backup, you're right. If you remove the human element from everything, why wouldn't you keep Kirk to be the backup? You're already paying him. If you release him, you got to sign a new backup, and that backup won't be as good as Kirk Cousins is. But I'm going to keep it surprised. 1 second. Sorry. From a pure elephant in the room standpoint, you got to move on from Kirk. If he says, I don't want to be here, you can't have a guy on your roster who doesn't want to be here. That's the backup quarterback. You can have that guy on your roster if he's a defensive tackle and he sits out. Okay. The guy who's there to help your second-year quarterback Penix get ready every single game doesn't want to do that? Find a new backup. All right, big one.
Yes.
Is it Matt Dickerson?
No.
Okay. Is it Josh Sweat?
No.
Give me offensive defense.
Correct team.
Eagles? Are they signing or losing?
Losing.
The Eagles are losing. They've already lost Milton Williams. They don't have... Oh, Mekhi Becton?
Nope.
Bach? Offensive defense.
Defense.
They are losing. They've already lost Darius Slay, James Bradbury.
You said the name.
Josh Sweat?
No. They already lost him technically.
Oh, is it Darius Slay?
Darius Slay.
Okay, I'm going to guess one more time. So he signed with someone.
Yeah.
Is it one of these three teams? Browns, Broncos, Falcons?
No.
Okay.
No, that would be a way different
NFC or AFC?
Huh?
NFC or AFC?
AFC.
I'm not looking at the chat. Darius Slay signed with the Miami Dolphins.
Incorrect.
All right, one more guess.
Okay, one more guess.
One more guess. Darius Slay signed with the Kansas City. No. I'm just kind of shooting in a barrel here. Give me the Raiders.
Nope.
All right, what is it?
The Yinzers.
Oh, the Steelers.
Steelers.
Okay. I mean, I guess any team could have made some sense for Darius Slay. But the Pittsburgh Steelers, after trading for DK Metcalf, they are signing former Eagles cornerback Darius Slay. Not a bad deal. The Steelers, I should have guessed the Steelers because they did this with Patrick Peterson. They like to bring some of the older corners that other teams have moved on from, and sometimes they use them as a hybrid corner and safety. So Slay stays in Pennsylvania for his entire NFL career, possibly. What's the highway that he'd go on? 80? 95? No, from Philly to Pittsburgh? I think it'd be 80, 84. Anyway, I've got a weird obsession's a strong word, but I like highways. This is like a weird, like, I don't know how to describe it without getting canceled, but you know what I'm thinking right now? Part of me, where I know where all the highways kind of are. 90? I guess 90 can't be 90. Darius Slay. All right, there we go. Well, that's a move at least. Oh, we have a news. It's Broncos. Ready? I'm going to read it out verbatim. Broncos negotiating with 49ers free agent safety Talanoa Hufanga. Just negotiating. Okay. Nothing's done, and nothing can be done, by the way, once again, until Wednesday. But 95% of the time, Hufanga? No, he's not. Well, that's when contracts can actually be signed on Wednesday. No contracts can actually be signed until Wednesday. That's why Milton Williams can change his mind from Carolina to New England. But it appears that Hufanga and the Broncos could be closing in on a contract. Jeremy Fowler did say that a little while ago, so may not be anything too new, but now it's starting to gain some traction. So Broncos country watching, Talanoa Hufanga from the 49ers, closing in-ish, getting closer to a deal with Denver. Kenneth Bennett with a $100 super chat. Let's go. Bennett putting the Broncos in first place with that $100. James Harper responds with his own $100 super chat to reestablish the lead for Cleveland. Bennett, diehard Broncos fan since 1977, and Craig Martin days. Go Bo and Broncos. Kenneth, thank you so much for the super chat and for supporting the channel. Appreciate you more than you know. Longtime viewer of the channel, I hope. And go Broncos to you, Mr. Bennett. Let's go. Now, James Harper responded right away with his own $100 super chat to put the Browns back in the lead. I am at work, but I heard Stallman put in the hundo. Then everyone else started. Let's keep it going. Thank you, Petey and Reed, for a live show. Update, this was 2 hours ago. I hit some complications. James, we're always happy to have you here no matter when and where. Hope you're doing well today. Let's hope the Browns make some moves, keep things interesting. Mr. Harper, ladies and gentlemen, show Kenneth and show James some love in the chat. Hundreds coming in from our Broncos and our Browns streams right now. Falcons, the odd man out for the time being. And we've got some updated facts and figures for our Super Chat battle. The like battle still being won by Atlanta, but the Super Chat battle, first, second, and now Atlanta finds itself in third place. Man, this is like an all-time March Madness game. The lead changes are ridiculous here. Can you move over Hufanga player listicles, please? If they're not already there. Jordan Barrett just extended the lead for the Browns with a $50 super chat. Jordan Barrett from the Browns Report, ladies and gentlemen. Let's ride. Any more updates? Let's ride. You know what? I'm going to make this rule. No team's going to follow it. If the Browns, Broncos, and Falcons don't sign anyone, the team YouTube account better come in here and super chat $1,000. If they're not going to spend it on players, spend it somewhere. Don't just hoard the billionaire's money. Am I the only one high on David Bell? Seems like he never dropped a pass and he always runs the correct route. I mean, you're not, I guess, completely wrong, but you know what he doesn't do? Make a lot of big plays. I don't think he separates well. You know, he was a really good receiver at Purdue, which is why I was willing to kind of buy in a little bit. Big Ten receiver of the year, but the hip injury is definitely a bit of a fear factor for me when it comes to his long-term health because hip, like my grandpa got his hip replaced once. You don't want Justin Fields to where? Justin Fields to the Jets.
Oh my God.
Justin Fields going to the New York Jets on a 2-year, $40 million contract. Justin Fields is a Jet. 2-year, $40 million contract. I called it. I mean, I don't think it was a difficult call, but when I saw Fields was in Dubai, I was like, you don't go to Dubai without having your contract worked out already. So he knew where he was going. I'm guessing the Jets and Fields' agent just let this go by for a couple of hours, so it kind of looked like they didn't tamper. But Fields to the Jets, so it'll be Justin Fields and Tyrod Taylor competing for that starting quarterback gig. And yeah, I use the word competing because I believe the Fields-Tyrod Taylor competition will be real for that starting QB job. Another $50 super chat flying in on our Browns stream here. But for any Browns fans that were hoping, and hey, I think Fields is a good quarterback, I feel a little bad for him that he's going to go to the Jets because they're going to ruin him. Not that like he's going to be ruined by the Jets because he's already done some of that to himself, but the Jets is definitely not a good place for Justin Fields to try and get some good coaching done and just be a part of a good organization more or less. So Fields to the Big Apple to play for the Jets and their new head coach and GM tandem. Meanwhile, Joseph with a $50 super chat. Bring back Flacco and Chubb and draft Abdul Carter. Man, if you want to just make a lot of the fans happy, that's one way to do it, Joseph. I don't have any beef with bringing back Flacco or re-signing Nick Chubb or drafting Abdul Carter. I think those would be 3 good moves by the Browns. I don't think they're going to do any of those 3, though. I think you're going to go 0 for 3 here. That's not what I would do. I'm just saying my prediction for what the Browns will do. I don't think they re-sign Flacco or re-sign or sign Flacco, re-sign Chubb, or draft Abdul Carter. I think it's either a quarterback at 2 or they're going to trade out. But at this point, I'm not getting the vibe that anyone wants to trade up for Shedeur Sanders. So it'll come down to whether or not the Browns are comfortable with taking Shedeur at 2, trading up to 1 to get Cam Ward. It is an ultimate mystery machine right now for Cleveland in the draft. Joseph and, of course, Joseph and Jordan, thank you guys for your super chats. Let's go. Appreciate it. Once again, I got to find some more lines here, but it never ceases to amaze me the support you guys throw my way here on the channel. Yep. By the way, Tom Pelissero says they're still working on the Darius Slay deal with the Steelers. So it might be another instance of Milton Williams, but just going to put that out there. So updated Super Chat numbers. I mean, Browns Report has put themselves far ahead of the Falcons Today show and the Broncos breakdown. They've got a commanding lead right now.
So I saw somebody in the Falcons chat. They said, "It's okay, guys, save your money." And I was like, I mean, the Falcons today is running away with legs.
Yeah.
So they have that battle won.
The Broncos
If anyone wants to drop a bomb in the Falcons super chat, that's fine. But they are still cooking. In the like battle.
Justin Fields to the New York Jets. I've always liked Fields as a quarterback. I've always been a Fields kind of like believer. And I am feeling kind of bad for him because I don't think the Jets is a good place for him to go to, given the fragile state he's in of like, we're not exactly sure still if you're a starting quarterback. Cam Bynum is what? Oh, I don't know. AFC or NFC? Cam Bynum, the Viking safety, the DB, is going to go and sign with the Dolphins. Damn it. All right, one more guess. Is it? Give me the division. Because doing 1-16 is not great radio. AFC South? I was thinking South. It can't be the Jags. They already signed a safety. Titans have some money to spend. I'll go Titans. I'm an idiot. All right, how about what? All the Colts. Well, that's their Julian Blackmon replacement. So one of the better safeties, in my opinion, Blackmon from Indianapolis, is not going back to the Colts anymore. So keep an eye on that for the Broncos potentially and the Falcons, two teams that could use some help at safety. 4 years, $60 million contract for him. Well, good for him for starters. And I don't think it's a bad signing by the Colts. I thought they would. I'll see what Blackmon comes in because I thought he played well. But if there's a Colts fan watching right now with a very big different opinion on it, I will adhere to you. By the way, the Fields, $30 million guaranteed. So I won't say it's a 1 year, $30 million contract because there'll be some guaranteed money in the second year of that deal. But if Fields does not work out well for the Jets, they could move on with not a ton of dead money after one season. Levi, I saw Justin Fields to the New York Jets, 2 year, $40 million contract. I like it for the Jets. Well, I don't think Fields can be successful with the Jets disorganization. So that's my concern. But with a new coach and Aaron Glenn and a new GM from Denver, maybe all that malpractice is behind them. But I think it's rotten to the core with the owner. Woody Johnson lets his sons veto trades based on their Madden ratings. And it doesn't really seem to matter who the head coach is. It's not like Robert Saleh was a bad hire. I think people were more excited about the Robert Saleh hire for the Jets than like Aaron Glenn. So I don't know why Aaron Glenn's going to have a better, hit rate at overcoming the ownership meddling than the previous head coaches. And I feel like Justin Fields could be good, but I don't know if it's going to be with the Jets. The Broncos, the Falcons, and the Browns have not signed any external free agents. Just a few re-signings for Denver. What L3s do we have for them? Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. So there's still some good players out there, by the way. I won't say all the good players have already been signed. Go off the... Here, how about this? I'll just go off of... Pick one source. Looks like they might be updating this. Okay. So here are some of the best players available really quickly, by the way. If you're wondering for who to watch for, I'm just going off of NFL's top 100 free agents. Josh Sweat at number 5. Charvarius Ward, the corner from the 49ers, at 8. Wow, that's pretty bold. Then they have Amari Cooper at 11. No. So we're going to skip that one. Byron Murphy, corner for the Vikings. Dre Greenlaw, 49ers linebacker. Javon Holland, Will Fries, offensive guard from the Colts. Asante Samuel, the Chargers DB. Malcolm Kuntz, the edge rusher for the Raiders. Safety Justin Reed from Kansas City. These are all available players. Cam Robinson, offensive tackle for the Vikings. Stephon Diggs, year away from a season in Houston with an ACL injury. Tevin Jenkins, a good guard when healthy from the Bears. Javon Hargrave, I've heard some rumors of him with the Browns, so keep an eye on that one. Evan Ingram, it's not a ton of overall great signings. The Bears signed Dayo Odi and Bingo. Yeah, Bingo. I think Bingo's probably been a name he's gotten before. It actually is Bingo, just word scramble. Bingo. Dayo, it is, signing with the Bears. So Chicago adds $16 million per year. That's a lot of money for someone no one's ever heard of. Who is Dayo? The Bears just gave a lot of money, $32 million to a guy who had 3 sacks last year. I don't think that's a good signing. He had 8 sacks the year before that. Did he miss some time this past year? Is that why? No, he played all 17 games. Started 14 of them. Defensive end. Went to Vandy. 2nd round pick in 2021. That's a new name for me, not going to lie to you guys. All right, well, there's that. Bears 3-year deal worth $48 million, $32 million guaranteed. That's a bad signing by Ryan Poles. Here, let's get to know Dayo for a second, the new Bears defensive end. Look at his stats. I don't really see what about this is $32 million guaranteed. This seems like a little bit of a reach, right? No? Well, we had some re-signings for the Broncos and some losses for the Falcons and nothing for the Browns. So let's run through some of the moves that have been made for the 3 teams we are covering on our show today between Cleveland, Denver, and Atlanta. We'll start with some of the Denver Broncos re-signings. That all kind of began yesterday when they re-signed their backup quarterback, Jarrett Stidham, for a 2-year, $12 million contract. I like it. Backup quarterback position's more valuable than people give it credit for. He worked well with Knicks last year, according to a lot of reports, so fine with me. They also made Mitch Fraboni, all-time name, by the way, a top 10 highest paid long snapper at $4.1 million. So good for him. But sure, long snapper signing, whatever. And they also made a few other re-signings. But they also lost Tremon Smith, who was more of a backup special teams corner. They thought he could be a return man for them. And then Marvin Mims said, watch this. So never really got a chance, I'd say, with Denver to get on the field a lot. So he goes to Houston on a 2-year deal worth up to $7.5. The biggest re-signing, though, is DJ Jones, their nose tackle, a pay raise, which definitely surprised me. 3-year, $39 million. Keep in mind, 3 years ago, he signed a 3-year, $30 million contract. So he goes from making $10 million a season to $13 million. I liked the re-signing. Did not really like the 3-year part of it because it's a really good defensive line draft class, and I felt like that would have been a good time to reset with a younger defensive tackle. Jake Matthews for the Falcons signed a 2-year extension worth $45 million. That keeps him in Atlanta for the future of 4 seasons. He already had 2 years remaining on his deal, so you tack on 2 more. It also helped some cap space issues for the Falcons this year. So Matthews, who has been the longest tenured Falcon on this team, is here to stay for 4 more seasons, it looks like. However, Drew Dahlman is out. He is no longer an Atlanta Falcon. He signed with the Chicago Bears on a 3-year, $42 million contract. Only $14 million a season. That feels like it could go either way when it comes to whether or not Atlanta could have paid it. Still a little disappointing, I'd say, for the Falcons to lose a really good center, but the focus now has to be on Ryan Neusel re-signing him. That was the backup for Dahlman, who played a couple of games in relief for the former fourth-round pick, and taking those savings that you could have spent on Dahlman and spending it on, I don't know, your defensive line. Myles Garrett, by the way, for the Browns, as we know by now, signed a blockbuster record-setting extension, 4-year, $160 million, tying him to Cleveland for the next 6 seasons, $123 million guaranteed. It also included a no-trade clause. So if he has a newfound interest, or maybe not new, but if he resparks some trade ideas in the future, he's got the no-trade clause to prevent him getting shipped to any team out there. He can have a little bit more of a say in where he goes. So Garrett signs a big deal, which no statement from him on getting $40 million a year. It feels fishy. It doesn't feel like his heart is really in it, in my opinion. 684 people watching on our Falcons stream, 411 on our Browns, 493 on our Broncos. Subscribe to the channels you're watching right now if you haven't already. Help us continue to grow here. Free agency is obviously a very big week across the NFL world. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's covering it. But what I can tell you is when free agency starts to die down, other people will pull back a little bit, take their foot off the gas. Not us. I'm going to continue to give you guys daily free videos on your favorite team. Kathy, what do I have to agree with you with? Okay. I got Twitter notification. No. The worst is when a big signing happens and like there's 5 notifications that follow it. And you're like, well, we're still on that same story. But the 2 quarterbacks that have switched teams, Darnold to Seattle on a 3-year, $100 million contract, a little over $33 million a year. And then Justin Fields going to the New York Jets on a 2-year, $40 million contract. I like both these quarterbacks. I think they can both be quality starters in the NFL. I've always been weary of paying quarterbacks big money in free agency and hoping they can continue the success with their new team. I don't know if a quarterback is able to be picked up and dropped off in a new team as easy as like a receiver or a running back. So that's my fear. Is there's a reason why quarterbacks that are good hardly hit free agency. Teams bring them back. So when they do hit free agency, it's fair to have a couple of questions about them, and then you hope that you can keep their success going with their new team. As for Fields, I don't think he was signed to be the guaranteed starter. I would not be surprised if him and Tyrod Taylor are having a 50-50 quarterback battle halfway through training camp. They like Taylor. They signed him to a 2-year contract last year. I think there's a chance that he could win that gig to open up the season. So something to watch for, because Fields, while he has a lot of good moments and a lot of highs, the lows are low. And the lows are things that pop out a lot in practice. And then, of course, in the game in the fourth quarter, especially the fourth quarter. But don't sleep on Taylor to still be this team starter in New York. As for Darnold, I think overall it's a good move for Seattle to move on from Geno. If he doesn't want that money, give it to Darnold and get a 3rd-round pick out of it. Would you rather have Geno Smith on that contract or Darnold and a 3rd? I'd rather have Darnold and a 3rd. But now you hope that he can still be very successful without Aaron Jones and Justin Jefferson.
Well, I was going to say, Geno has had a couple years of proving that he has, I guess, rekindled his career.
He's good. Geno's a good quarterback. Yep.
We've had 1 year of Sam Darnold being like, oh, wait, Sam Darnold's good now.
You're right.
It could be a fluke, could not be. But giving him 3 years, 100.5, that's a little bit of a gamble of saying, well, hope you can continue what you did last year.
Yeah.
Without Justin Jefferson and Aaron Jones
and Jordan
T.J.
Addison.
Hawkinson.
Yeah. Now the Seahawks have guys too, like JSN, I think.
But 2 of them just left.
Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker, good running back. So like Seahawks aren't Joe Schmoes, but they need to add another receiver.
They have to add another weapon, whether it be if they want to go Tyler Warren and sort of move on from Noah Fant.
Tyler Warren's not falling that far.
What are the Seahawks at?
The Seahawks are picking right after the Falcons. They're like six. No, the Bengals are 17. The Seahawks, I think, are 18.
Okay.
Seattle's either 18 or 16 because the Bucks are 19.
Then maybe Isaiah Bond?
I think Matthew Golden
Matthew Golden?
from Texas. Book it right now. Someone send a future notification and then come back to me on draft night. Matthew Golden, you are a Seahawk. Calling it right now. Also, I think there's a very real chance Genty and Warren both go top 10. I think they're going to be just viewed as too good of prospects in a draft that doesn't have a lot of first-round talent in it to escape the top 10. I could see Warren going to the Jets and Genty going to the Raiders. Gonna put that out there. Who's going to come back and see if I got that Golden prediction right? I want someone to either expose me or praise me.
If you want to...
Michael Scott, I don't need to be praised. It's not an obsession to be praised. Do I want to be praised?
Yeah.
No. Do I need to be praised?
So, OMT on the Falcons channel said, we don't have a center. We touched on this in a
on the Falcons?
previous video. Yeah.
Yes.
On the Falcons.
That is true that both centers are free agents. And one has already left, Drew Dahlman. But I expect them to bring back Ryan Newsel. I expect them to bring him back. If they don't bring it back, not that he's someone to delete the channel over, but if you lose both starting centers in free agency, maybe it's a probation. No videos for a week. Like Gandhi protests, we're going to hunger strike. And then you go to the Falcons YouTube channel and spam their comment section. This is your fault. It's 110% your fault. Charlie says Matthew Golden, best receiver in the draft. I think Golden's special. I think he's going to be a very good receiver, and I like him more than any other receiver in this draft too. So the like battle. Here we go. It is still 1, 2, 3. Browns, can they get to 300 likes? And then for the Broncos, get to 400. For Atlanta, don't get cocky. Meanwhile, Super Chats, we haven't had a Super Chat for a little bit right now, so not much change here at all. Still 1, 2, 3. Man, the lead changes have been insane. The Broncos took the lead for maybe 2 seconds, and then James Harper quickly erased that lead. There it is! Falcons Today trying to get out of the cellar with a $10 Super Chat. Any more updates? No more updates. Darth Highest, since it's a little quiet right now, what is the oldest major sports team to... I love this trivia. Let's go! Before I even finish the question, I love that you're doing trivia with me right now. What's the oldest major sports team to not win a championship? What are the 4 teams to never make a Super Bowl? What players returned a fumble for a safety? Oldest to not win a championship, I think, is the Arizona Cardinals. They were the Chicago Cardinals. They've never won a Super Bowl. They are the oldest in the NFL. So then the NHL has a lot of old teams, the original 6, but they've all won. NBA does not have old teams. NBA is like low-key younger than people realize. Like, you think the Bulls, being iconic as they are like 100 years old? No. They're like 60 years old.
I like Arizona on that.
Arizona Cardinals, I can't think of an NHL team that would be older. Plus, a lot of NHL teams have won at least one cup. Samaje Perine going to the Buccaneers. What the fuck? Dude couldn't make the Broncos roster last year, and he just got $22 million after being the Chiefs' third string. They went out and signed Kareem Hunt because they didn't trust Samaje Perine. This free agency is broken. Broken. So I'm going to go with the Cardinals for the oldest team to not win a championship. 4 teams never make a Super Bowl. I know them, but I don't want to ruin the fun for everyone else. Okay, should we just say them out loud? Ready? Jags. Texans. Browns. Want to get the last one? Lions. A little group effort right there. And then player returned a fumble for a safety. Do you know this one? They ran out the back of their own end zone. I'm guessing someone fumbled into the end zone. It sounds familiar. Darth Hyas and anyone else send me trivia because while it's slow, I love trivia.
Yeah.
I host trivia for 2 different leagues, and I play trivia in a league.
For some reason, I feel like I know this last one.
All I'm thinking about right now is the Marion Barber greatest 2-yard run of all time. I give up. You stumped me on the third one, but I think we got the first 2 right. Okay, someone give me the answer for the third one. We have a few other super chats that just flew in as well. It's a Vikings player. How long ago? No, I think it's got to be a defender, like a defensive player that scooped up a fumble and then was in his own end zone and got tackled for a safety. It could be a running back who recovered a fumble and then went back in the safety. Yeah. But it says returned a fumble for a safety. That is insane money for a guy who is not even a starter on his own team. I'm all for. He could be, he could be a starter elsewhere. He just happened to be behind Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. Okay, a handful of. Talanoa Hufanga just signed. Yes. Yep. Mike Kliss reporting Broncos have contract agreement with 49ers free agent safety Talanoa Hufanga. So, according to Mike Kliss at 9 News, the Broncos are going to sign Hufanga, the all-pro safety from the San Francisco 49ers. As soon as we get some more information on that signing, basically the contract details, we're going to break it down in a full video here. But the news right now, for the 3 channels a part of the stream right now, it took until 3:05 Eastern time for the first signing to be made, well after the beginning at 12 Eastern time, 3 hours and 5 minutes. The Broncos are going to sign 49ers safety Talanoa Hufanga to a to a TBD contract number and value. But there we go. Initial reaction, I like it. I think Hufanga is a great safety. Injuries have been the only knock against him. When he's on the field, he's a leader of that 49ers defense. It's a great move by Denver if they can capture the healthy version of a former 5th-round pick by San Francisco. Great signing. Obviously, got to wait until I see the dollar amount. I'll give a prediction right now. Based on the other signings, if Samaje Perine gets $22 million, I'm going to say Hufanga gets 3 years, $40 million. I'll go 3-year, $40 million for Talanoa Hufanga. Sinister, Hufanga was not signed hours ago. Hours ago, Jeremy Fowler said the Broncos are meeting with Hufanga and talking to him. But if we run with that, what happens is you could get Milton Williams because he was going to sign with the Panthers and then he signed with the Patriots. So it's a good reminder in free agency to not get too ahead of yourself when players are just meeting with teams. Oh, see, now Samaje Perine might be going back to the Bengals and not going to the Bucs. The Black Knight with a $50 super chat. A lot of super chats have come in here. We're going to get to them in a little bit. I really would love to get some Hufanga details. Sinister, not to pick on you, but all of a sudden now Perine might be going back to the Bengals. So, sometimes it's close to a done deal, but whenever I see, player is talking with team, I'm not going to go, it's done. So often in free agency, players talk and nothing ever happens. So let's recap some of the supers while we wait for the Hufanga contract details to come out. But Talanoa Hufanga, according to Mike Kliss, signing with Denver. Is he here? Oh, 3 years? Up to $45 million? Yep. Not that. I'll take that.
$20 million guaranteed.
You know what that is? That's a single that I just stretched into a double. Yep. Was not a home run. I did not get it square on. But 3 year, $45 million. Let's let people know we're going to do a cut for this. Okay. And let's recap the supers real quick here. Actually, let's do that afterwards. Yeah, let's dive right into it. Okay, yeah. $50 super chat came in. That'd be rude not to. So 3-year, 45 up to, I think he said, $45 million, which always includes some, oh my gosh, another $50 super chat. And Falcons Today is making some moves. Slingshot, engage. They just hopped in the left lane, and they have now passed the Broncos breakdown in super chats and are second behind the Browns report. Hufanga, though, like I said a moment ago, I like this signing. I think he is a very talented safety, and if he's healthy, he is going to make this defense a lot better, and it already was a very good defense. Josh Palmer, do you have numbers? Okay, when you get numbers, let me know. I want to guess because Palmer is a receiver who I think is going to be a major beneficiary to a weak wide receiver draft class. Shout out Josh Palmer, though, by the way. Okay, we took a summer class together at Tennessee. I don't think he remembers me, though. By the way, I did not fail out or anything like that. Just a nice little Maymester. Okay, how many years? 3 years, and I'm going to say he's making $50 million. Lower? Okay, 40 million? 35. 36? Okay. Good for you, Josh. Come on, Terry. You cut Grady. What's our splash corresponding move? I don't disagree that if you save $16 million in cap space and you were already cap compliant, then you better have somewhere where this money is going to go. Could be a Trey Hendrickson trade, but it doesn't make sense to me to release Grady Jarrett if you don't plan to use that extra cap space on a different player. If you thought we want to move on from him, then at least give him training camp, right? And if it doesn't work out, then you can release him. I guess the only positive to this, if you're adamant he was never going to make this roster, you release him now so he has a better chance of signing elsewhere before all the roster holes are filled throughout the draft and free agency. But I hear you, dude. If you cut him to save that much cap space and you're already cap compliant, then it better make up for with another signing. Okay. We have one more 50 from Sanchez Lowe Nelson. Reed's gonna hit spacebar here in just a second. Arthur Blank just released statement. Please read. Did he? Or am I getting... Oh! Bad news for Atlanta. Josh Sweat signing with the Arizona Cardinals. 4-year deal worth $76 million, including $41 million guaranteed. So that's one more pass rusher off the board here. We had some other super chats come in. We will get to those, I promise you. But Hufanga's numbers are here. Schefter and Rappaport have already tweeted them out right now, so let's not waste any more time. It's a 3-year deal for Talanoa, up to $45 million, including $20 million guaranteed. I'll give more thoughts on that in just a little bit, but we're going to break this down here. Are we ready to rumble Mr. Bartkus? Okay, I'm going to get my ducks in a row here now. But I'm ready to roll if you are. Let me actually do one more quick thing here, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves in the chat. Okay. Was there anything else? No, I think it was just Hufanga. Oh, you're right. What did the Broncos do this morning? Oh, Matt Peart. Matt Peart. We'll do that at the end of the video. Yep. Good memory. That's why we gave Reed the big bucks over here. He's fucking killing it. Just. All right. Let's talk all about our first signing for the Denver Broncos in 2025 NFL free agency. That is an external signing. Let me know when you're ready, Reed, and then we can dive on into this. All the super chats. I see you, Jose. I see you, Jordan, and everyone else. I promise we'll get to your super chats. Just let me break down this Broncos signing real quick here. You ready? The Broncos have made their first move in 2025 NFL free agency, and I like it. They are signing former 49ers safety, former All-Pro safety Talanoa Hufanga to a 3-year, $45 million contract with $20 million guaranteed. I'll talk more about the money side of things. I know it's a little bit boring, but just instant reaction, kind of surface level take from this. I love this move for Denver. They needed some help at safety. P.J. Locke did not get the job done last year. Brandon Jones is a quality safety, but I think he's got that ceiling, and Hufanga's got the all-pro caliber ceiling. In 2022, Talanoa, former fifth-round pick, started all 17 games for the Niners, and he was magnificent. 4 interceptions, including a pick 6, 2 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 9 pass breakups. However, the issue with Hufanga has been lack of availability the last 2 years. You see, in 2023, he tore his ACL almost halfway through the season. Then he comes back in 2024, and he just doesn't quite look like that 2022 All-Pro version. He battled ankle and wrist injuries. He only played 7 games in 2024, recovering from an ACL injury and then dealing with new injuries on top of that. So that's why the Niners let him go. But $20 million guaranteed. Do not get attached to the sticker price here. I beg of you to not look at. They just gave Hufanga, a guy who has missed a lot of games the last 2 years. He's only played a total of 17 games over the past 2 seasons. He's missed 50% of games since 2022. $45 million. That's way too much money. This is a 2-year, $20 million contract. If things aren't going well, they can move on before year 3. If things are going great and he's healthy, then you got an incredible bargain. You got a all-pro safety for $15 million a year. That is a home run type of signing. So make sure to subscribe, by the way, as more signings come out. We're going to break it down for you. We're going to get you guys a video before anyone else. So if you are looking for a go-to Broncos YouTube channel for all things Denver during free agency, I invite you, no, I implore you, hit that sub button. If you don't, someone's going to come steal your dog tonight. So let that sink in. That is your fault now. As for Hufanga and the safety room in general, but more importantly, the defense, the Broncos defense just got better. And it was already a great defense. The only weak spots were safety and inside linebacker. And with all the good inside linebackers being snatched up and re-signed before free agency even started, I'm not surprised Denver goes, well, we can't pay Zach Bond or Nick Bolton because they've already been re-signed. So the money that we budgeted for those guys, let's just spread it out over DJ Jones and maybe a little bit more to someone like Hufanga to get him to leave San Francisco for Denver. But now this Broncos DB section. Pat Surtain, reigning defensive player of the year, best corner in football. Riley Moss, an ascending young corner on a very cheap rookie contract. Brandon Jones, who had a lot of good highlight takeaway plays last season. Hufanga, an all-pro safety when healthy. Great against the run. Excellent in coverage. He can do it all for you. And then I forgot about Jaquan McMillan. I mean, the absolute spark plug of the DBs who always seems to be around the football, coming up with interceptions and forced fumbles. This is a scary secondary. It is going to be miserable for Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes and Geno Smith to play twice a year because there are not going to be a lot of guys running wide open across the middle of the field. So I think this was a very, very good move for Denver. I like that with the injuries over the past 2 seasons, there is a fair amount of concern to be had, but with only $20 million guaranteed, we're looking at a 2-year, $20 million contract. That's $10 million a season. Even if it blows up in your face after 1 year, you won't have a very difficult time moving on from him after 1 season. So from a contract perspective, don't be scared by the $45 million sticker price. Remember, during free agency, my rule is subtract 1 year from the total years and apply that number to guaranteed money, and that is what they basically signed. Because that's basically when the team can get out of that contract if things aren't going well. And I think that's always something fans think of when they feel like it's a bit of an overpay. 2-year, $20 million contract for a 2022 All-Pro? I'm not talking about like a pre-2020. I'm not talking about a pre-COVID All-Pro. I'm talking about an All-Pro from just 3 years ago now. So I like this move for the Broncos, like I said. Now, Denver has made a handful of re-signings. This is their first new external signing, though, and I think it's a great addition to the safety room. We're going to check out some of the re-signings the Broncos have already made today, so make sure you stick around for that. But give me your grade for this signing. A, B, C, D, or F. I'm going to give it an A. We have seen some players get outrageous money so far at NFL free agency. Milton Williams is making $26 million a year. Guys, yesterday morning, Myles Garrett was making $25 million. And Milton Williams just came in at $26 million after being a rotational defensive tackle in a breakout year. This is the product of increased salary cap, means more room for teams to re-sign their best players, which means very few good players hit the open market. And those that do, they are the belle of the ball, right? They are Ryan Howard in prison. And so teams are going to have to overpay for them. And that's how you get some of these insane contracts. Raiders safety, can we compare really quickly, Reed, what Hufanga signed for what the Jags signed Trevon Merrick for? I would take Hufanga over Merrick 10 times out of 10. And then you add in the contract too. This is an excellent signing for Denver when it came down to which safety would you rather have. I'd rather have Hufanga. Oh, he's also cheaper too on top of that. This is even better than I thought initially. So compare this right now to the the Panthers. The Panthers signing the Raiders safety Trevon Merrick. Yeah, 3-year, $51 million. Give me Hufanga every day of the week over him. And that contract too. Now we can switch gears and talk about some of the re-signings that happened. Denver has made 5 re-signings already. They come off a playoff run. I'm not surprised they want to try and keep some of those core pieces. Well, core is a strong word. Try and keep some of those pieces together. Jarrett Stidham coming back to back up Bo Nix for another year. I think the backup quarterback position is more valuable than people realize. It's basically a coin flip every single year, whether or not your starter is going to go down for a game or two. Seriously. There's that many backups that have their number called. So investing in the backup quarterback position is not a bad move. They brought back their long snapper, made him the 8th highest paid long snapper in the NFL. So good for him. And DJ Jones, I did a video on this late last night, so check that out. I liked the move. I am definitely walking a little bit of it back because of the number. 30 years old, 3-year, $39 million. He played well last year. He's a big part of that run-stopping unit. I get all that. But it's also a great year to go to the draft to find a defensive tackle for way less and way younger. So I thought maybe it's a 1-year, $13 million contract. No, they gave him another 3-year deal. This one was more than the last one. That to me was a little bit of a surprise, but this is also the result of 3 years ago, the salary cap was way less than what it is now. So if teams have more to spend, players are going to want more. We got to remember that as well. And the Broncos also signed or re-signed offensive tackle Matt Peart. He had a good role on special teams for Denver. He was their swing tackle. They didn't have to go to him very much on offense ever. I know McGlinchey missed a little bit of time. Frank Crum filled in there, but Garrett Bowles was reliable. But I'm fine with bringing back some depth at the offensive tackle position. You can never have enough depth at a couple spots. Corner, offensive tackle, defensive end, those are building block spots for teams. So I like the re-signings across the board. I just felt like maybe a little bit too rich for my liking for Jones, but I still like the player, so I can make do with it. But once more, Talanoa Hufanga coming to Denver. I think it's a very good signing. We can look over some of his stats here in just a moment. But 3 years, $45 million. We'll see if he, gets to 45. If he does not play well because of injuries, then it becomes a 2-year, $20 million contract. If he stays healthy and plays well, you're paying an all-pro safety $15 million. That's a very, very good deal right there. That's a great signing given how big the salary cap is right now. So it has my approval. I will definitely stamp it and, check it off here. We can look at some stats for Hufanga. You go back to that 2022 season. 97 tackles, 5 tackles for loss, 9 pass breakups, 4 interceptions, including a touchdown and 2 forced fumbles. But we have to acknowledge He has played a grand total of 17 games over the last 2 years. That's easy math, 50% of games. And some Niners fans will tell you he did not look as good, and I think that's probably true, since the ACL tear in 2023, going into 2024 when he just played 7 games with ankle, wrist, head injury. It just all snowballed. Hopefully Hufanga, though, with the full offseason to get healthy, can come onto the field in 2025 and look more like the 2022 version of himself. Before we get on out of here, quick reminder, check out this awesome deal going on at Fanatics where things are 25% off, like this Bo Nix jersey. Go to chatsports.com/fanatics. I put this link in the comments and description of today's video. So if you want to get some Bo Nix gear in your life for a little bit less than what it usually runs for, I invite you to do this now because these sales, they come and go on Fanatics. That will wrap it up for us on this edition of the Broncos Breakdown. I expect us to have more news coming out over the next few days here, so make sure to subscribe, turn on those notifications for you to not miss a single thing when it comes to Denver. We have a couple of super chats. Did I miss any? Jags signed Patrick McCarry from the Ravens. Anyone else? The Jags signed Luke Farrell from the Niners. Oh, no. Niners signed Jags tight end Luke Farrell. 3-year deal with up to $20 million. Josh Sweat to Philly. 4-year deal, $76 million. What is that? A little under $20 million. I said $20 million would be probably on the high end for him, and he comes in at about $19 million. So, not, I guess, the worst value, but that's one less pass rusher for Atlanta, who desperately needs one. Scott Zappa is in the chat. By the way, for anyone that's just tuning in, we are doing, I don't know what the word is, like in Latin, but TriCast? Yeah, that sounds about right. Between our Browns, Broncos, and Falcons channels here at Chat Sports. So if I start to talk about one team specifically and you're a little confused why that's the case, there's your reason. We had Palmer go to the Bills, so Josh Allen, who's had one hell of a stretch here. I know he didn't win a Super Bowl, but MVP, engaged, and he also just signed the new largest quarterback contract in NFL history. So not a bad month for Mr. Allen. That's a lot of wings in Buffalo. We did have a handful of Super Chats roll in right before we started that breakdown. We're going to get that on screen for you guys here. I just got to do a quick thing on my computer, so sorry. And then you'll have my full attention once more. No. Okay. Yes.
All right.
You want to just read this one out loud real quick?
Yeah. So this is from Broncos Breakdown. We got Zavi. As of right now, who do you want the Broncos to get? So this was before we got Hufanga. And as everyone in the chat was politely letting us know, the Broncos were negotiating with Hufanga all this morning. It just happened, then they made the deal. So we kind of saw this coming. Everyone in Broncos Breakdown kind of saw this coming. But, Petey, over to you. Who do you want to sign after
So
Hufanga?
I think next for Denver after Hufanga would be a linebacker. As for the kind of best remaining linebackers, I'll toss out EJ Speed.
Sorry to cut you off.
is it Evan Ingram? I like Evan Ingram. I know tight end's obviously a big need, so I wouldn't be upset with it. But I'd rather go with EJ Speed. If we're really talking about, hey, what's a prediction for what I think Denver's going to target and who's a good player at that position, I think they really want to focus on linebacker. And I think they're going to leave tight end to the draft. But they brought Evan Ingram in for a visit, so they have some level of interest right there. No signing has been made yet with the former Jags tight end. But Ingram and Speed, I would put on your radar. Okay. We got some other... some other super chats for sure. No, I think on all of them. Jose Herrera Bear from the Broncos stream. Jose, thank you for your super chat. No, we definitely have someone on Falcons. We have Jim and Mr. King. David Kilgore once again. Good to see you, David. What not Coop? What not Cup? Cooper Cup. I think Cup's going to get released. I just don't think the Rams are going to find a trade partner. I also think that it's not only about finding a team willing to trade for Cup, but they might want to do Cup well on the way out and say, hey, we got this offer from, say, Denver. Do you want to go there? And he goes, no, I don't want to go there. All right, well, it's just like a 6th-round pick, so we can live without that. And if it means, doing our players right as they leave. So that's also something to consider. I think Cup is going to get released. Jim Taylorson with a $2 super chat. Jim from our Falcons channel. Appreciate it, Jim. Thank you for watching and hanging out with us. Mr. King. By the way, did we ever get the trivia question answers from Darth Highest? What team actually won their 2 Super Bowl appearances and still has the worst winning percentage in the NFL? The Buccaneers. Oh, that's the only answer. Yeah. Bucs are 2-0 in the Super Bowl, and they have the worst win percentage in the NFL. They were bad for a very long time. And then bad again. Grady Jarrett to the... Yep. Grady Jarrett is indeed going to the Chicago Bears. So that's why he was released. Grady Jarrett was able to find a new contract elsewhere. 3-year, $43 million. What does that come out to? 15, $14 million a year? Now I see why Atlanta had to release him. Because he was able to find more money elsewhere. And you know what? I can give Terry Fontenot a pass for not wanting to give Grady Jarrett either that type of money or keep him on the books for the contract he already had. Grady Jarrett to the Bears. The Chicago-Atlanta pipeline with Ryan Pace is unbelievable. Usually it was Bears players coming to Atlanta. Now we've got 2 Falcons going up to Chicago. Or maybe not. Do we have a source off? We might have a source off. Okay. No source off. Grady Jarrett to the Windy City. Titans, by the way, brought back Sebastian Joseph Day on a 1-year deal. So Grady Jarrett is a Chicago Bear, or at least is going to sign with the Bears. Remember, no one's really signing anything until... Actually, some guys can sign. Grady Jarrett can sign with the Bears because he was released. People that had just had their contracts expire, they cannot sign until Wednesday. Grady Jarrett can sign with the Bears immediately. Aaron Banks from the 49ers to the Packers. So talking a little bit more about Jarrett here. It's got 3 years. What's the total? $43.5 million over 3 years. That's an average of $14.5 million a season. Atlanta was not going to pay Jarrett $14.5 million. I don't think anyone's upset that the Falcons did not want to pay Jarrett that much money, right? Not that he doesn't deserve money. You get what I'm saying though, in terms of the way he's performed the last 2 years, his age. it did not seem like the Falcons, and understandably so, would keep him on for that dollar amount. So I was always kind of hopeful of, well, maybe he will re-sign with Atlanta because no one else has a huge interest in him. No, good for him. He was able to find some more money elsewhere. Chicago's giving him $43.5 million. That includes $28.5 million guaranteed. So my rule, this is a 2-year, $28 million contract, which is right again around $14.5 million. Jarrett to Chicago. That's the second starting Falcon to leave for the Bears, though. Drew Dahlman signed with the Bears earlier today, getting paid $14 million a season, almost identical-ish to Jarrett, who's making $14.5. Man, how about that? Did you guys expect Jarrett to make more in just average annual value than Drew Dahlman? I did not. Did not think Grady Jarrett would catch a bigger average annual value than Drew Dahlman would. As for the Browns, no moves. No moves for Cleveland. We went live at what time? 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central. We have been live for, is it 5.5 hours? 4.5 hours? I was off by 1 hour. 4.5 hours. It's a watch party right now. Yeah. The hips are starting to feel it, though. We got Trey with a $2 super. And a handful of super chats came in on Denver's stream as well. So a lot of super chats to catch up on here. You know, Grand Limousine, I actually am a camel. I can hold my bladder for a long time. I'm not a frequent bathroom visitor. Like, I know some people are blown away how Scott Hansen can do it. That's never been something I'm like, I don't know how you do that. Sometimes I just don't go. Mr. King, thank you for your super. Yes. Ben Broski with a $2 super chat. We got Jose already. Herrera Bear. David. Yep. There we go. G. Vandy. Honestly, not truly sold on Hufanga. Would rather have signed Javon Holland or Jeremy Chin. I like Jeremy Chin. I always liked him on the Panthers. Went to Southern Illinois. So it's kind of a cool, like, all right, that's someone who's really earned a spot in the NFL. I like Hufanga the most, though. The all-pro season, how great he was pre-injury. He's still young, and I'm willing to bet $20 million guaranteed he can bounce back from the injuries. It's definitely a wager. It's definitely a risk, because if not, you're not getting that same all-pro player if he's not the same after a torn ACL. But I think with him being 2 years removed from that torn ACL, I'm willing to roll the dice on it. And I think the ceiling for Hufanga is way higher than Holland and Chin. So I am content with Hufanga for Denver. Ooh, former Bear, by the way. Speaking of the Bears right there. And then Jag, and then Seahawk, now going to the Giants. G. Vandy, honestly, not truly sold on Hufanga. Oh, we already had this one. I was like, again? G. Vandy, though, thank you for the super. Robert, so I asked this before, but I'm more confident now. Is this the return to the no-fly zone for the Broncos? Dude, let's make sure. I'm not quite at a keep to leave Chris Harris, yet. But with Surtain, like, it's almost automatically a no-fly zone no matter who else is playing alongside him. I think this could rival that. I think Pat Surtain's the best DB of the bunch, right? And there were some great ones, of course. Champ Bailey. But Surtain's so good and so young. Let's wait and see how this year plays out. But, Robert, I think you're on the right track. I think so. I think it really could be. If Hufanga looks even like 90% of what he did in 2022, the weakest link on the secondary is going to be Brandon Jones, who had he's a solid average safety, right? Like, he is not probably a perennial Pro Bowl or anything like that, but he is going to be a quality starting safety for this team. And if that's the weakest link, you've got a darn good secondary on your hands. Robert, thank you so much for the super chat. Jordan Barrett from the Browns Report. Bring Larry Ogunjobi home. Did the Browns need a defensive tackle? They just took Mike Hall last year, 52nd overall. Time for him to have a bigger role. You also have Dalvin Tomlinson and Shelby Harris under contract still. So you got 2 veterans. You got Mike Hall. I think we're investing way too many resources into the defensive tackle position for the Browns when there are bigger fish to fry. And I think you have to, sleep in the bed that you made. You took Hall in the 2nd round last year. Time for him to have a big role in year 2. So I don't think Larry Ogunjobi is at the top of my wish list. Awesome moment, though, for him, obviously, in the playoff game against Pittsburgh. Ben Broski, the Browns need to do something. Like, what the fuck, Barry? Yeah. It's not fun doing nothing. Now, remember, they don't usually make big free agent signings. And I'll say this, with the trend we're on right now, which is free agency is starting to look a little watered down because teams just re-sign their best players. Well, that means you got to get good players in either one of two ways. The draft or trades. I don't think we can fairly grade Andrew Berry as a drafter because he hasn't had a lot of 1st or 2nd round picks, which is his own doing, of course. But I don't think then we can just come up with a conclusion on whether or not he's a good drafter or not when he's had 2 1st round picks in 5 years. So I'm willing to park the bus on the draft side. Trade-wise, obviously the Watson trade's the biggest one, but Cooper trade was great. Jerry Jeudy trade was great. He's had some really good trades. And if you have to start building your roster without free agency so much, at least for the Browns, like Barry has shown some good trade habits. Ooh, we got another signing. We got a lot of super chats coming in. TJ Slayton to the Bengals. Okay. Aaron Banks, by the way, 4 years, $77 million contract. That's like a $19.5-ish million deal. Wow. Ben, thank you for the super as always. We have some more super chats here to catch up on. And then in a little bit, we can update the super chat total. Who's up to bat next? Trey, Chicago Falcons. What's better, the Philadelphia Bulldogs or the Georgia Eagles? I like Philadelphia Bulldogs because that really fits. It's in Philadelphia, and they're all Bulldogs. So Chicago Falcons, yeah, not far off. Zachary, percent chance that the Falcons end 2025 with a player that has 10 or more sacks? 20. Very rare a rookie gets 10 or more sacks. In fact, you guys want a little trivia right now? Let's see the last couple of rookies that have gotten 10 or more sacks. And then how many of those rookies were taken outside the top 10? Who was the last rookie taken outside the top 10 to get 10 or more sacks? Did Jared Verse do it this past year for the Rams? Did he get 10 or more? Okay. Yeah, 11. I guess it's not as rare as I thought it was. Let's find out together. How about that? One moment. 11 and a half. Oh, is that your guess? Sacks. Okay. Making great radio right now. I'm looking at the last rookie who had 10 or more sacks because, Zach, I don't think it's coming in free agency. I don't expect Azeez Ojulari to get 10 or more sacks. And then rookies. Here we go. Let's look at the last couple of rookies to get 10 or more sacks. Yeah. Micah Parsons in 2021. Then you got to go back to Josh Allen from the Jags in 2019. Max Crosby, his rookie year. So one person has done it since 2020. And that was Micah Parsons, who was taken 11th overall by Dallas. So not too far away from Atlanta. But yeah, not easy to do. Like, one guy in the last 5 years has done it, Micah. You need your next player to be Micah Parsons to end this. I don't think that's very likely. In fact, Bradley Chubb, Joey Bosa, and then there's a 5-year gap. Remember Aldon Smith from the Niners and Von Miller in 2011 both got 10 or more in their rookie season. Only 8 guys since 2010 have done this. Get 10 or more sacks as a rookie. Dave Smith, what's going on, Captain Dave? Doesn't look like the Falcons are going to make a splash. Dave. Oh, why did I say Dave Smith? Dave Joseph. Who's Dave Smith? I don't know. Dave Joseph. There's a lot of names on my screen and everything. Aldon Smith. That's what I was looking at when I've got this issue of if I'm reading something and talking, I kind of merge the two. Doesn't look like the Falcons are going to make a splash. No. Doesn't. The Trey Hendrickson trade is a splash. That would be the only splash. That's the only thing that can save them from not making a splash. Right now, they're not even in the kiddie pool. They're not at the. They're in the car.
No trades right now.
No, that's a little surprising. I agree. The Falcons are not even at the water park. No, they are at home on a sunny day, and everyone else is there. They're at summer school.
They with releasing Grady Jarrett, they actually went and then turned around and came back home.
Yeah, the Browns are at summer school because they're not even close to a splash. The Broncos
are.
I think they're
playing pool basketball right now.
Pool basketball?
Yeah.
I think Hufanga could be pool basketball. I'll get behind that. So I got one team playing pool basketball, one team's in class right now in the middle of July, and the other is at home playing video games. That's where we're at with these 3 teams. Dave, thank you very much for the super. I think we have a few more. No? We got all Browns caught up. And then, yeah, we can look at the updated Super Chat totals. Is Broncos caught up? Yes, I think so too. Okay, sweet. So Super Chat totals now after a handful of supers have popped in over the last 30 minutes. Still first place for the Browns. Falcons now in second. They were in third earlier, and Denver has fallen all the way to third. So very close right here. And I think the gap has, been narrowed between Atlanta and Cleveland for sure, and second and first altogether. And then likes, it's still the Falcons by a good stretch. These ones are not that close. First, second, third. Quick shout out, by the way, as we wait for some more signings to come in. We're kind of a lull right now, so if you have some trivia questions, feel free to send them my way. I love trivia questions. But first things first, quick shout out, though, to Fanatics. Like I said, they've got a 25% sale going right now, so there's lots of awesome gear, for a fraction of the cost. When you go to chatsports.com/fanatics, that link is in the comments and description of today's video. So if you want to get a Bo Nix jersey, a Falcons hoodie, or a Browns t-shirt, make sure you visit chatsports.com/fanatics. I put this link in the comments and description of today's video. So check it out if you have not already. That way you can save future you some money. If you think you might be getting some more gear in your closet, do it now while it is 25% off. Justin Fields going to the Jets. Sam Darnold to the Seahawks. Those are the 2 big quarterback moves today. Ooh, Joel. Trivia, what NFL team has the newest logo? I think it's the Jets. Didn't they change it subtly last year? Or it could be the Browns with the updated face mask. Yeah, I don't remember when the Jets did it. Browns did it. I think they... Dude, they did it right around the same time.
They did it when Rodgers signed.
I think they redid it after that, though.
Really?
That's what I'm saying, is they, double changed it. I could be wrong. Someone fact check me. I think the Jets double changed the logo. 2 years apart. But I'll go with the Browns. I know, same thing. Ian Rappaport just tweeted out the Broncos add Talanoa Hufanga. No, I know how to say it, but when it's just saying it quickly. As you say it more, you get better at it, of course. Talanoa Hufanga. ZD Productions from the Falcons chat. Remember last year we made good moves aside the Cousins one. Darnell Mooney was an excellent signing for the Falcons. They signed Charlie Werner. And the other ones, really? Since he's adding on defense, Rap Sheet says. Oh, this is from Rappaport. Are you taking. Get with the times, dude. You're 10 minutes behind right now. Seriously. Anyone got a trivia question for me? No update, Lucas, on a Cortland Sutton contract extension. I don't expect that to get done this week. That seems like something they get done after free agency or after the draft. I just don't think it's such a pressing thing for them because Sutton is not going to get DK Metcalf money. So I don't think they're racing other receivers for an extension.
Do you want to go through some free agents and guess where they're going to go?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do that. Robertson, I think the Falcons are going to bring back Ryan Newsel. That was the backup who filled in for Dahlman for a lot of 2024. The Ultimate Sports Network wants Von Miller and Flacco. The temperature in this room, I think it's just like that being open and that. It's dropped 20 degrees. I need gloves. That's what I need. I'm freezing. Can you guys see the hair standing? I brought a jacket. Like, it is. No, because I'm going to look weird with the jacket on. I know. We're going to power through. Greg with a $5 super chat. Ooh, we got some Cleveland trivia for all of our Browns viewers right now. We'll get that on screen for you in just a moment. Oh, snap. Okay. Just sending a quick message. Okay. No. Greg, what year did Cleveland break ground? Oh, put on screen. What year did Cleveland break ground on the municipal stadium? So not the current one, but the previous one. Which, hence the Muni lot. I don't know off the top of my head. I can educated guess time. I thought that was constructed in the 40s. Because the Indians and Browns shared it. I know, Indians. They shared it. I'm going to say, like, a nice 1948, Greg. By the way, speaking of, get some more Star Wars references here. Is that Obi-Wan Kenobi? Look at the profile picture. It's got a blue lightsaber. Did Obi-Wan have a blue or green? I think he had green. He had blue? Qui-Gon Jinn had green? Okay. I'm a very novice. It's even smaller on my monitor. Mm-hmm. Earlier, Aaron in 1930. Okay, I was thinking, was it there for World War II? Like, that's what my, timeline line in the sand was. I went the wrong side of it. Thank you, Greg. That's a great trivia question. Appreciate it. Moving on to, we had one more super chat coming from TKU Wills. Is it a stretch to think we could get Russell Wilson? Talking about the Browns here. I don't think it's a stretch because Russ is having a lot of vacancies get filled. I think his best option now is probably going back to the Steelers or signing with the Giants. But if Aaron Rodgers goes to New York and Pittsburgh's like, listen, we don't want to run it back with Russ, maybe what happens is Rodgers goes to the Steelers and then Russ goes to the Giants. I think in order for Russ to come to Cleveland, the Giants and the Steelers have to have their quarterback vacancies filled. And then Russ goes, okay, I can come to Cleveland now because they can afford me now that my asking price has gone down because he's no longer going to sign that vet minimum deal. And I don't think the Browns are looking to give a big-ish contract to a quarterback this offseason. But if his number goes down, they could get something done. Chuma Edoga, longtime Cowboy tackle, going to the Jags. Oh, breaking news. Dave Roberts from the LA Dodgers got extended.
Get out of here.
Jeff Passan, stay in your lane, dude. Not today. Are we all caught up on supers? I think so. Browns have slightly extended their super chat lead, by the way. Who to the Saints? I don't know who Nate Shepard is. Dude, like, I think I know everyone in the league, and then free agency gets here. I'm like, that's not a person. That is not on this team. That is not on any team. So all super chats have been hit. Let's go through some of the top remaining free agents, and I'll give predictions for where they could end up. It'll just be. Sure, yeah. We can recap a little bit for anyone that's just joining us right now. Hey, what's going on with the Browns? What's going on with the Broncos and the Falcons? We've got some moves for two teams. The Browns, they have not woken up yet today. They are asleep. A handful of supers coming in on the Falcons, but let's quickly recap what's been going on so far. We'll start with Denver, who has made the most amount of moves. And a lot of those were re-signings. But Talanoa Hufanga, 49ers 2022 All-Pro safety, has missed half of the games the past 2 years with injuries, signed a 3-year, $45 million contract. I'm a fan of it. I'm willing to roll the dice. And by dice, I mean $20 million because that's all the money that's guaranteed on a former All-Pro who has just had injuries kind of not derail his career. That's a bit dramatic, but put him off course a little bit. But change of scenery can always help a little bit, but also letting your body rest up and come back from all those injuries. I'm a fan of the Hufanga signing. As for DJ Jones, I like the idea of bringing him back, but for 3-year, $39 million, that seems a little steep when there's a lot of really good defensive tackles in this draft for a lot less and a lot younger. They also lost Trayman Smith to the Texans. This is a nothing burger to me. He was supposed to be more of a special teams guy than a defensive guy anyway. You got Marvin Mims for that, so who cares? Jarrett Stidham is coming back to be Bo Nix's backup yet again. So another season as the backup QB for the Broncos. 2-year, $12 million, 6 an average. That's fine with me. Backup quarterback's a very important position. I think it's underrated across most fans. So check. Long snapper. That's the news. Next player. That's all of them. Oh, Matt Peart. Matt Peart, the offensive tackle, re-signing with the Broncos as well on a 2-year contract. He was very important on special teams, so don't disvalue special teams players and their importance on a team. So those are all the Broncos signings and moves and losses and additions and whatnot so far in free agency. Jake Matthews, 2-year, $45 million extension with Atlanta. So he is now tied to the Falcons for 4 more years. He's been the longest tenured Falcon here since 2013, 2012. It's been a long time coming out of A&M. So good to see him, continue to stay with the Falcons. Curious to see if they have any plans to move him to right tackle to be Penix's blindside protector. Drew Dahlman left Atlanta for Chicago, one of 2 Falcons starters to go up to the Windy City. 3-year, $42 million contract. That's an average of $14 million a season. Was kind of hoping that, hey, with $14 million and, $16 million cap savings after moving out from Jarrett, that money could go towards retaining Dahlman. No. Instead, Jarrett's money has gone nowhere, and Grady has gone with Drew. They're sharing a PJ to Chicago right now. He signed a 3-year, $43.5 million deal. Now, I will defend Atlanta here. Moving on from a 10-year player and a team captain like Jarrett is never an easy thing to do. But if you offered him a pay cut and he said no because he could get more money elsewhere, which he did, I don't think you can blame the Falcons for that. Josh Sweat, by the way, was someone that I know Falcons fans were watching for as a pass rusher. He's going to the Cardinals on a 4-year deal that pays him a little under $20 million a season. I thought $20 million might be too rich for Sweat, so the Cardinals, I think, get an actual, okay value here for a pretty inconsistent player, but the highs are very high with Sweat, like this past year in Philly. Big part of that defense that locked down Mahomes in the Super Bowl, so good acquisition for Arizona to reunite Sweat with Jonathan Gannon, his old DC from the Eagles. As for the Browns, nothing. No signings, no departures, no cuts, no trades, nothing. They've extended Myles Garrett, though, which might be good enough for Browns fans to let them forgive the team for not doing anything in the first day and being really bored while everyone else having a lot of fun signing other players. Justin Fields, if you were wondering if he could come to Cleveland, not happening. He's in Dubai right now because he, I think, knew he was going to sign with the New York Jets. 2-year deal with up to $40 million, $30 million guaranteed. Hot take, I know this looks like shoe-in to be the starter. I think he's going to be a competitive player with Tyrod Taylor for that starting job. I don't think it's going to be handed to Fields. It's going to be a quarterback battle. Other quarterback news, Sam Darnold signing with the Seahawks on a 3-year, $100.5 million contract. From a pure value standpoint, it's a great deal for Seattle, in my opinion. You could argue they upgrade from Geno Smith to Darnold. If you go off last year's numbers, it's an absolute upgrade. And they get a 3rd-round pick from Las Vegas out of this whole thing. So, Seahawks fans were pretty upset with Lockett release, Metcalf traded, Geno traded. Now, Darnold, extra 3rd-round pick, maybe not too shabby. Ooh, a trade just hopped in here. We've got a trade from the Houston Texans. And here it comes, our first big trade, or real just any trade of the day, and it is offensive tackle Laramie Tunsil going to D.C. C.J. Stroud last year really struggled because of the protection up front. So you know what's going to help with that problem? Let's trade away his best offensive lineman. Laramie Tunsil was getting up there in the age column. People were concerned that maybe he wouldn't be around for that much longer, but yikes, I think is a fair response here. I don't think Texans fans are going to be happy to see Laramie Tunsil was traded. Now, let's see what they get in a return for the trade. That might change people's moods. It's a 2nd and a 4th to the Texans. 1 second. A second rounder and a 4th rounder to the Texans, plus a 3rd rounder. So just say a 2nd, 3rd, and a 4th. Houston sends back a 4th rounder and Laramie Tunsil. Rappaport's tweet is very confusing, so I'm not really sure what the details are. It says 2nd and a 4th and a 3rd for a Tunsil and a 4th. So I don't know why we're changing 4ths here. Just keep your 4ths. Is that big? Maybe move back a little bit for one team in the 4th rounder? I'm not entirely sure. But Laramie Tunsil traded to D.C. He's going to be Jaden Daniels' new left tackle. Who do they have at left tackle this past year? It's the guy they signed from the Chiefs 2 off seasons ago. What's his name? I'm going to look it up because I'm not going to remember it. He was the Chiefs Chiefs tackle, and they moved him. Commanders depth chart. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm thinking of. No, I was thinking of Andrew Wiley. He's their right tackle. Their left tackle is Brandon Coleman, or at least that's who it was going to be, 3rd-round pick last year. So, yeah, I'd say probably an upgrade right there. But our first trade, a handful of Super Chats have flown in, by the way, so let's catch up. TKU Wills, is it a stretch to think we could get Russell Wilson? Oh, we talked about this one already. For Russ, I'll repeat it once more, though. If the Steelers and Giants quarterback vacancies are filled already and Russ is still a free agent, that's the point where I could see the Browns landing Russ. But those two vacancies, in my estimation, have to be filled first. Wow. Amphity S with a 28 Canadian dollar super chat. Is there a tariff on this? I don't know. Go Browns. Let's go. Appreciate you. Jeremy Chin to the Raiders. Okay, now we're getting some moves here. Amphity S, thank you so much for your super chat. Cheers to you all the way north of the border. You're probably as cold as I am in this room right now. But thank you for supporting and watching the channel. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're enjoying free agency. Okay, Ian Rappaport just, I think it took him 3 times to tweet out the trade details. So those will be updated within probably 30 seconds. Ryan, give me Obi-Wan Jacoby. That's good, Ryan. I like that. I wish my brain operated more in a punny way. I never think of these things. Ryan, let's do it. Obi-Wan Jacoby. I like it. I like it. Okay. Ryan from the Falcons stream, do you think Pitts is gone after the offseason? What do you mean by after the offseason? Like traded in June or July? I think if a trade happens for Pitts, it'll happen pre-draft. I don't see Atlanta trading Pitts away and not getting a draft pick for 2025. If I'm reading your question correctly, I don't see him getting traded between May 1st and September 1st. That'll be a black hole of trades. Because if a team trades for a player in that time period, they're not getting a pick that could help them for that upcoming season. They're losing a player, and they're not getting anything to help them for that upcoming year. And if they don't survive that year in terms of their job, then the next GM gets that draft pick. So Pitt's gone after the offseason? No. If he's gone, it'll be between now and day 3 of the NFL draft. Okay. Texans got a 3rd and a future 2nd and a 4th for Laramie Tunsil. Was he bad last year? I didn't think he...
The beginning of the year, he was good. He was really good.
I think you're right.
And then he fell off.
Let's see if I can
Because, the Texans' O-line was atrocious. And he was...
For what it's worth, PFF ranked him 19th out of 81.
Okay.
Which, listen, important reminder here, PFF cannot be the only place you go to form your opinion. It's just a tool. But you don't build a house with one tool. You got to put together a lot of things. So it's a good hammer, it's a good nail, but you need a lot more too. We talked about this one. Ryan, thank you. Oh, wait, Ryan saying after the offseason and we look at the roster, you think he's gone. No, I don't see Kyle Pitts being traded after the draft. If that's ultimately what you're asking here, no. Are you saying after free agency and before the draft? Yeah, absolutely. Pre-draft, a trade could happen for Pitts. Post-draft, no way. Reese Atkins just got off work and saw the news about Grady. Heartbreaker for sure. Sorry if you've already gone through it, but what's the next pass rusher? Reese, not a problem at all. My job is for you people who have other jobs to fill you on in when you're not working, or better yet, when you are working, but you're just not really wanting to work. So, Reese, yeah, Grady, it sucks from a heart standpoint. From a brain standpoint, the Bears are going to pay him $14.5 million, which they did. I understand why Atlanta decided we're going to release you. We can't keep you on for that much. So I'm with you there. As for the next pass rusher, a lot have already been signed. Josh Sweat went to the Cardinals. He was one of the more notable names. Who else has been signed from that position so far? But yeah, who's available? Azeez Ojulari is still available. He's still a free agent. One of the better pass rushers who's still out there. Malcolm Kuntz from the Raiders is still a free agent. Joey Bosa from the Chargers. I didn't think he was a free agent. Oh, maybe Ojulari. Maybe he's a free agent. Azeez Ojulari. No, he's not a free agent. He's not. Nope. Yep, Chase Young is still out there. So Ojulari, Young, And who was the third guy I said that could be? Oh, Malcolm Kuntz. Those are 3 players to watch for when it comes to finding a free agent pass rusher. And Matthew Judon. That's true as well. So there's 4 names right there for you. And then the trade possibility, Trey Hendrickson, which I think at this point is obviously the best player you're going to find. He's better than anyone in free agency anyway, but it just comes down to what you give up for him. Oh, one more name. Zadarius Smith was released by the Lions 2 days ago. He comes off a strong season between the Browns and Detroit. Von Miller was released by the Bills. So some of the more older veteran options as well. No. Yeah. He's not been released, but he could be. All right. Reed's just throwing a couple of names. Yeah, Joey Bosa. So there's like 5 or 6 guys right there to watch for, Reese. Ooh, an extension for a player I've never heard of. I watch a lot of football, and I've never heard this guy before. No, this is not a player on the Niners. I know 4 Niners running backs. Elijah Mitchell, Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason, Isaac Guerrero. The fact that I know 4 running backs on the Niners and this guy got an extension, he's not real. That thing back there, that is not real. Few more super chats to catch up on. I think, right? Yep. Dave, let's start a Get a Pedia jacket fundraiser. I'm not joking. It feels like it's 40 degrees in this room right now. 40 is a bit on the hyperbolic side, but dude, my hairs are... Yeah, that's a endless debate. People love to go, I'd rather be cold because I can always take layers off. Dude, that's bullshit. Being cold sucks. No, people like to say, I'd rather be cold because I can put layers on. And if I know, but you could take layers off. Meaning, like, if you have too many layers, you can cool yourself off by removing layers. But when it's too hot, you can't take layers off. People that say, I'd rather be cold because I can always put layers on and take layers off, have never been cold. There is no worse feeling than being outside with a lot of layers and freezing your ass off.
So I can speak on this because I've been in both.
Yeah.
Lived in Pennsylvania for 14 years. Lived in Florida for, how old am I? 24?
9 years?
9 years. Well, 8 technically. I've been here
Yeah.
for a year. So I've had both. I've had cold and hot. Being cold really sucks.
It sucks more than being too hot, I think.
I disagree. It sucks when you're outside and say you're going to a nice dinner with your friend or your significant other.
Yeah.
And you can't stop sweating because you walked out the door.
I understand that both
sucks.
Both
and then
suck.
you smell bad because
Yeah.
you're sweating. I mean, it's both are very, very bad, but I would take cold because I can put layers on and then you can take them off.
Here's my counter to that.
Because you can get inside and out.
Once
I get inside, sorry.
It's okay.
Once I get inside after being hot, yes, I cool down with the air conditioning, but I still just sweat a ton.
Let me ask you this question. What temperatures are you picturing in your head when you answer this question? What is the temperature for I'd rather be hot than cold, given what the cold temperature is? What are you thinking of?
Teens and 95 and higher.
Okay, I don't think...
No, like 100 higher.
I don't think 100 is equivalent to 20 degrees.
That's true.
I think if we're doing 100 degrees for hot, it's got to be 5 degrees for cold.
Okay.
And if it's 5 degrees or 100 degrees, I'm taking 100. 100 degrees, you sit there and you're uncomfortable. 5 degrees, you are thinking,
hurts.
I don't know
hurts.
how the men at the Battle of the Bulge survived this.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's our talking weather. Weather
Yeah.
Channel right now.
I get it.
All right.
Both suck. Both suck.
Landon, Petey, last-ditch effort for a good free agency for Atlanta. Sign Aziz, sign Dre Greenlaw, and either Justin Reed or Javon Holland. The Falcons could be waiting for like that second wave of free agency where like, hey, we're never going to spend in this wave right here. So we're going to wait. We're going to be patient. And we're going to hope that good players fall to the next wave where the prices go down because there's less teams bidding for players, because a lot of teams are like, hey, we've used up all of our money in the first wave. So now there's only one or two teams going after guys. So it doesn't create a bidding war. We got one trade. Eric's with me. Thomas, the Browns really can't really do much of anything because of the cap situation, right? Not true. They've got $12 million in cap space. Remember, like if you sign a player to a $10 million, let's say like you sign a guy 3 years, $30 million, $10 million a season, don't look at it like a $10 million cap hit for every single year. You can push the cap hits down the line, and you can only have $5 million in cap hit this year, so that of your $12 million in cap space, you now are down to $7 million. Now, it's also important to remember, and that's not too important at this moment, but you cannot run through all of your cap space. You have to leave some money for your rookies. Depending on where you pick in round one, every single slot has a predetermined contract amount. So you have to budget. If you have a lot of picks, like the Browns, you have to budget more money to pay your rookie class. Do you think 0 degrees and 100 degrees are comparable? You think 0 is too cold? Okay. I've been in both. So I guess like you can get a run of 100 plus degrees in like Phoenix and Dallas. Run of 0 degrees, even in like North Dakota, they'll just hang out in the teens.
I've played multiple football games in 100-degree weather.
Yeah. Okay. Make it 0 and make it 100 degrees and 10 degrees. Are we all kind of caught up on everything? So, quick recap for our Broncos, Falcons, and Browns fans watching. Broncos signed Talanoa Hufanga, 49er safety. Falcons lost Grady Jarrett to the Bears along with Drew Dahlman. Browns have not lost or gained anyone. That is the spark notes of the three teams so far in free agency. And we have one trade, but not for these three teams. Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders to be the new left tackle for Jaden Daniels. So that creates a big hole for Houston to fill. They got some extra draft picks to do so. It's not a very good interior offensive line draft class. I will say that. Like, I'll walk that back slightly. It's not a very good center draft class, and that usually means you got to take guards and play them at center. It's an average tackle class. I don't think any tackles are going to go top 5, 6, 7. Ooh, Patrick Jones going from the Vikings to the Panthers, 2-year deal with up to $20 million. I saw Will Johnson was not going to run his 40 at the pro day because of a hamstring issue. And I do believe that that's going to be something that could really impact his draft stock, because it was a step back 2024 season because of the injury, the turf toe injury. And teams have concern over his long speed. So I would not be surprised if Will Johnson's stock starts to tumble. And he very well could be there 15. Updated amounts, by the way, for our two battles. Not a lot of movement for either side. It's kind of started to come to a halt, a little bit of a trench warfare of Browns still in first, Falcons in second, Broncos in third. But this is getting closer a little bit. And as for likes, It's all Falcons, which we'll look at in a second here. I hear you, Aiden. I hear you, buddy. Aiden's depressed. And then likes, it's all Atlanta. Like, these three are pretty far apart. Almost equal distances of each other. 4, 3, 4, 5. No, I'm good right now. One last thing on weather. Worst states for weather, I feel for people in like Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska, because they are sweltering hot in the summer and very cold in the winter. It's not fair to have extremes on both ends. Usually it's just extreme on one end. To be extremely hot in the summer and extremely cold in the winter, you're never getting a nice, good stretch of weather. A effect with the $2 super. Everyone wants Dre Greenlaw, by the way. No one's stock has ever been higher in the YouTube chat section than Dre Greenlaw. We have been live for how long, Reed? Almost 5 hours? Well, we started at 10 a.m. Central. So 5 hours and 18 minutes? 5 hours and 16 minutes. 5 hours of just standing here, hanging out with about 1,000-ish across 1,200 of my closest friends. Would not have it any other way. AFX Browns, do something, please. Trying to think of what they could be doing. I don't think they're doing anything, guys. I don't think the Browns are going to make any kind of move this first day. I think the Browns are probably waiting for... they're going to sign 2 quarterbacks. But there may not be... just because it doesn't happen on day one doesn't mean they're not going to do anything at all. No, I'm good. Matthew Petey fan. The Falcons are not doing anything. Yeah, the Falcons and Browns are not doing anything. The Broncos signed Hufungo, so that's kind of fun. That's at least a signing. Nothing. No, just recapping a little bit. Anyone has any trivia? I'm all ears. Otherwise, should we play the zip code game? Because I don't want everyone to just be, blowing their brains out of boredom. I got a Twitter notification. No. Let's play the zip code game. I'll pick one zip code from all 3 chats, and I'll see if I can guess what state you're in. So send in the zip code right now. Dan Osborne, been here since the countdown. Dan, salute to you, buddy. I told you, it's freezing in here. Reed just walked out of the room. You ever walk out of a room, come back in, you're like, I didn't realize the smell, the temperature was that bad? That's what I'm going through right now. The ceiling panel is still open, and there's just cold air falling right on top of me. Yeah, we're doing zip codes. What kind of chips you got there? Sour cream? What kind of ghetto-ass brand is this? Sam's Club chips. Are they good? Okay. I did not grow up in a Costco or Sam's Club household. I didn't grow up in any wholesale family. This is somewhat of a new thing for me since like post-college graduation. The last couple of years, I've only been to Costco like 3 times in my life. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to pick someone out of the Browns chat first. Counting down in 3, 2, 1. I got to pick someone that has not done Shot at Their City before. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Blake Barber. 11460. The 1's an East Coast number. I know 0 because I have a friend who I write to who lives in Boston, is Massachusetts. Oh, you don't know? I pump letters out. I probably average... I write my friend, yeah. We were good friends in high school. Have not seen him. Fun fact, when I took a job in Wyoming, I drove out there. He was driving back from Colorado, and we were driving at the same time, and we met up at a gas station in Nebraska, and that was the last time I saw him. Just been busy with life. But I write to him, and he's a 0 number for his postcard, for his letter. So 1, Blake, I'm going to say, I don't know exactly what New York is, but I'll go with New York. Give me New York for Blake. As for the Falcon zip code, I'm going to pick, let's go with Charlie for which channel? All right, we'll get to Broncos in just a second here. Blake is Jacksonville, Florida. 1 is not a Florida zip code. Is it really? Blake, 1 second. Jacksonville, Florida. Yeah, I write to my grandma. It's 3. What are you talking about, Blake? You put 1-1. Nope, Jacksonville, Florida. Blake, you're confusing me. Ricardo Harris, no Browns moves whatsoever. Blake, there is no zip code in Jacksonville that starts with a 1. I refuse to believe that. I just googled Jacksonville zip codes. They're all 3s. Let's go with, for Falcons, Boyd is 83709. 83. I mean, earlier 8 was Colorado. I know 8's kind of that whole area. To switch it up, even though I probably want to say Colorado, give me a Utah. Give me Utah for Boyd. And then for our Broncos, I'm going to go with, give me Tristan at 52031. 52031. I think it might be, I'm trying to remember my zip code in Tennessee. I don't think it's Louisiana. I think I'm gonna go with Tennessee. Yeah, give me Tennessee for Tristan. Let's see. How did I do? Who did I take? Gabriel. Way, way wrong, Petey. It's Idaho. It's a neighboring state. I can't be way wrong on neighboring states. Ooh, Dante Jackson going to the Chargers. Blake, what the fuck did you send me then? I'm so confused on what you said. Did you send me your street address? And then Tristan, Iowa. Damn it. Did you forget your own zip code, Blake? We'll try again with the Browns because that was a failure. Let's go with Robert Leith, 45506. 5's Iowa. I'm thinking 4's got to be... Give me Arkansas. Arkansas. I'm going to go with Arkansas for... Who did I say? For Robert on the Browns channel. Scott, WTF are we doing with this zip code crap? Scott, what we're doing is we're waiting for signings to happen. So in the meantime, I'm just guessing zip codes. No signings in the last little bit here. Browns have not signed anyone, nor have they traded or lost any free agents of their own. The Broncos have signed Talanoa Hufanga, 49ers safety, 2022 All-Pro, but has missed 17 games combined the past 2 years. And Atlanta has lost Grady Jarrett and Drew Dahlman, both to the Chicago Bears in free agency. Those are the headlines for all 3 teams on our live show right now. Bronco the Great, we have some super chats coming in here. Oh, Ryan, I overthought it. 4-5 Ohio. The thing is like I just try and move left to right when I see that was dumb. I'm not gonna lie. When Tristan from Broncos was in Iowa with a 5, I was like 4, just one state over maybe. I didn't even. God, that one's way off. I'm not gonna take the heat for being off from Utah to Idaho. Logan, what is the biggest Broncos draft bust of all time? Mine is Paxton Lynch. Yeah, I like draft bust conversations because you do have to, of course, take a high value in where they were selected. Paxton Lynch, first round pick, that's gonna be up there. I'm gonna give mine just to differentiate a little bit. I just don't remember for sure what pick he was. Mine's not as bad as Lynch because Lynch truly was an absolute NFL bust.
I don't know if this counts because he kind of, I mean.
Oh, so I was actually about to say Shane Ray because I thought he went way earlier. He went 23rd. I thought he was like 15.
When did Tebow go?
That's another good option right there.
That was my first thought. I was like,
Tebow was 25. Let me find Tebow. Where are you? 25, yeah. Right after Demaryius Thomas. Tebow's a good one. Shane Ray played 4 years in the NFL, only with the Broncos. I think Paxton Lynch is number 1. Tebow's number 2. Shane Ray number 3 for recent Broncos draft busts. We can go back older, but like my age is going to show because I don't have a good memory of those guys to go like, that guy really stunk. In 1995, Denver did not have a pick until round 4. No first, second, or third round picks. Bronco the Great. Why did we keep Stidham when we could have Wilson? I don't think Zach Wilson wanted to return. I think Zach Wilson wants to try and re-enter the carpool lane of quarterback competitions. There's no competition in Denver. Stidham, I thought, would also want to get in that lane. But I think Stidham is accepted. I'm a backup, and I might as well have some continuity here. And this team wants to give me $12 million for the next 2 years to hold a clipboard. Why get $12 million from another team to hold a clipboard when I can just continue living in Denver? So that's, I think, why Stidham came back. Wilson, I just think, is motivated to go somewhere like Tennessee or the Giants, maybe not New York again, but a team where there's a real quarterback competition to be had, and that's not in Denver. Bronco the Great, thank you for your super, though. I thought we had one more super chat, too. Oh, no, we just went through the two of them. Never mind. All right. It is 3:30 Central, 4:30 Eastern. We're going to stay live for another 30 minutes. And then we will sign off because I just need – these dogs are barking. I'm turning into Kevin Malone at Jim and Pam's wedding, where I need to take a load off. So, by the way, I just saw this right here. Max, the Browns no longer have money after Miles yesterday. False. Categorically false. I think when you say they don't have money, you mean like cap space. That's not true. Myles Garrett's contract extension did not have a negative impact on the Browns' cap space. It could mean that Jimmy Haslam as an owner doesn't want to spend anymore. But that's not the case because Jimmy Haslam has never had an issue with spending. Notification. Oh, Jets have agreed to terms with the cornerback. So we got another signing, but it's for the Jets. Max, I agree that the Browns have, let some of the better quarterback options pass them by, but I never had the expectation that they were going to sign a $100 million quarterback in free agency. There's just been zero chatter around them and like Sam Darnold. I thought maybe Justin Fields, but that was more of like a personal thing rather than like a I'm hearing this kind of thing. So those are the two biggest quarterback signings so far. I'm not surprised. I don't think the Browns are going to be a part of I'll say 3 largest quarterback signings. There's going to be one more signing that'll be bigger than the Browns quarterback signing. We have signing just came in, but it's not related to any of our teams. Uncancelable. Do you think Broncos could trade up with the Dolphins, maybe to go get Warren before the Colts? Yeah, I think that's a possibility, but I don't know if Tyler Warren escapes the top 10. I just think Warren and Genty are going to be viewed as such good prospects that sure may not play traditional positions that go top 10. I mean, right off the top of my head right now, last tight end to go top 10, TJ Hawkinson, Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts fourth. That's the earliest tight end's ever gone. Hawkinson. Brock did not go top 10. He went 13. Before Hawkinson and Pitts, who was the last tight end to go top 10? It's not often tight ends go top 10. So I say this because usually tight ends aren't going to go in that territory, but it's not a great draft class in terms of just pure round one talent players who you feel confident can be a consistent starter for a long, long time that you usually expect with a top 10 pick. But you feel that way about Genty and Warren. So even if it's rare for those positions to sneak up that early in round one, you'd probably rather take the sure thing than, well, we got to take an edge rusher because that's what you do when you pick top 10, an edge rusher or a wide receiver, right? Yeah, I'm thinking Hawkinson wins 7. I think Eric Ebron to the Giants. I think Eric Ebron to the Giants went top 10. Yeah.
My other thought, I'm just trying to go through like the years.
I'm being told Kirk has waived his no trade clause. Now I'm not falling for it again.
Don't fall for it again.
I'm not falling for it.
Those were in there. Mr. Haha was doing that 10 minutes ago.
Titans are eyeing Russell Wilson. Remember earlier we talked about Russ to the Browns? I said if the Giants and Steelers quarterback vacancies are filled, then maybe. I guess that's one more team that I think if I'm thinking what Russell Wilson's doing, I think he's prioritizing Steelers, Giants, and Titans before the Browns. I keep wanting to believe the chat, but no, I'm not falling for it this time. You guys are fucking with me. Kirk Cousins is not that he can't be waived, but I don't believe it. Yeah. I would see it. I'm looking at Twitter right now. You're lying to me. Check CBS Sports. No. The moment you got to do that, I don't believe it. Okay, you want to know the last tight end to go top 10? Well, let me find it really quickly.
Give me a hint.
Okay.
Because I feel like
here we go. Tight ends drafted. This is the kind of content you were probably looking for this morning.
Oh yeah.
Tight ends going 1 through 10. I can only think of for sure Hawkinson and Pitts, and I think Ebron was 10 as well.
Oh, Prime Shiesty in the Falcons chat. Kirk Cousins is traded to the Bengals for Trey Hendrickson.
Okay, we ready?
That'd be a blockbuster.
This is funny. Eric Ebron, 10th overall pick in 2014. Wow. Did not realize it was that long ago. Before that, I'll give a hint for this player. Everyone that knows football knows this name.
Okay.
Long time, I can't think of a better hint than just this one. Long time 49er.
It's not George Kittle.
Nope.
Vernon Davis?
Vernon Davis,
Yeah.
Yep. Vernon Davis. Vernon Davis
Wow, when did he get drafted?
out of Maryland in 2006, 6 overall.
Wow.
Before that, 2004, I forgot about this one. Browns took a tight end with the 6 overall pick. Let's just say you might think of jail with this name. Jail might come to mind when I say this name. That would be Kellen Winslow. Yeah. So that sums up everyone since 2000. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tight ends
Kelly
since
and
the year
Curtis had it in the
2000
chat.
have gone top 10. And I'd say that Brock Bowers is one of the all-time great tight end prospects, and he went 13th. Ryan Chowdhury. You guys are mean. Jacob Smith got Winslow right on our Broncos stream. All right. 22 more minutes, and then we will sign off. It's been quite a marathon. Will that be 6 hours? Yeah. Ryan, PD, you see the Younghoe Koo news? Imagine if Younghoe Koo was watching this. Dude, how weird would that be if Younghoe Koo was like, I'm going to throw this on really quickly while I go to the gym, and he's like, and I said Younghoe Koo got cut. He'd probably call his agent immediately. Yeah. Because it sounds ridiculous for him to actually be got by me who got got. But how often do we hear stories of players finding stuff out on Twitter? There's always examples of players who found out their trade or release before the team could even tell them. Younghoe Koo, if he was watching, would be devastated for a second. He thought he got fired because of ZD Productions in a Falcons YouTube chat. I'm sorry, Tio. Tego2MC, I see you now. There's just a lot of people in the chat. Should we throw up one last kudos to the Falcons chat. They've been very, I'll say, calculated with their trying to get me, because if you pick something outlandish, I'm going to immediately disregard it. When you pick something very believable, you get me for a second. Also, with Twitter being down today, it seems plausible that you guys could know something before I do.
That's why I hate Twitter.
Yeah. Carlos A. Rodriguez, are the Broncos getting Dre Greenlaw? No, I don't know. Maybe. I was saying no as in like they have not got him today, but I'd be very much on board with that kind of signing. Bring a couple of 49ers over. I think they've had a lot of success on defense. Those seem like good players and just locker room influences to add to your team given how successful they were in San Francisco. Let's just update the Super Chat numbers really quick here. So what we'll do here is we'll just quickly show you the potential final standings before we close in on the last 20 minutes of the show. And then we'll recap all the moves the Broncos, the Falcons, and the Browns have made in that order, since that's been the order of fun for these teams. Brandon Stevens, by the way, going from the Ravens to the Jets. The Jets have been big spenders so far. So them Jets, I think the biggest amount of total contract value given out. Number one's, I'd say, New England. Number two, you think Bears? Bears have $30 to $40 million. They're up there for sure. I was thinking Jets. If you include re-signings, Bears, Jets, Patriots, Panthers. Jags okay too? Julian says the Packers got Nate Hobbs from the Raiders. Is that true, or is this another let's get Petey? The Jags just signed a $21 million center. Oh, okay, thank you. So Nate Hobbs leaves the AFC West for Green Bay. Richard Zambrano, Carlos Zambrano relationship, maybe? Richard, we'll get that on screen for you in just a moment. Any new rumor of Broncos getting? Who the Broncos are getting? So the rumor, I would say, was Hufanga gained, that was more of news than a rumor because he came to visit along with Evan Ingram. So Hufanga, check. Ingram, rumor / news, since it's kind of a known thing right now that Ingram came to visit Denver. As for a true good old-fashioned rumor, I don't have a name. I have a position, linebacker. Now, with a lot of good linebackers being re-signed, the Broncos might just decide, even if we planned on spending $30 million on a linebacker, there's no one here worth $30 million. So we're not going to spend that anymore. And we'll go with the cheaper re-signing like Cody Barton or trust Alex Singleton to bounce back because plans A, B, C, D, and E all went up in smoke when they got re-signed by their teams. So linebacker, Evan Ingram would be the news side of things, Richard. Keep an eye on that as a potential signing for Denver, but not a whole lot outside of that. But if I hear more, you guys will be the first to know. Robert Hainsey going to the Jags. Mitch Morse, the Jags' old son, are retired after a decade. Wishful dreams from our Browns channel. Appreciate you. And another one, I think they just forgot to put the message in the first one. The Browns allergic to signing first day. Didn't they sign like Okoronkwo the first day? I thought Dalvin Tomlinson. When was Dalvin Tomlinson signed? Like Juan Thornhill was later. Zadarius Smith was traded. Maybe they haven't signed. I really thought Okoronkwo was day one. But that could have been day one of like the new league year on like Wednesday, not Monday. But I don't disagree that they have not made a ton of day one moves, such as free agency signings in general. But that shouldn't be a big surprise to anyone. Ryan Chowdhury and DJ Ray with a couple of super chats here. Josh, Dalvin Tomlinson was a late night first day signing. Thank you, Josh. Browns get Deshaun Kaiser to $250 million fully guaranteed. I listened to this clip with Kaiser. I think I've said this before on the show, but Browns fan or not, I thought it was very insightful. And he talked about when you're a second round pick quarterback, it's kind of a really tough situation to be in because you have the expectations of a first round quarterback because you go so early, but those aren't really fair expectations for someone who didn't go round one. And then he didn't say this, but I'll say it for him, doesn't have round one talent to meet those expectations. Round two is a weird spot to go as a quarterback. Whereas if you go round three, immediately you are thought of, that's a backup. Right? Am I wrong? If I hear third round quarterback, my initial reaction was, oh, they're bringing him in to be a backup and maybe start in a few years, like Russell Wilson. But the moment it's round two, you're caught in between. And they usually lean more towards, oh, round two quarterback, that's your starter. Huge drop-off. So I feel bad for round two quarterbacks with the expectations. DJ Ray from our Falcons channel. Based on who's left, who'd be your top 5 free agent targets for the Falcons? Okay, in no real particular order, but just rattling off some names here. Joey Bosa, Malcolm Kuntz. Who are the other free agent edge rushers? We had a list going here. Khalil Mack is gone. Josh Sweat is gone. Joey Bosa, Malcolm Kuntz. Matthew Judon's an edge rusher that's available, so got to toss him in there. Who else is still on the open market? Yeah. Zadarius Smith is a free agent. Von Miller. I'm going to consolidate it for you, though, in a moment, I promise. Azeez Ojulari, that's what I'm thinking of for sure. So, Joey Bosa, Azeez Ojulari, Malcolm Kuntz, Chase Young. Actually, I really don't like Chase Young for Atlanta, but sure, I guess I have to put him in there. I don't think it. Oh, Asante Samuel for sure. So, Bosa, Azeez Ojulari, Asante Samuel, and Malcolm Kuntz. And let's go with one more guy. I'll say Zadarius Smith. I'll go with those 5 right there. A signing? Patriots, shocker. Kairos Tonga. I know Kairos Tonga. Kairos Tonga played on the Bears and I can't remember. I think he went to Oregon. Ready to find out together? Kairos Tonga, defensive tackle, drafted by the Bears in 2021, went to BYU. Well, DJ Ray, one of the 5 guys I just said to you, is re-signing with the Raiders. That's Malcolm Kuntz. So, $21 million contract for Malcolm Kuntz to go back to Las Vegas, who missed all of last year with the torn ACL, but had a really strong 2023 year. And the Falcons just letting all these pass rushers get picked up. Not doing anything. Wishful dreams. Kirk and Kupp, I feel, are 2 guys needed this year. I think Cooper Kupp can still play good football. I think we've seen that when he's on the field and he's healthy. Although there was a game last year where he didn't get a single target or anything. So that was, a little concerning to see that, knowing his relationship with Matthew Stafford. But Kirk, I would be a fan of going to the Browns. I just think for what you'd pay for him, which is a vet minimum signing, if it doesn't work out, okay, what are you out? $2 million? Like, if that's your only quarterback move, then sure, I can see why you might not like that. But it won't be. There'll be draft picks. There'll be more signings. I'd be on board with Kirk Cousins joining a quarterback competition, knowing his history and knowing how cheap you could get him. Wishful Dreams, thank you very much for your super chat. We have a few more supers coming in here across all 3 channels. I'll also almost guarantee the moment we sign off in 11 minutes, there will be a signing. Hill U62 watching on our Falcon stream. Thank you, Hill U. Hope you're having a good time. Next one. Dolphin X on our Browns channel. Richard Zambrano. We had this one. Stephon Diggs to Denver. I'm kind of excited to see where Diggs ends up because, how about this? I'm more excited to see what Diggs signs for because I'm really curious to see how teams value him. Coming off a torn ACL, bit of a backward step his last year in Buffalo. So 2 years, good in 2022, downish in 2023, injured in 2024. Does it really start to crash out for him like it did for some other veteran wide receivers, kind of like Julio Jones? So Diggs is a name to keep an eye on, although I don't think he's coming to the Broncos. Christopher Stofira, do you think the Browns bring back Zadarius Smith? Possibly, although I think they're very excited for Isaiah McGuire and Alex Wright. I think they're ready for those 2 guys to have more snaps in a larger role and not to spend money at that free agency and prohibit those guys from getting on the field more. I don't think Zadarius Smith will re-sign with the Browns. Zadarius is probably going to be one of those guys that ends up signing in August. He's just a little bit older now, still playing good ball, but he might be a little bit more patient. Christopher, thank you very much for the super, though. And then we have from Dolphin X, I just want to see what the Browns do at QB, just as long as it ain't Rodgers. I'm with you there. I do not want Aaron Rodgers for the Browns. I don't think it'd be a good fit. I think it's a Hail Mary effort, and I think it's going to blow up in their face. But like Kirk Cousins, if they sign Rodgers and other players, okay. But Rodgers is not going to sign for $2 million. Rodgers is going to sign for probably around $25-ish million. And I don't want the Browns to give $25 million to Aaron Rodgers. I just don't think it's going to work. Cheese and crackers. Matthew Taylor with a $100 super chat on our Falcon stream. And that will update these super chat standings. That could push Atlanta in the lead. Not quite, but it's going to be closer now than before. Matthew Taylor, a $100 super chat on our Falcon stream. Wow. Show Matthew some love for sure. Caleb, tough day to live stream. Yeah, Caleb. Not a great live stream day in terms of waiting for news. Kyle, Von Miller comes back to the Broncos. I don't think this current regime is looking to bring him back. Mr. Taylor, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. What's this profile picture? Oh, it's never mind. Who do you think the Falcons will pick up or trade for since some pass rushers are off the board? If you're Atlanta, you're hoping and holding out for Trey Hendrickson right now. I have to think from a logical standpoint, that's the only thing that makes sense for why they are passing on all these pass rushers. Some of these guys are signing big contracts, but some of them are signing pretty affordable deals. And if you're passing on them, it's because you're working on a trade. That's the only thing I can do to rationalize it. Otherwise, it's terrorism. It's Al-Qaeda. That's the comp I can make right now. Did Samaje Perine change his mind, by the way? Did he go back to the Bengals instead? Go all the way back to where it started, too, because he was with the Chiefs last year. Mr. Haha. So here's the updated numbers. It's a slight lead for, I guess, $60 lead for the Browns. Broncos, in a distant third right now. It'd be cool if we can get all three channels to $500 more in Super Chats. That way, at the end of today, my boss is going to have a big Chat Sports meeting, and they're going to kind of go over studio assignments for the next few days of free. Not even studio assignments, but like producer and resource assignments. And it'd be nice to have, some extra, help to get as much content out. And 500 for all three obviously would go a long way in my pitch to do so. But I really, and I cannot stress this and repeat this enough, appreciate with everything in me all of the generosity and support those of you that have shown via Super Chats, liking, sharing, commenting, subscribing, just hanging out and watching with me. You guys mean the world to me. Thank you to everyone. Eric Ebron? Samaje P. That's right. Did I say back? He was a Bengal. Sorry, he was a Redskin. Yeah. Yes. I'm sorry, Cody. You were right. He went from the Commander for the Redskins to the Bengals to the Broncos to the Chiefs, right? I'm getting my Samaje Perine timeline all twisted. Yeah, one last like battle right here. Just kind of an update here on the final numbers. I doubt to see much change. So gold medal for Falcons here, silver for Broncos, bronze for Browns, and right now it's looking like gold for Browns, silver for Falcons, and bronze for Broncos. So I think Falcons would kind of win a gold and a silver versus a gold and a bronze, and this would be a silver and a bronze. It's like Olympic season right here. Let's go.
I love it.
Ryan Chowdhury defecting to the other stream, hopping on the Broncos stream with a $20 super chat. I think Ryan is just poking the bear right here to get people worked up. I love it, Ryan. Got to have some fun right now if your team's doing nothing. And Ryan is going to help the Broncos stream become $10 away from $500. Can the Browns get Bo Nix, please? I saw a Raiders guy, by the way, said Geno Smith is way better than Bo Nix. Well, if you just go off of... Yes, he said GTFO with a smiling face of someone saying Bo Nix is better than Geno, which is just his Raiders blinders on. If you just go off last year, which is all we can go off for Knicks, of course, no, they're not even comparable. Like, Bo is way better than Geno was a season ago. And I think Bo is going to continue to get better, and Geno's not. So, Bo Nix is going to be a better quarterback than Geno Smith in 2025. But, no, the Broncos are not. I'm not even going to finish that sentence. It's too silly. Ryan, single-handedly, Ryan Chowdhury, ladies and gentlemen, Dolphin X! With a $50 super chat. So a couple of Browns viewers super chatting from the Browns and the Broncos stream. I love the defense, by the way, from the Broncos fans saying, Ryan, get the hell out of here at this nonsense. Dolphin X, Browns about to win. This definitely. Oh, David with a $5 super on Broncos, but Dolphin, thank you. And yeah, I kind of want to say, what was the touchdown for the Eagles where it really felt like it was over? Jalen Hurts to Devontae Smith. This kind of feels like that touchdown. That was the dagger? Yeah, that's the dagger right there. David Kilgore. So you think we'll get Kupp and Von Miller? I don't think they're going to get either. You know, come back and laugh at me if they do get one of these two or both these players, but no. I do not think the Broncos are going to sign Cooper Kupp or Von Miller. I don't see it happening. That's my prediction. Yep. Falcons, by the way, is $10 away from $600. Can we get the Falcons channel with 2 minutes, by the way? 2 minutes. Can Falcons Today finish with $600 in Super Chats? Okay, 5 minutes. We started 2 minutes late. So, yeah, you're right. I do agree with the one saying no to Von, but if I had to pick one of these two, David, I would say in likelihood Cooper Kupp over Von Miller. I just don't really see the purpose for Von other than wanting a cute storybook Disney ending. You've got Nick Bonito, Jonathan Cooper, and Jonah Ellis and DeAndre Tillman. Someone tell me where Von Miller fits in there that makes sense for Denver to take snaps away from two young players like Ellis and Tillman, and he's definitely not starting over Bonito or Cooper. I don't see that happening. Matthew Petey fan, that's the plan in my head, but we haven't gotten that far in the Chat Sports calendar for planning yet. He's asking about the draft. So here are the updated Super Chat numbers. I'm just going to verbalize all the news, going from most news to least news. Starting with the Broncos, they re-signed yesterday Jarrett Stidham, DJ Jones, Mitch Fraboni, and then one more, Matt Peart today, and of course, Talanoa Hufanga, the 49ers all-pro safety, and they lost Trayman Smith, the backup corner, to the Texans. So that's pretty much all the transactions regarding Denver. As for Atlanta, no acquisitions. Drew Dahlman and Grady Jarrett, who was released this morning, went to the Bears, signing very similar $14-ish million contracts per year. The Browns have not gained anyone, have not lost anyone. If you want one storyline for the Browns, it's that I'm going to read about this after we sign off in a few minutes. Chris Olave, potentially. I got to do some digging on it myself, but the Saints receiver, that could be a name to keep an eye on, although I don't think New Orleans is going to move him, but that's something to munch on for a little bit. Archangel with a $10 super chat. I love that it came in from Archangel. Mr. Haha earlier with a $1 super chat as well. But I love that Archangel, such a passionate and loyal viewer, gets Falcons Today over the $600 threshold.
My goodness.
Something's loaded for Reed, but it hasn't loaded for me.
Oh my
Matthew
God.
Taylor with a $50 super chat.
Denver.
I got nothing.
You got nothing.
I'm looking at the chat right now. I got nothing. What am I missing out on? Nothing is loading on my screen right now. What do you guys see that I don't see?
Oh my God, it's getting crazy.
I don't see anything.
It is getting crazy. This is Denver.
Nothing's loading. I'm frozen on.
This is Denver.
That's why I'm frozen. Robert! $100 super chat!
And then right after,
I need to refresh Safari.
look,
Oh my God! The Broncos at the final minute!
buzzer. Take the
$300
Take-
between Robert and American Hooligan to take the lead. Oh my sweet baby Jesus. Now it's loading for me. I had to refresh.
But Matthew Taylor from the Falcons.
Matthew Taylor, if we get Hendrickson, should we get Malachi Starks in the draft to make the best safety duo? I'd rather have Will Johnson, and I kind of like Nick Emanwari from South Carolina more, but I know everyone wants a Bulldog, so sure, let's go with Malachi Starks. But Matthew Taylor, thank you for your $50 super chat. We had Archangel. Let's stop playing around, Terry. Bring Hendrickson into play with his old teammates and grab Ojulari, and on to the playoffs we'll go. Archangel, you got my vote for you to be the next Falcons GM. Thank you. Robert, an American hooligan. I mean, those are some Patriots right there. Those are some red-blooded Americans. Look at that. And out of nowhere, did another one come in?
No.
Oh, I thought you were.
No.
Reed's like, YouTube has been refreshing 20 seconds before mine.
I am just blown away. I see the 50 come in from Matthew Taylor. I'm like, oh my goodness. And then immediately, Robert, an American, just blow it out of proportion.
Everyone spam USA in the chat right now for American Hooligan. Robert, I didn't get a chance to answer your question. We'll throw it back on screen for you. This is a touchdown, onside kick, touchdown.
Yeah.
To win.
2-point conversion.
Uh-huh. I think 2-point conversions on each one, too.
Yeah.
You went for 2 the second time to win instead of kicking the extra point to tie. David Snyder, bro, we can't even win at that. Robert, well, Broncos country, got to come out. Let's get Evan Ingram and Dre Greenlaw. Hey, Talanoa Hufanga and Evan Ingram and Dre Greenlaw would not be a bad crop of signings for the Broncos in free agency. My preference, though, is Dre Greenlaw over an Ingram. I think people are going to sell themselves on Ingram being the joker. He's not a joker. A joker is someone with receiving abilities of running back or a great yards after catch for a tight end. That's not Evan Ingram. But Robert, thank you for the super chat, dude. Spam Robert in the chat, everyone. Man, what an ending to the show here. Dolphin X, well played, Broncos, well played. And then we also had the biggest super chat of the day, the MVP across 3 different channels. Ladies and gentlemen, American Hooligan. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Unreal. Truly.
Oh my.
Could not write a better script to an ending for the Broncos channel.
It was just insane because I see...
Browns are not going down without a fight!
Holy
Oh my God!
Holy shit!
Joseph and Heather, back-to-back $100 super chats. We're going to overtime. Sudden death dodgeball. And the Falcons! Oh my God!
What?
It's coming in. Oh no, never mind. That's from earlier. Wow. We'll get updated standings in a moment here. It's 5:05 Eastern. Let's reset the timer for 5 more minutes.
Okay.
We'll see what the final total is in 5 more minutes. Joseph, Browns not dead. Joseph threw up the alley, and Heather with the oop. Let's go. I feel like American Hooligan's going to formulate a response. He's not going to go down this way. Not this easy. A lot of other supers just float in as well, but I love the Joseph and Heather chants right now in the Browns chat. You know, I've never been a Harry Potter. I've never watched a single Harry Potter movie, read a single book. I have to envision this is what it's like between, like, you know, Slytherin and Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. It's just nonstop pride. The Browns report takes the lead back. We reset the timer for 4 more minutes. When the clock strikes 4:11.
I'll put a timer.
Yeah, put a timer on. That's easier. Put a 5-minute timer on.
5-minute timer.
Yeah. By the way, combine these amounts right here.
We're back.
Are we back?
We're back. We're back.
Zach said froze. Am I back? Am I back?
Yeah, we're back.
Are we back? I think we're back. Are we back, everyone? Let me know.
Wait.
Archangel says you back.
Jay Basin said, producer Reed. What happened?
I think it's just the frozenness.
Oh.
Did we go and then we came back? Is that my understanding of it?
Everyone's, yeah, they're saying we're back.
Okay,
we're back.
thank you. All right. Crisis averted.
All right.
5 minutes countdown's on. Let's see who's going to win this. Reed, we'll throw all the Super Chats on screen afterwards, but I just want to keep the standings up right here. I do want to give shout-outs, though, to those of you that did Super Chat. I don't want you to get forgotten. I'll read them out loud right now. Taylor Elwell. Oh, boy. Matthew Taylor. He's not going down without a fight. That's $50 for the Falcons Today channel. Dude, it feels like it go. I don't even know who to live bet right now to win.
On the Browns channel, Edwin Taylor, so much money moving it, freezing the net.
Yeah. Well, I mean, first off, I kind of feel like it's medieval times where for those of you that can't super chat, you just got to support your knights. You got to support the guys who are doing the heavy lifting for you right now.
Trucker Mike is here.
If you're unable to super chat, that's not a problem. You don't have to be here to super chat. But I do ask, support those that are super chatting for your team. You know, show them some love in the chat right now. Is the audio okay for Broncos? Are we okay quality-wise for everyone? Let me know. Let's Brown Glazer, in 3.5 minutes, we're just ending the super chat battle, and whoever wins in 3 minutes and 25 seconds is our winner. Robert with a $50 super chat on the Broncos channel. That puts them closer to the Browns at first. Someone's got to help out Matthew Taylor and Falcons. I don't know if he can do it all by himself. Did Evan Ingram sign? I didn't get notification. No. He's visiting. But no signings happened yet with him. I'll double check. After all, that is what we're doing here today. I don't see anything about Evan Ingram signing. This is fun to watch here. It's just live standings being updated. It kind of feels like the last 5 minutes of like the final game of the group stage in the World Cup, where if a goal happens in the other game, you're now in or you're out. Yeah. Robert said Evan Ingram signed, though, in his super chat. Robert, can you give me a little bit of a source? Did someone tweet that? Because I don't see anything. AFX, he's doing his part for the Browns. I got nothing on Evan Ingram officially signing with the Broncos, which he can, by the way, put pen to paper right now since he is a free agent since the Jags released him.
If you can't help, that's okay. This was an ongoing thing.
Yeah.
We added up since we've been live for over 6 hours. It's not like we're going to be like, oh, all of a sudden you're going to overtake one because of the other. This has been an ongoing, build-up from everyone who's graciously, and thank you so much for everything. But this is crazy. I'm trying
to find someone saying that the Broncos got Evan Ingram for sure. And I'm not seeing it, guys. I don't see anything. So, not saying it's not going to happen. Minute and 10. Are we going to get any more movement here? Robert has the Broncos just behind the Browns at 9:06. $10 off.
Oh, my God.
Oh, I can't even. I'm so nervous.
Oh, my God. It's 9:06.
I feel like what's going to happen is Broncos is going to take the lead, and then someone from Falcons is going to come in.
Falcons is just going to run in.
Yeah. Right now, Browns is like, hold the line, park the bus.
Hold the line.
Who's it going to be? Is there going to be a hero?
20
on the Broncos. Puts them in front by 10. Can the Browns respond? Oh, my gosh. 10 seconds. 9, 8,
7. There it is.
Let's call it 10 from the Browns because that's
10
Canadians. That's a tie right there. Another 10 from the Browns.
10 for the Browns.
That puts them ahead by 10.
20
Another 20 for Robert.
We're at
Where are we?
946 to 936.
946 for the Broncos.
Yep.
And there's the dagger.
Oh.
$50 from the Broncos.
Oh, American!
And that's game.
That's game.
Broncos
That
wins it.
is game.
Broncos wins it. Unbelievable finish. And now they are really
Jose.
pouring it on.
What a finish.
Muscle Reno, American Hooligan, Jose Herrera Bear. Broncos gets all the way up to 1.1K.
1.1.
1.1. We'll be back, by the way, for all streams tomorrow.
Yeah.
Fellow.
Oh
And then
my God.
Heather.
And then, oh my goodness.
Okay, let's catch up on the super chats now.
Yeah.
We're going to catch up on the supers, and then we're going to sign off. So let's go from beginning to end here.
Holy cow. By the way, Bobby Brown.
We're going to call it, though, Broncos wins, Browns get silver, Falcons gets bronze. So a gold in super chats for Broncos and a silver in likes. Falcons got a silver, a gold in likes, but a bronze in supers. And Browns got a silver in super, but a bronze in likes.
All right. Let's go with,
What a run that was. Adrenaline's pumping right now.
let's go with the winners first.
Yeah. We'll go through the Broncos super chats. Then I think there was a Falcon super chat or two. And then we'll get to the Browns super chats. Okay, Broncos saying, this, by the way, I'm not passing off as confirmed news. Evan Ingram came in to sign. I have not seen anything that says he has signed a contract with the Broncos. Could happen later tonight, but keep it on your radar. But nothing is a done deal yet. Robert, though, unreal finish by you today. Thank you so much for your super chats. You say, oh no, I think Robert's having good fun. Like, does he know about NBA Centel too? So Robert, thank you. Waterball DVD, let's go Broncos. And then Robert, this is like Jokic with his 2020 performance, along with American USA as well. Muscle Reno, trust in Peyton and Peyton. I wish the Peytons had the same spelling. It'd be so much easier for branding, right? The Peytons. It'd be so much more fun. And then American Hooligan, all we do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on his mind for sure. American Hooligan, you, Robert, Muscle Reno, everyone else, like Jose Herrera Bear, thank you for all the super chats you guys sent in. What an incredible push by Denver at the very end. This is what ESPN The Ocho lives for right here. It's the battles between the fans. And then on Falcons, I think we had a few super chats as well. RST, sad about not signing Justin Fields. Hope for Cousins. I'm never donating 100 pounds. You don't have to donate a single pound. You can just hang out and watch, dude. What's funny, though, go back to the last one really quickly, sorry. RST, remember last year I said, hey, for Atlanta, they should trade for Justin Fields and not sign Kirk Cousins. And that looked like a bad take in the early stages of 2024. Probably would have been better if they just gave up a 6th-round pick for Fields and did not sign Kirk Cousins. And they could have still drafted Penix, which, by the way, would have made way more sense of like, okay, Fields is not a guarantee, so hedge your bets a little bit. RST, thank you for watching, though. AFX, over from our Browns channel with a $1 super, and then Amphity S up in Canada. Browns love from Canada. Thank you so much for your watching, your viewership and watching and supporting the channel, Amphity. Joseph with a $10 super chat as well. Let's go Brownies, Joseph. Back-to-back supers, actually, from Big Joe. And a few more came in. Fellow fella, $50 super chat. Here we go, Brownies. Here we go. Thank you, fellow fella. I am truly like blown away by your guys' support and your competitiveness. Heather with a $10 super chat. She sent in a huge one earlier to really get the ball rolling for the Browns. Christopher Stofira, Browns going to win the Toilet Bowl. Hey, if the Browns ever played Alabama, I'd still pick the Browns to win. How about that? And by the way, Chris, I was thinking of you yesterday, not in a weird way, but you got that Myles Garrett jersey from before the year, which did not look like a great jersey to get. But now with the extension, it's back in the closet. We got a couple, yeah. Go there. No, go back to the 50. Yep. So we talked about this one. I said Nicky Manwari from South Carolina, maybe over Malachi Starks, but I would not be shocked if Atlanta's just like, we got to win some fans back a little bit. Let's pick a Bulldog. Taylor Elwell, longtime viewer. Falcons best not be last. You wanted likes? Golden likes. You got to reset this. Golden likes, bronze in super chats. So not too bad. Let's go with Junior Hacker. All I want for Christmas is coup. You should come up with a better Christmas. You can do better. We can do better than that. Taylor Vaughn, as of right now, Falcons have not signed any free agents. Are you worried? No, I think I said in the channel I don't expect them to make big signings, right? So it's day one. I'm not saying it's a marathon. It's not a marathon. It's like a half marathon. And we're a quarter of the way through the half marathon. So I hope they pick it up soon. But if they are doing all this, or sorry, if they are not doing any signings because they're working on a Hendrickson trade, all will be forgiven. Matthew Taylor with another $50 super chat. Falcons need to be on top. Been watching this channel for 2 years. It's about time the Falcons go on top. Also, we need to do something in free agency, SMH. Matthew, the effort you put forward, I'm sorry that it was not met with a gold, but it's going to go down as an all-time single-handed performance. You carried this channel today in super chats, dude. Unbelievable. Oh, I can't speak. Unbelievable performance. Trucker Mike, our resident trucker, acknowledge me. Trucker Mike, you know you are our favorite trucker. Hope you're having a good time on the roads today. And then Jeremy, good job today, guys. Appreciate the 5-hour stream. We are going to clock out with 6 hours and change. 6 hours of just standing here, hanging out with everyone, talking about free agency. You were sitting. I was standing. And then J-Bone with another super chat, and we can end it with this one right here. Let's go Brownies. J-Boone, thank you very much for your super chat. That's going to do it for us. We will be back tomorrow with pretty much the exact same thing. We're just going to go live. We're going to hang out. We're going to see what happens, and we'll go from there. So join us then. I'm also going to put out a video or two. Just stay tuned to the channel. I'll put more stuff out over the next couple of hours as well. Let's bid you guys farewell and see everyone later.